there, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clary, and this is Coffee with Lavender. And over in the right-hand seat, we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Flower, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear.
Good morning. How the Hades are ya?
Oh, my. There we go. This is a darn thing with this whole thing. I have to mute once it starts. And that's kind of bad because I hear myself. And believe me.
How is that happening?
I'm watching YouTube as well as us.
Well, why, though? It doesn't aid anything.
Well, I'm looking at the comments over on the side there.
You get that right on.
I know I can see them here.
And you can also pop out the chat window from YouTube, so you don't have to watch YouTube to see the chat.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah, you can do that, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my. I'll never learn. You can't teach an old Lavender new tricks.
No, why not? I mean, okay, granted, I've noticed that from my generation and later, we tend to adapt to change better, probably because of how frequently it occurs. But I mean, I remember like growing up on a Trash 80 Coco 2 back in the day and Commodore 64s and all of that, and now look at what setup we've got. Like I have like thousands of times more RAM in my computer now than the hard drive space I had on my first PC, which was like 2 megabytes. Seriously. 2 megabytes. Now granted, I have been out of the game for a while, so there's a lot of hardware I don't grok at the moment, but there's no reason I couldn't go and study it up. But it seems like, say, my parents' generation, the boomers, resist change pretty hard, but it's not even necessarily resistance, as it seems to be an unwillingness to learn. I just started watching the show The Goldbergs, which is an amazingly great show. I mean, if you have any 80s nostalgia whatsoever, this show is a nostalgia-gasm. But at one point, the main character, he's trying to get his dad to play Nintendo, and rather than learn how to play the game, the dad just mashes the buttons on the Nintendo Power Glove like he thinks it'll do something, going, I don't know how it works. And it's like, but you're not putting in the time to figure it out. It's 5 minutes to figure out how to play the fucking game. But for him, he's just like, I should know how to do this intuitively, and when I don't, I'll stop. And I'm like...
And with me, it's not that I don't want to learn. It's that I'm a little slow on the uptake by now. It's maybe my brain is wearing out or something.
Shut up, Bionic. Anyway. Yeah, so, I am loving that show, though. I've needed something new to binge watch during lockdown, and I found my show. So I don't have to watch How I Met Your Mother, like, for the 12th time this year.
I am so pissed off. I don't have anything. Well, I am consciously avoiding baseball because I'm really pissed off at them. Yeah, well, number one, when they came back, it was all of those cardboard cutouts in the seats to make it look like they had fans. And yeah, you're looking and it's definite cardboard cutouts. And it's like, why are you being so fucking fake? Then
you'd think they could do it with like some sort of augmented reality or something. I mean, if you can make it look like a Pokemon is standing on the sidewalk and I can walk around it with my phone and see it in 3D like it's really there. And if in the NFL, they can put that line so you can see the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
If they can do that on the field, on the fly, they can put some CGI crowd in the fucking bleachers.
Yes. Okay, MLB cardboard cutout. Let's see. Yeah, it's holy hell. It's garbage. Images. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's try that one. That'll be okay. Okay, all right. The one nice thing I like about this is that I can share more easily than I can with the other stuff. That's what you've got
Oh,
at the
it's
Stadia.
bizarre. And there's one dude, I swear, he's got like some sort of white robe on, like over his head and everything. I'm like, what is that guy doing?
Um,
Like,
where,
okay, down at the bottom, you have those red things says Coney Island.
yes.
Okay, look at the very rightmost edge, and then move up about 2 people. You'll see the dude in the white robe.
Oh, does it go over his head
It
basically?
does. It does.
It's right next to that rectangle or square or whatever it is that appears there. Yeah, I think it's kind of trying to look like Jesus. Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay, I
I
was like,
wonder. No, I wonder if that's it.
I thought it was supposed to be like some Arab sheik or something.
That could be, could be. Well,
Hmm.
okay. Now here's the whole thing. How chic is a chic?
Uh,
I know, I
you know
know.
how funny you're not?
Hey, why ruin a perfect record by now? I mean, seriously, we talk about being slow in the uptake, and it's just me. But
Well, I don't know. I like to improve myself on occasion. Not that I'm not awesome, but every now and then I find something where I'm like,
yes,
"Ooh,
you're
I can tweak
awesome.
this around the edges."
You're awesome.
Yeah, well,
I know I'm biased. Of course I am.
really,
Oh,
'cause I'm kind of lesbianist myself.
Oh, what do we have over here? Microraptor says to Amiga Nuts, there are plenty of boomers on YouTube. Where? I don't see them
Oh,
except
really
on
good.
those. I don't, I see them on the wood, the log milling channels. I don't know if you've
Log
seen any of it.
milling?
Yes, where people have these portable mills in their backyards. Actually, they're not backyards; they're rural Vermont somewhere, and they cut boards off of felled logs, and they
Okay.
have entire channels devoted to this.
It is weird what people are willing to watch these days because there is
Yes,
some really dull, fucked up shit out there. And I'm like, why do you have tens of thousands more subscribers than I do for your channel where you eat jelly beans?
yes, absolutely.
You know,
I got to look on for to this thing is if I can sum this to finding to making. What am I talking about?
uh,
Um,
but I mean, like, this is one of the reasons I really want to go back to animation because animation is a lot more popular on YouTube, and my success as a YouTube atheist has been lower than I'd like. And given that I've made YouTube my career, I might have to make a few draconian decisions about my course, you know? I
okay,
like one of the
yeah.
reasons I have not switched to animation already is because YouTube is my livelihood, and I'm sure I'll lose subscribers and patrons if I go animation only. So,
Yeah, yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Each one of these is a different channel, and there are more off the bottom of the screen. There
well,
are so many of these.
I'm just looking there and seeing testing cheapest chainsaw mill on Amazon. What does Amazon not sell? I mean, that person who sent me the 18-inch dildo that time got it off of Amazon.
I think there are certain services that you're not allowed to offer for sale on Amazon, although I think some people figure out a way to get around that.
Do they? They get Amazon to sell something they're not supposed to sell? How do they work that?
I don't know. I'm guessing here that they're able to prostitute themselves on Amazon with proper wording, but I don't know.
Well, okay, to what Microraptor just said, I wouldn't want to make atheism my career. It's just my opinion on God's existence. It's not a job to me. It didn't start out as a job to me either, to be honest. It wasn't until I started seeing a certain amount of success and realized I could monetize my channel that I started looking at it as a revenue source. But even then, like, I was making buckus until Patreon came around. When Patreon happened, all of a sudden it became a career. Now, granted, I've often said many times before that I see it as activism more than anything else. You know, the whole share and play nicely with the other kids and I leave you alone thing. So, I mean, I guess you could say that you like atheism, activism on YouTube is my career. You know, kind of the way some people make their career out of whatever charity they're part of, ACLU or Human Rights Campaign or Greenpeace or whatever the fuck else. You know, it happens. So, actually, can you buy prostitutes on Amazon? I'm waiting for us to be able to buy weed on Amazon.
There you go. And then, yeah, now that you mentioned that particular organization, it's unfortunate that it worked out. And I know this is not a popular opinion, but it's unfortunate that it worked out that the Human Rights Campaign has a set of initials identical to that of a certain failed presidential candidate. You know,
believe me, I've thought it many times.
Yeah. Oh Lord,
I kept wanting to call her Herc through the whole last Herc. Like you're barfing. Also, that grimace that I did earlier was not because of the topic you just brought up. It's because of what Stool said about mermaid prostitutes. What is it with you and mermaids anyway, Stool?
Stool says all the best things.
oh, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm boggled by the mermaids thing. Is there some reference I'm missing, or is it just you being you?
No, that's got to have something to do with that whole thing where he would be turning everything into mermaids, right, honey?
Well, yeah, but where did that get started?
I don't know. That's what I don't know. You got to tell us where that got started.
Yeah, I want some origins on that shit.
I don't know. Do we all want a mermaid?
Not really.
I mean, I can see certain downsides to a mermaid.
So, you know, I was watching The Big Bang Theory and this came up. And one of the things mentioned was, where do mermaids pee? It's not like they can flush, you know? So, I mean, like they pee and it goes everywhere.
And the certain downsides I can think of are living in more or less that same region.
Well, how wrinkly do you think the hands are on a mermaid?
Hey, you gotta wonder. Yeah.
You know, you spend an hour in the bath and your fingers wrinkle up like prunes and raisins. And mermaids live in the water. How fucked up are their fingertips?
Oh, look, Edmund Hillary is back there.
Hey, there's Andy Pooh. How you doing? Also, do you think there's a market for mermaid caviar?
There you go. Extra virgin. It would have to be. Oh man.
You know, and don't get me started. How do mermaids have sex?
Yeah, well, I've heard, you know, what do you want to call it? What's the word? I've heard speculation on that. And, yeah, like one of the things I've heard is the only sex that they can have is oral sex, you know, as in providing it. They can't even receive it, for Christ's sake.
Then why would you provide it?
I don't know. I really don't know.
You know, and for that matter, I mean, maybe it's one of those things where the female splorches her eggs into a small pit and then the male comes by and fertilizes it externally, you know, jacks off on top of the eggs or something. And maybe that's it. But that implies the existence of mermaid tadpoles.
That reminds me of a certain episode of Futurama.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fry figures that out. It's like, get me out of here.
I don't know if you've seen The Boys.
No.
It's this great Netflix show where it's like showing the seamier side of superhero life.
Oh
And one
yeah.
of the things that happens, there's this one dude, he's basically the Aquaman equivalent. And so he's got gills down here on his ribs, right? And he ends up going out with this one woman, like a sort of hook up, one night stand kind of thing, who has a fetish for his gills. And so when they're in bed, she starts trying to put her hand up them. And he's like, that really hurts. And she's like, oh, you know, you love it. And she won't stop. And it's
Oh,
like,
jeez.
so he basically got gill raped by some superhero groupie. But if you want to know like the basic idea behind this show, the first scene tells you everything you need to know. You have this cute young couple walking down the street and they're like holding hands and being all lovey-dovey. And then the guy who's basically the Flash equivalent runs right through her, basically shattering her into 1,000 meaty pieces. And like her boyfriend's left holding her forearms as she
Oh,
explodes
jeez.
in a shower of blood because the Flash just bashed his way right through her.
Oh
That
Lord.
and he spends a whole bunch of the series just trying to avoid the consequences of what he just did.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
Sounds like my kind of show.
the whole show is basically just the ugly side of being a superhero.
Okay, so Q Larry Niven. Have you ever read Man of Steel, Woman of Tissue?
I've heard of it, but I've never read it. No,
It's
the only
it's
Larry Niven,
hilarious.
I think Larry Niven was involved in Dream Park, wasn't he? It was Larry Niven and Stephen Barnes.
No, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, because that's probably the only Niven I've read. I should pick up Ringworld someday, I guess. I've never
So
tried it, but
should I.
I always
You-
hear the name. Right now, I'm rereading the Belgariad and the Malorian because I haven't read them in decades, and I remember loving them as a kid. Now they seem weirdly childish and almost sexist in a way.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
Well, it's full of like gender stereotypes. I mean, chock fucking full. All the women are heartless shrews, and all the men are like rutting bastards. And it's just like, well, okay, maybe they're not rutting bastards, but they're not nice, you know? And it's like, I just it. Why did I like this? You know,
I know.
but
This
I'm
has happened to me
rereading
so
it
many
just
times.
because I gotta.
I mean, I can think of Catcher in the Rye that happened to me, and When Worlds Collide is another one where that happened to me. Yeah, and I loved them the first time I read them. Let's see, wait a minute now. I was in seventh grade when I read Catcher in the Rye, so I would have been 11. Um, and then as far as When Worlds Collide, I think I was actually in high school. I might have been a sophomore in high school at the time. But years and years and years and years and years and decades later, and I'm trying to read these things again and say, why did I like this?
Well, I just reread Stranger in a Strange Land, which has always been my favorite book ever since I read it, right? But rereading it now, I'm like, wow, there's some misogyny and homophobia in here that I disagree with. And also a kind of thing about agnostics, but don't get me started. The thing is that I realize it's still one of my favorite books because it solidified my atheism because it showed how fucking nuts religion is.
Yes, absolutely. And I
So,
also have to pick that book up. I haven't read it in years, and it's about time to read it again. Yeah.
mhm. But there's stuff in it where I'm like, ooh, I disagree with it.
Hmm.
You know.
Well, I don't know. Heinlein was trying to make a point, you know, in a lot of these areas. So I don't know. Maybe he's trying to point up how shitty it is.
Well, but that's the thing is like it's the hero of the book, or at least one of them, who basically says, yeah, homosexuals, no. Right. And I'm sitting there going, I used to respect you.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't. I didn't remember Heinlein being all that anti-homosexual,
I don't know what to
but
tell you. It's
am I
just
not remembering correctly?
well, you know the whole like becoming a water brother sort of thing.
Yes.
Well, at one point in the book, it actually says that homosexuals would never be offered water.
Okay.
Yeah, and when I
That's
read
pretty
that,
much a
I was
statement right
like,
there.
when I read that, I was just, Gah, you know, I felt bad for liking the book.
And then I can remember on the other side of the coin, Asimov going out of his way to state that homosexuals had a place in society that could not be usurped by anyone else. It was a necessary function that they were providing.
We're
This
nature's
was,
population control.
yeah, you got it right there. Have you ever read The Gods Themselves?
Nope.
That's where I remember him going into that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is I tried reading some Asimov and could not get into it. Maybe I chose the wrong book to start, but
You
Foundation
chose
is
Foundation, right?
yeah, and it's one of those books where, you know, here's a couple of characters dealing with a situation. Fast forward 100 years in the next chapter, here's completely unintroduced characters having a situation. You watch them deal with it. Next chapter, another 100 years or maybe a couple thousand, you know, and I'm just sitting here going, my favorite stories have characters to whom I grow attached. And
Mm.
this is using the characters as completely disposable. You know, they have no real personalities. They're just there to hold the guns, so to speak, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
And I didn't
Uh,
enjoy it. It's the same reason I didn't enjoy this other book. I think it's called The Crucible of Time, because they pulled that shit too. Where like I actually grew attached to a certain character for like 2 chapters. And then the next chapter is, oh yeah, he's been dead for thousands of years, and people are looking at his works the way we look at scripture. And I'm like, but I want to know more about that guy. I was following his adventures. Ugh.
oh my word. No, and yeah, Asimov definitely did better with his essays than he did with his fiction, but that's just me. What I'm going to have to replace, I lent the what is it now? The one that begins about the planet that wasn't, was the title of this collection of essays, and I lent it to someone, and she died while she still had it, and I'm never getting the damn thing back, so I've got to replace it eventually. Nice little essays on how dentistry put an end to witchcraft, how it was relativity and not an extra planet that was doing the whole thing with the precession of Mercury's perihelion.
Yeah, that's not interesting. Where's laser guns and aliens, please?
Oh,
Well, I mean, you know, that's kind of been my world since as long as I can remember. I mean, I grew up on a steady diet of Lucas and Spielberg. What do you want from me over here?
oh my. Okay, yeah. Tornado was here earlier. He says that he's got to catch up on sleep.
I found something amazing on YouTube like a week or two ago. It's
Uh-oh.
Henry Thomas's audition for Elliot in E.T. And it was wacky because like it was clear he and Spielberg were I assume it was Spielberg, but I couldn't recognize the voice. They were like improving because the scene they did was not in the movie, and it was pretty clear that the kid was riffing, right? And it was all this, well, we're the government and we have to study him and learn how this alien works and all this stuff. And Elliot's like, but he came to me and I want him to be my friend. And they're like, well, we still have to learn more about him. He's like, will you bring him back when you're done with the experiments? Can you do the experiments here? And he starts like crying through the whole thing. And at the end of it, they're like, congratulations, kid, you got the job. And it was amazing.
Yeah, I give it to him for that. Yeah, my word. Yeah, if you can just pick up a scene and go with it. Yeah.
It would, and dude, the kid's like what, 7, 8, 9, you know, maybe 10. I don't know how old he is. I can't judge kids' ages anymore. I don't know why not. But
Most
still, it was wild to watch it, man.
Yeah, Shadow Kitty. That's a horrible thing when that happens, isn't it? Shadow Kitty says, "That's happened to me when I've loaned money. I swear some people will do anything to avoid paying me back."
I don't know why, but that reminds me of something. Well, again, I've been watching How I Met Your Mother constantly since lockdown, that and The Big Bang Theory. But it reminds me of something that happened in that show where Marshall and Lily had these long-term bets about their friends and what they might do or won't do or what might happen to them and this, that, and the other thing. And of course, the main plot of the series is that Ted desperately wants to be with Robin, right? And one of the long-term bets, Lily says that Ted and Robin will never get together. And what she didn't do was put a time limit on it. There was no, if they're not together by this date. And so every time Marshall keeps saying, not yet, not paying up yet, they're not together yet, but yet, there's no end to that. He can keep like pushing it back until everyone dies, you
Well,
know,
wait a
and he
minute.
never has to pay Lily back.
I thought never was kind of a time limit. No.
The point being that there was no like, well, I mean, that's the thing. Even when like Ted got married to his eventual wife, Marshall still told Lily, not yet. Not yet.
Oh
It's
well,
not over yet.
that's a little. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
but Lily never set a time limit on the bet. So, like I say, Marshall can keep kicking the can down the road and never have to pay up without a cutoff date. So,
Mm.
and the thing is, Marshall's like supposed to be a lawyer in this show. You'd think if anybody would catch that loophole, well, then again, it is his own loophole. So why would he
There
close
you are.
it?
There you
But
are. And yes,
still,
and Andromeda Strain was, yeah, good stuff.
I've never read it, but I love the movie. The original movie, I think they remade it at some point.
Let's find out. I'm curious. Okay, Andromeda. Okay, Andromeda Strain 1971 film. Is there a remake?
Oh, it was a mini series. Okay, 2008 mini series. But still, they redid it. But what I'm saying is I like the original movie. I love the set design, if nothing else.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, another one I rather liked was China Syndrome.
Stool knows the show.
Okay,
The thing is
then.
that Robin is from Canada, and in Canada, she was on this kids show that was rather unfortunately porny. And because the beaver is the official animal of Canada, or at least it is in the show, I'd have to look it up to see if it is in reality. There's a song that she and her co-host would sing that was like, two beavers are better than one, and there's this whole thing where they keep talking about their beavers while they have beaver puppets on and stuff, and it's yeah.
Okay, then I'm just gonna keep
Yeah.
quiet.
Anyway.
Official symbols of Canada. What do we have here? It almost looks like a beaver might be one of them.
I don't know, it's weird. For some reason my brain
there it is. National animal, official symbol since 1975.
For some reason, my brain is now trying to graft the lyrics to the Star Spangled Banner onto O Canada, and it's not working very well, but I don't know, and I don't know why that popped into my head, but it did.
I'm not sure that I remember.
So can you see by the dawn's early light? It doesn't really work that well, but I don't know. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. No, I mean, it doesn't
Yeah,
work.
there you go. Or let's see the song of the Royal Canadian Killed the X-Men. There you go.
Wow. Our country reeks of trees. Yeah. I don't know. I still like some of the like childish lyrics to those songs. You know, for the mandolin is free and our home is a cave. You know, those.
Okay.
Or I pledge allegiance to Queen Frag and her mighty state of hysteria. You know, all of those.
Oh my, oh my. Wait a minute. The Ontario song. What?
You know, I, there are a lot of like I'm in a bunch of 80s groups and they have these memes where it's like post 3 words and see if people can guess what movie you're talking about, or describe your favorite 80s movie badly, that kind of thing. And I keep pulling out either obscure references or obscure parts of well-known references just to challenge people a little. Nobody ever gets it. Never. And it's kind of annoying. I'm like, think, you'd think, oh, well.
Moo. A place to stand, a place to grow. Okay. Okay. The Ontario
Oh, I know
song.
that song. Wait, or do I? I think I'm thinking of a different song. I don't know. Let's try it. This land lyrics. Oh, that's all kinds of not it. No. I don't know who the hell this is, but it looks like a rap. It's got the N-word in it. Yeah. I thought it was like that, a place to live, a time to die, whatever the hell song that is, and I'm doing the like I'm way off key, but and I think at one point they get a whole chorus singing the chorus, like towards the end.
That would kind of make sense to have a chorus singing the chorus. No.
Let me see if I got this here. Oh, it's Turn, Turn, Turn by the Birds.
I wondered if you were talking about that one, and that in turn, if you'll excuse the expression.
No, wait, this isn't it. No, this totally isn't it. Or maybe it is. Shit, I'm gonna have to listen to it.
Yeah, okay, well, the turn, 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 that's from Ecclesiastes. What is it? Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's it. It sounded different in my head because I didn't remember that the chorus was part of that song that was going through my head.
Okay, then oh my, I was trying to remember where in Ecclesiastes you have the to everything there is a season, but I'm looking at Ecclesiastes 1 here, and I can imagine there are a lot of Christians out there who would not like this. The words of the teacher, son of David, king in Jerusalem. Meaningless, meaningless, says the teacher. Utterly meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Hey, Frank Turek, read this.
Well, is the teacher the good guy in this story?
Okay, I'm thinking so, because the teacher is son of David, king in Jerusalem. Okay, I could be wrong here.
Well, I mean,
let's ask SJ. She'll get it wrong.
It doesn't mean a lot to me, honestly. But I mean, if he's saying everything is meaningless, it sounds to me like someone's going to try to debunk him and say, no, everything has meaning with God, or something.
Oh my, what is it here? Ecclesiastes 1:12. I, the teacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem. I applied my mind to study and to explore by wisdom all that is done under the heavens. What a heavy burden God has laid on mankind. I have seen all the things that are done under the sun. All of them are meaningless, a chasing after the wind. What is crooked cannot be straightened. What is lacking cannot be counted. Oh, that's beautiful. I want to. I wish. I wish I wouldn't get evicted for doing it, but I'd love to paint that on my wall.
PJ Smith, you're right. Frank Turek is a goober, but he's also a boogerhead.
Yes, absolutely. He's a piece of crap, is what he is.
And speaking of which, like, you know, when your nose isn't exactly running, but it's constantly wet.
Yes.
I hate that. Really hate that. I wish I had an excuse, like I've been snorting coke, but I don't.
No, then you would be at the Republican convention. Yeah,
I know.
Here it is, Ecclesiastes 3. There is a time for everything in the season for every activity under the heavens. I like it better in the King James version, but you know, that was done to be poetic. Yeah, what can I tell you?
Wow.
Oh my. What do workers gain from their toil?
Sometimes I wonder, like, was the Bible written in much plainer language and then someone poeted it up later?
My understanding is that is exactly what happened to the King James version.
Because honestly, I would very much like to read an unpretentious version of the Bible. You know, where they basically turn it into everyday language. Because so much of it is weird phrasing and strange, like reversals of the words, so they're not the way most people would say them if they were in casual conversation and all that stuff. And I'm just like, you know, if this book was a little more accessible, you might get more followers.
Might, yeah. I don't know how plain you'd call this or what, but I mean, the NIV, for example, in Ecclesiastes 3:9, what do workers gain from their toil? I have seen the burden that God has laid upon the human race. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Why don't we look at the KJV?
Sounds a little fruity. I'm sure I could reword that and make it sound more normal. What was it? Like what chapter verse?
Oh, Ecclesiastes 3:9 was what I read.
Ecclesiastes. Where the hell is that? New Testament or Old?
Old.
Okay, then I'm looking in the wrong set. Oh, here we go. Table of contents. There it is, page 454, which I just went past. 454A. And you said, what was it? 3:9?
Yes.
Okay, 3:9. I need more light. That's 15. 8:9. Here we go. Okay, what do workers gain from their toil? All right. How much are workers paid? And you could say, and in what coin, if you want to say it's not money, you know, because I mean, sometimes it's like, oh, you're paid in satisfaction of a job well done. That is what coin? Would you agree? Like, in what coin are you paid? Oh, you're paid in a job well done. You know, so yeah, I mean, you could say, what do workers get paid for their work, kind of thing. Let's see. I have seen the burden of God, and I have seen the burden God has laid on the human race. Okay, man, I really need more light for this. This print is very small. It's like.
What Beethoven,
I mean, actually, that one can stay the same. That's pretty plain. Let's see. He has made everything beautiful in its time. What does that even mean?
I guess that's some poetry to say, okay, everything God has done is good, or something like that.
Well, what's the in its time? I mean, does that mean as soon as something starts to exist as a discrete entity, it becomes beautiful? I mean, what does that mean in its time? Does it mean that, like, you grow into being beautiful like puberty? What the fuck does that mean? You know? And he has also set eternity in the human heart. yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. Eternity in the human heart? What the frig does that mean?
Oh, it's
You
like the
know?
law being written upon your heart. Yeah. Well, how
And
about
just say, yet no one can grok God.
this?
You know?
How's this? Does this sound any better? What profit hath he that worketh in that wherein he laboreth? I have seen the travail which God hath given to the sons of men to be exercised in it.
Okay, shut up, Shakespeare. Um,
Exactly. That's the KJV.
yeah, but I mean, seriously, it's like the Bible reads like really, really bad college poetry, and it doesn't have to.
Group, I implore thee.
Uh, and like you notice how, and granted, this happens mostly in comedy, but you notice how every Bible verse seems to start with the word "and."
Yes,
And
yes.
he led them unto a high mountain, and and the Lord said, blah, and all this shit. And it's like, okay.
Well, who was it that said something about the Book of Mormon? If you took out every instantiation of "it came to pass," you would have a pamphlet.
Well,
Is that Mark Twain? I forget.
there's this one sci-fi series that I've stopped reading because it got super repetitive. It's, spaceships shooting at each other a lot, but it's done in sort of like closer to old. Well, let's put it this way. The basic idea is Horatio Hornblower in space with a female protagonist. So they're shooting missiles at each other as broadsides rather than any other kind of weapon. And when these missiles explode, they don't like explode like a normal missile shaboom. They actually explode by shooting lasers at the ship, right? And constantly, like 50 times a book, this guy will say, and then the bomb pumped lasers slashed into the enemy fleet or whatever. And I could go the rest of my life and die happy, never again reading the words bomb pumped lasers. Dude will not stop saying that. And it's like, so if you want to say that you get a pamphlet out of the Book of Mormon taken out, and so it came to pass, you take out bomb pumped lasers from an Honor Harrington book, and pamphlet.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. Yeah, there's stuff you can overuse, and then there's the overuse that you can overuse.
Mm.
And by the time you're finished with it, it's like, shut this shit off. You say I'm not annoying. At least, that is one good thing about Vonnegut. You don't have any "it came to pass."
Yeah, but you probably don't have any rip-roaring space opera adventures either.
I don't know.
You're not getting Star Wars out of Vonnegut.
I'm trying to think of how you might turn Slaughterhouse-5 in that direction, because you do have some outer space stuff going on in there.
Yeah, but you don't got Star Wars going on, do you?
No, you just have aliens that look like plumber's helpers.
No, I don't know. You ever read They're Made of Meat?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, it's this amazing short story about these two aliens just chatting, and they're looking at humanity. They're made of meat.
Yes, no, I remember. Yes. And how did they communicate? Did they flap their meat parts? And yes.
Well, the thing is, I saw a like a short film of it, but the actors were humans, and it was obvious they were humans, and so the whole premise just kind of fell flat. I've often thought about animating it.
Oh.
Yeah. The only thing I might not do for I might not animate it is because animating dialogue is a giant pain in the ass. There's ways around it, especially if they're not human and don't have a mouth orifice, but still like animating lip sync is a bitch.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here it is in Goodreads. I'm going to have to see if I can pull that down and reread that. It's been, oh God, it's been ages. I mean, I didn't remember when you mentioned it, but then as soon as you said started saying that, oh yeah, that one. So it shows you how long it's been.
It's a great story.
Oh
I mean,
yes.
it's not like I haven't had the same thoughts long before I ever read it, but at the same time, it was fun to read it.
Oh my.
Who
I
done
would
it
just love to see.
kitty?
I would love to see a collection of short stories with this and the Niven and a whole bunch of other shit. Pro may be out there already. I don't know. But if it isn't, I want to see it. All those really damn good short stories, like they're made out of meat, like
I wonder.
Harrison Bertrand. That's another one.
Hold on, there. I want to know, like the copyright on "They're Made Out of Meat," because like animating it might get you sued.
It might, because this is I guess it's the first version. It was published in Omni 30 years ago, 1990.
But
So it's well within copyright. I mean, Bisson is still alive, as far as I know. So that's one hurdle you haven't cleared yet.
well, I am seeing that there were 2 films made of it, one in 2005, one in 2010. Short films. And I don't think anyone got sued.
Yeah,
so
but they have to pay some money to do it, right?
I wonder, here we go. External links to the story itself. If it doesn't have a copyright listed on it, like actually printed on it, then that doesn't actually mean anything.
Right.
But it might help. Here we go. Copyright. I would have to try to contact the dude and ask him if it was okay, I guess.
I don't know where he is these days.
Well, his name is right here, and I could probably track him down. Hell, he probably has a Facebook page. A lot of these people do.
Moo, definitely Moo. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, he's an author and shit like that, so maybe he's got a Facebook page, even though he is 78 years old. Beyond the age that I would think of most people having a Facebook page.
Well, but these days you have, it may not even be a personal Facebook page. It may just be, I'm an author. Here's reaching out to people. You know what I mean?
Moo.
So, yeah. But who knows? I mean, maybe you're right. But it seems to me that it's worth a try if I decide to animate it.
Sure.
Obviously, it's going to take a while because I have to finish Quinn Redshift first. No switching projects or adding a new one. That's been the death of projects too many times.
Yeah.
I've been a victim of how long it takes to animate, and my enthusiasm for what comes out of my head meets too many times. I will finish Quinn Redshift, goddammit. Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh, and PJ, I may not have to pay him royalties. He may just say, go ahead.
That's
more than possible. He may say, I'm honored by all means. I mean, if someone came to me and said, I would like to take an idea you had and run with it, I might say, yeah, all right, go for it. If it wasn't something to which I was attached and intended to do more with it anyway. So.
Oh my. Stool just posted to Twitter, the 2 beavers are better than 1.
Yeah. Oh, did he post the song?
Yeah.
Awesome. I do love that. One thing that's kind of funny, during the show, it's kind of not exactly co-hosted by Alan Thicke, but he's in it. And at one point, he's having them do math problems to stabilize the spaceship they're on. And by the way, the control stick of the spaceship looks like a marital aid, and they're both holding on to it while they're solving math problems, right? And the very last math problem, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but they got cut off in the middle of the math problem. But if you look at it, it's a multiplication problem, and the end result is 69.
Okay, then.
Like I think it was like 3 times 23 or something. They're like 3 times 23 is, and then it cuts off. And if you do the math in your head, you're like, oh yeah, 69. This was totally a sex show.
Oh my, yeah, it's I'm trying to remember. It's 23 prime. I think it should be.
Well, it's 3 times 23.
Yeah, in other words, if 23 is prime, there's no question about what the multiplicans are, since there can be only two. Yeah, if 69 is a product of a prime number and another number, those are the only two numbers that can multiply together to be 69.
Oh,
I'm
but that was never the point.
I'm just bloviating.
Okay.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, okay, one thing that absolutely drives me nuts, and I kind of want to hurt people when they do this, is if you post something on like Facebook or Twitter, and then someone either sees something they think is an error, and maybe they didn't read the whole thing and it turns out not to be or whatever, or they have some random fact that's marginally related to the topic. Oh, they gotta say it. Like people love to show off when someone says something and they're like, ooh, I have a nugget. You know, it doesn't matter if everyone already knows it. I'm typing it because you left it out. You know, look how smart I am. It gets irritating after a while.
It just came to my mind because it sounded like you weren't sure what the multiplicans were. But then again, yeah.
No, I was just trying to remember what the exact problem was. And I was like, I know it multiplied to 69. What goes to 69? Well, it was probably 23 because all the numbers are there. You know, like those two numbers, a 2 and a 3, can easily become 6 and 9. What makes both of those? Oh, right, 3. You know, it was just like, I'm not sitting here going prime number this, prime number that. I'm just sitting here going, I know the answer was 69. How do I work backward to what the problem probably was?
Moo.
Oh my. It always struck me as silly that we call them math problems. Like, I know why, but it's not like you're in trouble or danger. It's not a problem. You know, this isn't a detriment to my day, except possibly having to do it. Fuck you, teachers. But
there you go.
But it's not a, like, you know, it's not a crisis. It's not a math crisis. It's not a math problem. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get what they're saying. It's kind of like the first time you find out that there are doctors who aren't medical doctors. You know, or the first time you find out that engineers don't only drive trains, you know, it's that kind of thing where it's like, but it's not a problem. It's not an issue. It's not a crisis. Don't call it a problem. You know, my young first grade brain rebelled against that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, I will have to add, just out of left field, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's great to have PJ here. Hi, PJ Smith. It's your first time here, I think, because I think I remember giving you a wrench and clothing you to cover your nakedity. Great to have you here, honey. Oh my.
Oh, I know that look in your eyes. You are not attacking Columbia. Stop it, Xander. No.
Oh, come on, Xander. Be good. Be good.
His tail's twitching back and forth. He's watching her lick her leg clean, and I can tell he wants to go over there and torture her. And I'm not letting him. I've got my hands on him. He's struggling. You do not get to go over there. And petting him seems to be a good deterrent. Although I would hate to have him associate. I'm going to attack Columbia to get pettings. I'd hate for that to turn into a thing.
Yeah.
Like when I first got him, and when Purple had sent me a whole bunch of like survival gear for the lockdown, he sent a bunch of kitty treats, and they came in these like plastic packages, kind of like this. And now, if you ever hear the sound of this, Xander and Columbia will come running because they think it's kitty treats. They associate the sound of a bag like that with kitty treats.
Yeah, he gave me some of those for my birthday last year. I can't remember if they were officially from him or officially from Sloth Girl. Yeah, but he had an entire box of Stuffses when he came here to pick me up and take me to Kentucky, because that was right around my birthday. You know, the protest was, I think, the 6th of July that year. And all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, I can see the bag. I cannot remember what they were called, and I'm sure that it makes absolutely no difference.
Well, point being, though, is that I don't want I'm going to attack Columbia to become an association with pettings the same way I'm going to crinkle a bag is associations with kitty treats. You know, that would set a horrible precedent.
I don't think I'd ever run into a problem with any of that. I know that I did an unintentional association. I think I've told the story many times. The Pavlovian sort of thing, where when Miranda and Ariel came to live with us, I'd be filling the bowl, and just as a joke, it'd be, me, and they'd hear the food, and they'd come running. And it didn't take very long for me, without the food, to bring them running.
Sometimes, like, I don't know, it's weird because when I go to feed the cats, I clap twice, just clap, clap, like that, right? Now, Columbia knows that means you're getting fed. Xander hasn't figured it out yet. He only realizes, Columbia's running towards the bowls. Maybe I ought to.
Okay, so he picks that up. Yeah. Picks up and runs with that. Literally.
Yeah. But he doesn't, the double clap means nothing to him. It's weird.
I know the weird thing that happened, I mean, in my stuff, when Winston was still with me, he appeared to know when I was talking to him, even if I was not looking at him or saying his name. Because more than once, you had a situation where, I'm talking to one of the other kiddies, and then Winston's over on the couch over there, and look toward the ceiling, and he looks right at me. What? And as I say, this happened more than once. So he somehow seems to have got the picture that I meant him. But he was such a good kitty. I love Winston. For those of you who don't know, he was the one who was gay as a picnic basket. Oh, hi, dear Columbia.
She is so timid. I don't know what it is, but like she doesn't understand an invitation to lap sits. She doesn't. And petting her does not let her know she's welcome. Placing her on my lap, she runs away instantly. But she'll always like one paw, just, it's okay, right? I can sit here, right? Right? It's all right. And I'm like, it's fine, but I don't want to scare you off, so I don't want to say anything just because, yeah. I regret that timidity because Xander has taken it as an opportunity to monopolize my time.
Okay, then, yeah.
Because
Which,
he's
of
old.
course,
He says, I want the lap. I'm taking the fucking lap. But Columbia, gotta convince her, gotta coax her.
and of course, she can't be feeling too good about that because, yeah, she's getting her human stolen away.
And I think I said it earlier, but when she's on my lap, Xander tends to show up with all of his jealousy and like try to attack her so she'll run away and he can have the lap. Which is actually the reason I got rid of got rid of Ivan, because he wouldn't stop doing that. And like now it took a lot longer for it to manifest in Xander, but now I'm like, I don't want to lose my connection to Columbia, but Xander's not really making it easy.
Moo.
And also, he is one determined little kitty. If you try to block his access to something he wants, oh, he'll find a way.
Oh, gee, I don't know anybody like that.
Oh, if he wants me to pet his head and my hand is like resting on something, he will just shove his head under my hand to get the petting.
That never happens here, ever.
I'll be sitting here animating or something, and he's trying to worm his way under my wrist.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
You know.
What's really interesting, now that we're talking about that sort of thing, I used to have the cat bed next to my desk. I'm sitting okay, here's my hand. Okay, so on this side of the desk, just off camera, that's where the cat bed would sit. The little one has now taken to moving the cat bed off to the side, closer to the other side of the studio, to where she can keep her eye on me. And if I move the cat bed back, she takes it back to where she had it. It seems intentional on her part, where she wants to be in the cat bed, but yet she wants to see what I'm doing and stuff like that. That's just started recently.
Does Xander still have the fetish? I assume you mean my feet, and why, yes, he does.
Shut up, Clarion.
He was licking my feet front to back last night while I was trying to sleep.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I don't know. It's interesting how kitties can express whatever it is they're expressing. I don't know if it's affection or, as you say, he's got this thing about feet,
Well, I mean, cats have been known to groom each other as well as themselves. So maybe he's just.
That's what I'm wondering. Is it grooming you, or is it just there's something about your feet that he likes?
And yeah, either my feet have taste, or Xander has no taste buds. Unless, of course, you mean he has taste as in refined taste, a refined palate for me, apparently.
Yeah, there you go. No, yeah. I can understand why. Refined, defined, sublimed. I don't know.
Huh?
Pine Snake says, yes, refined.
Okay.
Refined, defined, sublimed.
And yet he is chewing on the Doritos that is me. I mean, it's like
you gotta have something going for you then. I mean, what the hell?
You got pate de foie gras, and then you've got a pack of Skittles. And I'm not the foie gras over here.
Oh man, you talk about horrible stuff. The foie gras coming from a force-fed goose
with cirrhosis.
Yeah, you've got to torture this animal in order to get the fat liver, which is literally what foie gras is.
Well, one of my favorite comedians these days is Jim Jeffries. And he does a great routine about foie gras. And he's like, who was the first person to figure this out? You get some guy who's going, hey, everyone, I was torturing geese, and guess what I discovered?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, it makes me wonder, like, how did anyone first figure out how to make alcohol that won't kill you when you drink it? Alcohol that's fun to drink. You know, I mean, how do you come up with beer? How the hell do you come up with, like, oh, hey, guess what we can do?
Actually, yeah, I can kind of.
Canadian.
Alrighty then.
Sorry,
Yeah,
pine steak. If you look at that
I,
comment.
I can see a way that you could kind of stumble across that stuff. I mean, let's face it, wine, you have yeast growing on the grape skins. So if you crush the grapes into juice, you get the yeast in there, and then you get the wine. And maybe beer was the same sort of way. That can happen accidentally. But to stuff a goose until it literally can no longer be stuffed, without splitting at the seams, how do you decide that that's a good thing? Yeah. Well,
Well,
even
we're talking about French people who eat frogs and snails. I mean, come on.
there you go. There you
Those
go.
fuckers
Yeah.
will eat absolutely anything, won't they?
I mean, they'll eat stuff I won't touch.
I mean, you could serve them like sauerkraut and roast suckling toddler in frog sauce, and they'll think it's yummy.
There you go. There you are. And that reminds me, yeah, I've still got some sauerkraut in my defriginator, which of course is still going to be good.
Well, like it's ever good. But I mean, I was gonna say something and I completely forgot it. Yeah. I don't think it was about sauerkraut, although I might make a comment about a grouchy German. But I mean, yeah. I don't know. The stuff French people will cheerfully consume. I don't get it.
I've had escargot. I was not, well, I was impressed, but not favorably.
I just look at something and I'm like, okay, if that looks like it could have come out of my nose, or if it looks like it might have been the alien creature that took over the expeditionary fleet that came to their planet, I'm thinking I'm not going to eat it.
Yeah, and it probably didn't help that somebody didn't quite know how to prepare it, maybe because it was gritty.
I've
And
never tried it and I never will. Maybe it's supposed to be gritty.
I don't know, but if it is, then no, I don't want to deal with it.
Also, okay, there's something I've often wondered. Do they gut shrimp before they cook and serve them?
Yeah, you can actually see when you go to the store and you buy the shrimps that are well, sometimes they, yeah, when you buy that are already prepared for you, they've been slit over the underside where you can pull shit out. Now, when you get stuff that hasn't been pre-prepared, you've got to do it.
Sure, but what about sardines and anchovies? Are they gutted and cleaned and all that? Well, I mean, because my main concern here is, are you eating digestive systems that may still be full?
I hate to say it, but you might be. Not okay with sardines. There's not much space to have anything there.
But you're
Yeah,
still going to eat some fish poo.
yeah, pretty much. Now, what I don't remember is how the sardines go about doing the poo-pooing. There are some differences between fresh and saltwater fishies.
It doesn't matter if it's still inside them and you're eating it, you're eating fish poo. I mean, unless they have some way of excreting that isn't like through an anus or something. The I'm just saying.
Let's see. I'm going to find out if I can. Are sardines gutted? Okay, are canned sardines gutted? Let's go there. Most people who eat canned sardines just plop the suckers on some crackers or pizza as is because the cooking steaming process at most canneries softens the bones to the point where they are edible. Well, yeah, that's the bones. But what about the other shit? Literally.
Mm.
Um,
Well, I'm
yup,
looking at
there's still guts in there. Okay, that's from Food Beast.
I'm looking on The Spruce Eats about anchovies, and it says here if you have bought fresh anchovies, chances are they are still whole and will need to be cleaned. Do yourself a favor and clean them at once. Do not waste time, as anchovies deteriorate faster than almost any other fish. It's easy to do, although it can be time consuming if you have many dozen anchovies. So it lists this whole thing about how to clean anchovies. So, yeah.
Yay, that's interesting.
Wonder if they have like machines to do that automatically or a warehouse just full of people gutting anchovies.
I wonder, yeah, because they don't come in standard sizes. Um, I
Well,
mean, maybe you've got a bunch of low wage people standing there with a knife. Yeah.
I'm picturing that scene out of Willy Wonka where they're all like unwrapping chocolate bars to find the golden ticket, and it turns out that they used to unshell peanuts, and that was their job.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it's just this huge factory full of, and it was exclusively women, which I found odd, but they are like peanut shellers, and that's all they do.
Oh, and I seem to have stumbled across the article you're talking about. Yeah, from the Spruce Eats.
Yep.
Lots of nice pictures.
I
Uh,
will never put anchovies on pizza, PJ. No.
Make another diagonal cut from the middle of the first cut, which is the one that chops the head off, to the vent, which is just in front of the anchovy's bottom fin. In other words, the arsehole. Remove all the guts and wash under the cold water. Okay.
So, PJ, question for you. Does anyone ever call you Peach, and do you mind? Because I know a lot of people, like, their name is DJ and people call them Deej and they're totally cool with it. Is Peach cool, or does that just sound like an insult? Because it kind of does a little.
Stool says anchovies are made from rabbit poo.
Wouldn't shock me.
First or second time through, Stool.
Hmm.
Oh man.
When is there a second time through? Who's eating rabbit guts or rabbit poo? Yeah.
A little known thing about rabbits is, they eat. Then there's a first processing run, and it comes out the asshole, and then they eat that stuff, run it through, and then it comes out the asshole, and then it's officially poop.
Huh. Maybe it's just me, but I don't want that digestive system.
Neither do I. No, doesn't work that way.
One thing I didn't know, and I saw someone mention this once, is that rabbits are the only mammal where the scrotum is in front of the dick.
Oh, I did not know that.
I don't even know if it's true because I saw it in a stand-up comedy routine, so it might not be. But I found that interesting.
I'm looking it up.
Well, of course you are.
Oh, okay. Rabbit scrotum. Let's go for the images.
I wonder how often that search comes up on Google. Rabbit scrotum.
Okay, I'm looking at this. And from what I'm seeing, maybe I'm seeing it wrong, but it looks to me like rather than being in front, they seem to be on either side, but not behind. If that makes
Uh,
any sense.
okay, it says here on how to tell the boys from girls on rabbits. The testicles of the rabbit contained within the yeah, that is, they've left a space out between within and the within the thick-skinned scrota. The purple, sparsely haired structures are situated just above, forwards of, and to the either side of the rabbit's penis region. It says.
Oh, okay, okay. Move.
My word, those are ugly. There's pictures on this site. Wow. Well, that's rabbits for you. Oh, don't look at that site. I think those rabbits might be dead.
Okay.
They look like they're being dissected. If nothing else, their underside is shaved.
I cannot say that I have dissected a rabbit. I've dissected quite a few other things, but not a rabbit. Yeah,
Stop being such a wuss and get over here.
I've done vivisection on frogs. I did that whole, pardon me? Yeah, fun, fun, fun.
I mean, the frogs they made us dissect were like, formaldehyded.
Yeah, this was in ninth grade biology when I did this, and the most of the kids in the class got the formaldehydated frogses, but
What, did you request a live one?
the better students in quotes got the live frogs. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I couldn't do that. They're basically saying, okay, here you go, kill something.
And in a horrendous way, by the way, when you really think about it. Now the frogs we did not pith the frogs; they were already pithed. I mean, they were really pithed. They got shit.
Yeah.
No, but I don't know if here it goes. I don't know if anybody wants to hear this, but basically you have a wire with a hook at the end of it, and you shove that up the spinal column, and then you go scrunch, scrunch, screech, screech, and screw up the spine. So the frog is alive, but it's insensate. And then you can go ahead and just take it apart and stuff like that. I mean, we took out the heart and set it in a petri dish while it was still beating, and sectioned the thighs and with the battery and the wires and a bit, ding, 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 shit like that.
I just remember how stinky they were, and I don't know if that was the formaldehyde or the frog itself, but ew.
The formalin part of which is formaldehyde does not smell good at all. No.
Mm-hmm. That was part of why I really didn't want to keep messing around with the frog, was just the stench.
Okay, then.
But I remember, and I think the kids in this were way the fuck too young to be dissecting frogs, but I remember in E.T., there was a scene where Elliot was being made to dissect a frog. And I remember the teacher walking around, and it was vivisection, because the teacher walking around with this thing full of cotton balls that I assume had like chloroform on them or something. And the frogs were all in jars, and he would take one out of his jar, put it in the kid's jar with the frog, and then quickly put the lid back on his jar while the kids put the lid back on their jar. And then they screwed it down and waited for the frog to get knocked out by the cotton ball.
Okay.
But I mean, like, Elliot was how old in that movie? They made us wait until like at least junior high, if not high school, to dissect frogs.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you got this kid who's probably in elementary school dissecting fucking frogs. I don't think so.
Yeah, the stuff that I did, that was ninth grade, and that was the first stuff I'd ever done. I don't know about the other kids, but that's when we did the frogs. That's when we did the embryonic chickens. I brought an incubator into the class, and had that set there, and a shitload of eggs in it. And every day or every couple of days, I forget what it was, you opened up an egg and you looked at the development so far, and yeah, that was all sorts of fun. It was actually. Um,
I'm trying to remember. I think I did the thing where you have an egg and you have to take care of it for a week, make sure it doesn't break.
okay, I don't remember doing
Never heard
something.
of this. Okay, like it's a common trope on TV shows about like high school students where they give all the students an egg. And the whole idea is to like teach them responsibility, kind of like parenting, by taking care of the egg for a week and making sure it doesn't get destroyed.
Okay, must
And
be more
I'm
recent
pretty sure I
thing.
did that, but I'd have to, I don't know. I mean, a lot of my school years are kind of not as well remembered as they used to be, thanks to the seizures. I lost a lot of memory because of the seizures. My parents tell me about shit that happened while I still had them that I don't remember doing at all. Like, I do not remember them as events in any way.
Hmm.
So, I mean, maybe I didn't take care of the egg. Maybe other students had to. I know that came up in school, but I don't remember if I participated.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was the interesting thing too, by the way. And that stuff that we were doing in ninth grade with the frogs and the chickens. You did not get to opt out.
Really?
Not to my memory.
Oh, yeah, but you were schooled in the dark ages. So,
Yeah, well,
I
that's the
mean,
whole thing.
these days you could probably say I object on principled grounds.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now, wait a minute. This was. Okay, how old are you usually in ninth grade?
Well, I would imagine you're probably 12, 14.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking 14. So I was 13.
Okay.
And where was I going with that? Well, more or less, it was a long time ago.
I don't know. There were so many classes they made the kids take where it's like, this is the stupidest thing in the world. Like, I can understand, math, reading, science, history, all of that stuff. But really, what was the point of home economics? Like,
I wish I could have taken that.
they didn't teach me anything that I didn't already know. And the few things that came close were things I was bad at, like sewing.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have picked that stuff up. And well, of course, I was lucky in a sense I got some of it from Bobcat, but had I had to rely on her, for example, to learn to cook, I would never have known how to cook. And if I did know, I would be cooking so badly no one would eat it, including me.
Well, in high school, I went through a cooking jag for a while. I really enjoyed. I mean, mind you, I mostly baked like cake mixes, but I was really into it. And then, just sort of after a while, it became like a mechanical process. It became more of a burden rather than an art form. But I really did enjoy, just building food.
Oh, yeah, I love trying new recipes. If it's something I've never seen before, okay, let me, if possible, try it when it's been made by someone who knows how to do it, and then I'll take a crack at it.
See, rather than something new, I'd rather improve something I already know I like. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've experimented with things that I'd never done before, but generally speaking, it's like, okay, what can I do to make this stir fry better? what can I add? What can I take away? What can I change? Could I use different spices, which actually has worked out rather well? Or like different vegetables, different meat, that kind of thing. Maybe a different sauce, maybe a different condiment, something like that. I mean, like I've tried, say, marinating beef in teriyaki sauce. It does not work, things like that. But I wouldn't necessarily want to try something new because I have so many weird, like food restrictions. Being both a super taster and way back in the day, food triggered seizure sufferer. So, I mean, I tend to like stuff that is. I'm trying to find a right word for it because plain is wrong. The best I can get is unadorned and unpretentious.
What, like Pennsylvania German cooking?
No.
Okay.
No, I was thinking more like, say, Rice Krispies and Campbell's.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Normal food. Like when you go to a restaurant and they're trying to be all snooty and highbrow, nose in the air, and they have all these dishes you like, but they've done something horribly wrong to them. Where it's like, yes, we have a like a hamburger that's been garnished in some wacky ass Greek, Middle Eastern, whatever sauce that you don't like. Like I don't want chutney on my fucking hamburger. I don't want hummus even waved at my sandwich. You know, and like I don't necessarily like I don't hate olives the way some people do, but I definitely don't want like Himalayan green olives with I don't know, pimentos from Portugal or some shit. Just give me a hamburger, give me a real set. You try to garnish it up so much or so weirdly that it's unappealing to me. It's like I think I told you the story about my dad and I trying to find a restaurant, and finally we went to Denny's because I know what I'm getting and I know I'll like it.
Oh, there's something to be said for that, definitely.
Call me low class, low brow if you want to, but damn it, I'm happy, and isn't that what matters? I mean, like someone can say, "Oh, you're eating that? It's so common," and I'm like, "Yeah, and it's uncommonly good."
Okay, now you sound like a commercial for something or other. I don't know.
And you know what? It probably is one.
Oh my. Yeah, I'd like to learn, for example, to do some of the regional cooking, Japanese or Thai, or I'm trying to think of. I mean, there are some Belarusian and Russian recipes out there that I haven't tried yet that I might want to, gee, how does that work? Would it be good? But a lot of it is from the Far East, for example, that I would not mind trying, and I just have to get around to it, I suppose.
Okay, share picture, you.
Okay, we're gonna come up with a Keebler.
Uncommonly good.
There is.
Uncommonly good. All right, I told you it had to be. Yeah, like you say, it sounds like one. I say it probably is one. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was on the other. I was looking at the other machine for a half a second because I have a. I'm trying to recover the backup drive that went at least 2 weeks ago, if not 3 weeks, and the recovery process is so slow that it's probably going to take until November. And no, I'm not kidding.
Okay, but that was way more than half a second. That was at least a minute.
Okay. Oh no! Wait a minute. What are you doing, honey? Oh, okay. Yeah. Somebody was liking his own thing or something. Oh my! Oh my!
Okay, there
Yeah.
is a t-shirt that I've been putting on my Amazon wish list for ages, and it keeps like going out of stock or only being available from new sellers and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, damn it, next time I find this, I'm just buying it.
Okay.
No more wish list because no one will ever. Yeah. So anyway.
Okay. Agfu and stuff and things.
And it is not available still. God damn it. I am so buying it.
Okay, I can't actually quit Discord here. Get that out of there so I don't hear black, black, black when messages come up. And I'm going to have to find out tomorrow how post office deliveries work.
What
What
do
I'd
you
like
mean?
to know is if it's still the case where mail local to a post office is done separately. There, for example, where I used to live, you had two mail slots, one for local, as in this zip code, and then the other one for everywhere else. Because I've got to get some paperwork into various people so I can keep my housing and I can keep a few other benefits, hopefully. And they are so good at what they do that I just got the one for keeping my housing and they want it by the 9th.
Hmm.
They can, with the postal sabotage going on, were I to drop it in the mailbox, where do you even get there?
Well, I mean, I don't know what it's like where you are, and I don't know if I entirely understand what the hell you said at the beginning of this. But I can tell you this much. There are definitely hubs for the post. And they usually spread out like they go from the hub to something local and then out to be delivered. I don't know if it's the same thing when you're mailing something, but it probably is.
For example, I don't know if everybody does this or if anybody does it anymore. When I lived in Homestead years ago, okay, that was zip code 15120. If my mail was addressed to somewhere in 15120, I didn't put it into the regular slot. I put it into the slot labeled local.
Oh, I've
And
never seen that.
oh, okay, okay. Yeah, and it didn't go through all the sorting machines and everything else because it didn't have to.
Well, I've never seen that. Now, you said it was where you were living?
Okay, I used to live in Homestead, Pennsylvania.
Okay, so Homestead, Pennsylvania. How big a town was that?
Basic postage stamp. I think there were 4,000 people at most.
And did it look like civilization, the wrong side of the tracks, the country? What did it look like?
It looked like urban, an old steel mill town.
Okay, nope, too many contradictory factors for me to reason it out what your system was probably like. So I can't tell you. But
Yeah, I mean,
I
it
know
was
that
definitely
like
city.
I know that local mail, I'm pretty sure that's not a thing anymore. I haven't seen multiple mailboxes anywhere near a post office in ages, and I'm not sure I've seen one on the street in years. So, but whenever I have, it's always been one mailbox. No two.
Okay, yeah, because this was mail drops inside the post office building. If you put it in one of the boxes on the curb, it all of it went to one place. But yeah, because and I'm just hoping that these people get what they want when they want it. because I don't know that I can trust mail delivery.
Well, there are some, like, I don't know how it is for you, but here in San Diego and also in Seattle, uh, like you could submit stuff over the internet. Like sometimes they'd have a website where it's basically the form in type it in format, or sometimes if you just take a picture of the document, that's good enough. Email a picture of the document to them, and they're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I am not able to do that with the housing authority. I am able to do that with the help I get paying my Medicare premium.
Okay.
But that's not as critical as,
The housing, yeah.
yeah. I mean, the housing, it's got to be there in a little over a week, or I stand a chance of losing this place. All kinds of fun.
Well, with a week to go, you might be better off finding a ride to wherever the office is or walking there.
If they will let me in.
Well, no, 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 no. They probably have a mail slot on the building itself. There's probably a way to throw documents through the door.
I don't know. I haven't been in that building in a long time. I don't remember what it looks like.
Well, regardless, there's a couple of options actually on that. Just go to maps.google.com, go into Street View, and take a look at their door.
Yeah, because if this is the building, I think it is. Let's see, 500 Amity. Here we are. And let's have a look here. Oh, it's not the building I thought it was. It's that building. Okay, it's in the. I've never been in. It's the building is an old railway station.
Well, I still recommend looking for a mail slot. If you're worried that slightly more than a week isn't enough, I would highly recommend going there in person.
I'm thinking of doing that anyway. I'm just hoping that I could, manage to get in there to drop it. Yeah,
See,
this is
you're not
everything.
going to do it. You weren't thinking about doing it anyway. You were thinking about doing it because I told you.
No, I was actually thinking of would I be able to go down there and would I be able to get in? This is only because of the COVID. You used to go down. You used to go downtown, and I could carry the thing, and I always did carry the thing with me and say, "Okay, here, this is for you."
Yeah, but you may not have to hand it to a human. You might even not be able to hand it to a human. But if there's a mail slot, use it.
Mm-hmm. And well, the interesting, the nice thing about that, I suppose, would be if I couldn't use it, the post office is only a couple blocks away.
And hell, why not go suspenders and belt and send it through the mail as well?
Well, that too. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be
it'll
worth.
actually arrive in time. I mean, if it's just going through the town, a week should be more than enough. But
You never know. I've heard stories. Yeah, this is where this whole everything that's been happening this year is just totally screwed.
I didn't
And
sleep well last night.
you're not the only one, but I feel for you. And that's feel for you, okay, not the other stuff. Okay, now that I know where that is, though, then I can, I'll go down there and I'll try to drop it with them. And I'm just wondering if I should actually pay for priority mail, for Christ's sake. Or would that even make a difference?
Well, whatever floats your ducky, I guess. Have you been procrastinating, or did this show up out of the blue?
It showed up yesterday.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, the post has been getting here on the regular lately, which is great. I don't know how it is where you are, but for a while there, everyone was like, "You can expect lots of delays because of the plague," and I was like, "Yeah, makes sense, I guess." Now it's just like, "Oh yeah, regular mail delivery, no problem. Don't worry about it."
I mean, I'm trying to hold hope. I'll give a plug for Amiga Nuts here. The disk drive that he sent me from his area, which is in and around New York City, got here in I think what 3 days, hon? Did you send it on a Thursday? I got it Saturday morning.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh, that's California. Never mind. Sorry, it's been a while since I've looked up the COVID numbers for San Diego. And it looks like 4,981 in a city of like 3 million. And most people do seem to be responsible about the masks here. There's a few jackasses, but most people seem to be taking it seriously.
Shadow Kitty, yes, Homestead is very hilly. Um,
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. 4,000 cases is, yeah, that's California, not San Diego. And it says here, yeah, except that doesn't make sense. That must just be, oh, that's just for August 28th in all of California was 4,981 cases. It says here, San Diego County, 38,110 cases, 679 deaths.
yeah, and Mage, definitely. It is not the plague slowing the mail down. It is sabotage. Yeah, it's
Oh, well, it was the plague at first. I mean, now you might be right, but say April or March or somewhere earlier in the year, nah, it was the plague.
no, okay, Harmonica Man, I cannot agree with you there. Um, because I'm seeing the slowdown as deliberate.
Well, goodness knows Trump fears the mail-in vote.
Yeah. Oh boy, does he ever? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because has it been said? Has he said it? If there is a mail-in vote, if there's a fair election, he's never going to win.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny how he's just always saying the quiet part out loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's helpful, don't get me wrong, but yeah, he just doesn't, he's not canny in any way.
Yeah. He's like a bull in a china shop, really, when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, no subtlety in the man.
Yeah. And what I really can't say that he's like a bull in a china shop because my understanding is that if you put a bull in a china shop, the bull will not destroy everything in that china shop.
One of these days I really ought to look something up. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I figured. I mean, like I've always suspected that China was from China, plates and shit. But I never actually looked it up to verify. And
I
yeah, that's true. Its
that's
country of
origin.
origin is indeed China. But like it always seems such a weird thing to call your dishes. Like I mean, if you said Chinese dishware, it would make more sense. You know what I
Mm,
mean?
indeed. I don't know who got the idea to do what they did, but they did it, and it's done. And what the fuck am I talking about?
Hmm.
Oh, I just don't know here, but that's beside the point. I don't know anything. Well,
Wow,
I
I
know
don't know
a
if I
little.
can pronounce, like it says here, porcelain tableware or china originated in the Jiangxi province of China. I don't know, Gaingxi, Jiangxi, I'm assuming. China is made from kaolin, I guess, a fine white clay that is made from decomposing granite. And it was in China that the procedures for mixing, molding, and firing such items was developed. Okay.
Da Porozhnia. I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm saying, by the way. So just
We
in case
know you say you don't know what you're saying every time. I mean, this is not a mystery anymore.
Oh my! But as I said, I know a little about everything and a lot about nothing.
I know enough to know that there are things I don't know.
There you go. Yeah,
Yep.
that works.
You know, although I'm sure I must have blind spots. Everyone does. But I mean, I know enough to hedge my bets when I make claims.
Okay, then.
Yeah. You know, it's funny to me how many people like they listen to something I've said and they assume it's my position necessarily because I said it. And you get those people, but you said blah 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 blah. I'm like, did you even listen to what I said? That was an example of what someone else said, or that was me bringing it up to debunk it. It is not my position. But they're like, yeah, but you said it, and I'm like, for context, you know. Some people are such assholes.
Yes.
You know, like when Stool puts an apostrophe on the plural of China.
Oh my. I don't know. That amazes
like
the heck out of me.
The concept, like, you know how they say that a tripod is the most stable structure there is? Well, maybe, but honestly, I think my green screen tripods would tip over less if they were quads.
Yeah, a little redundancy never hurts, really.
I mean, like, I get it. If the ground is uneven, a tri-legged stool makes sense, but it's not. You know, I mean, like, I have a very flat floor. The problem is that the tripods are high, they're tall, so it's easy to tip them over if they're pushed in the wrong way.
Aku.
Stool, how the hell does your finger slip between A and S? Those two are right next to each other.
Oh my. But he's such a sweetie.
Well, yes and no. He's a likable curmudgeon.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about anything of yours that's long and spreadable, Stool. I'm just saying that is not a topic about which I have a scrap of interest.
In some ways, you remind me of Miles Kendig, honey. The main character in the book and film Hopscotch.
I am unfamiliar with this.
Oh my word! It's well, the film is a spy comedy. The book is considerably darker.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, Miles Kendig is played by Walter Matthau in the film. So just take it from there. I mean,
well,
and the leading lady is.
Oh, you're saying Stool reminds you of him?
Yeah, and then Glenda Jackson is the female lead, and yeah, I mean, just put those two together on the same screen, you've got a heck of a lot of good stuff going on.
There was one of those old-timey actors in the Goldbergs. And I really should have looked it up to figure out who it was because he looked so familiar. My first thought was Jonathan Winters, but I think he was too tall. But dude kind of looked like Jonathan Winters.
Wait a minute. The dude was too tall or Winters was too tall?
The guy that looked like Winters was too tall.
God, if I'm hearing you correctly, he had to be, like, hi, how are you? Because
isn't Jonathan Winters kind of a shorty?
I thought it was the other way around. I don't. Wait a minute. Let me check. Just to. I thought he was something like 6'4".
Was he? Because if he was,
no,
then
I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I am wrong. He's 5'10" or was 5'10". He died 7 years ago.
Yeah. Well, let me look here because if he was in the Goldbergs, it'll say. No. In fact, if I'm looking at this right, he died the year that show came out, so probably wasn't him.
Moo.
Let me see. Gosh, I don't know which episode this is. Right. Oh gosh, it might have been season 2. I got really far into this show the first day. Hoping they have a picture of the guy as the thumbnail because that'll make it so much easier to find. Wow, I got most of the way through season 2. Yikes. Oh, yeah. Also, I have to blame this show for getting that New Kids on the Block song stuck in my head. Let's see. Okay, I don't think I got to episode 12, so that helps.
Man, talk about getting songs stuck in the head. I've had Satin Doll jammed into my head for the last 2 weeks.
Don't know it.
Oh, Duke Ellington signature.
Well, that's why I don't know it. No, the one I had stuck in my head was The Right Stuff. The problem is I don't know the lyrics to that song. I do know the Weird Al lyrics, but I don't know the lyrics to the actual song. So that's what's been going through my head, but I object to the tune more than anything else. You know?
Okay, then.
So I'd rather it wasn't stuck in my noggin. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I'm sure it happened after that episode, didn't it? Shit. I don't know what episode it was. I really should have looked when it was on, or when I first saw it.
This is crazy. This is absolutely...
What?
It's poo-poo. Somebody on the... Okay, this is called the Food Insider, whatever it is. Put a tweet up. Somebody is making a living making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, in quote, that are basically an upscale Uncrustables.
I don't know what that is either.
An Uncrustable. Think of round slices of bread. Okay, and then you put some peanut butter on one, and you put some jelly on it, and you put the other slice of bread on, and then you crimp the edges while cutting the crust off.
So a Pop-Tart, a peanut butter and jelly Pop-Tart.
More or less, yeah. And it's for the kids who will not eat the crusts on the bread.
Sure.
It's like, screw you. It's on your plate. Eat it or go hungry. God damn. Um,
I mean, like, I get why people want the crust cut off. I've never minded very much. But, when it's something like, say, French bread, where the crust is like a credit card, I say take it off.
Okay, I'll give you some slack there. Yeah. Oh my, yeah, that is the kind of stuff that I would reserve for dipping into soup.
Yeah, I get you. Although I still, like, I would only look at the crust as what you hold on to.
Or
It's
the
not
other,
what soaks up the soup or the sauce or whatever it is.
right? Yeah, but you're holding on to the crust so it doesn't go to all.
Well, yeah,
You
but
have
it's
some,
not something necessarily to eat. Goodness
right?
knows the number of times I've had like half of a bit of French bread or whatever, dip, 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 eat like a watermelon, throw away the rind.
Now, have you had the soups that are served in the spherical loaves of bread?
Well, I've never been inside a spherical load of bread, so I can't like tell you what they serve inside of one.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. But I love that sort of thing where you've got the looks about the size of a grapefruit or something like that. You've got the top cut off, and you dig the bread out, and you pour the soup in, and you eat the bread you dug out with the soup that you poured in, and the crust holds it all together because, as you say, the crust is like a cross
Now,
between a credit card and a cinder block.
now, if you'd said soup bowl bread, I would have got you.
Oh, okay.
Because I have definitely encountered that.
Yeah, I haven't done that in so long. I love doing that.
I've
Uh,
never seen one in person. I've seen pictures, but I've never seen one in person.
you know what I'm going to have to do? That's something I'm going to have to do when I make the black bean soup. I'm going to have some of those and cut it
Now,
open
hold
on
on a
camera.
sec here, though, because you're these days you call them African American beans.
Oh, okay, fine. Or how about beans
Sorry.
of color?
Yeah, I'm just I'm just being a brat. Um,
Frijoles negros. How's that sound?
that sounds mildly racist too, but only because people have usurped the like Spanish word for black to be a slur.
Yeah. Because I mean, sopa de frijoles negros. That's black bean soup, for Christ's sake. And
Although
it's even.
you know what's fun is to pronounce foreign languages phonetically. Frajolis or
Yes.
like you're trying to order fajitas and it's like I want your fajitas.
Yeah, what you want? What?
So
Yeah, absolutely, Mage. Yeah. Uh-huh.
what do you say? Uh,
Broccoli cheese
huh,
soup, bread bowl.
never had it. I'm not sure I've ever had a cheese soup, but it sounds
Yum, 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 yum.
potentially amazing, potentially horrific.
Depends on how you make it. Yeah.
Oh,
The stuff out of the can from Campbell's, just throw it away before you even, but a decently
like,
made cheese soup. Thank you. I'll have to make one
I'm
of those.
assuming it's similar to chowder or to
Mhm.
like cream of whatever soup.
Yes. Mhm.
I've tried things like cream of broccoli and it's grody, and it's not the broccoli, it's the broth. It seems wrong somehow. It seems like I'm trying to eat like ketchup. Like it doesn't taste like it. But the consistency, it just doesn't feel right.
Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, I could see how you might see it that way.
It's like hot pudding. Just doesn't work.
Yeah, I know people who will dig into this stuff, right just after it's cooked and before it's allowed to set. And no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I'm just gonna skip. This cheese.
Although, if you're in the right mood, warm
Hmm.
tapioca can work.
I don't like tapioca. It's creepy.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain it, but there's just something about eating tapioca. It's like eating boogers, spherical boogers.
I made a great deal of tapioca when my ex had dental surgery because that was all she could eat for about 10 days.
Okay.
And I mean, it wasn't all that bad. I like tapioca anyway. So, I dig in and eat some too. But, what can I tell you? For the longest time, I thought that tapioca was the only pudding there was. I thought when somebody said pudding, they meant tapioca because that's all I got until I was what, maybe about 20?
You know what I find really odd is when the British refer to all desserts as pudding.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, okay, but
How
that's
can you have any pudding if you won't eat your meat? Yeah.
I was thinking, how can you have pudding when it's actually cake?
Well, there are so many things that they call pudding. I mean, main courses that, black pudding is a sausage.
And you know what? Every time I hear black pudding, I mix it up with black powder, and I have to remind myself, no, it's not
Okay.
an explosive. At least it shouldn't be. Maybe if it was improperly cooked, it will cause something to explode. But
I have to, in the next couple of weeks or so, see if I remain alive, go down to the Strip District where all the food places are and get some black pudding uh, and maybe one or two other, portobello mushrooms too, because I want to make up a full English breakfast. And that would be enough food for 2 days right there, which is, let's see, the sausages called bangers, bacon, couple eggs, the fried mushrooms, fried tomatoes, pork and beans, toast, tea. It'll keep you going all day, really.
well,
Uh,
to what Critical Cripple said, and it's a shame he ran away, but pudding is not a course. Dessert is a course. Pudding is a substance. Pudding is something kind of slimy that tastes like butterscotch or chocolate or vanilla or something else. But it's not the course itself. It's the actual dish.
there you go. Oh my! And then, yeah, what am I thinking
And
here?
you know what? Darn it. Your chips are fries, not chips, fries. And crisps are chips. Get it right, you people.
And then there's the other one. There's the other one I want. While I'm down there finding black pudding, I want to get Parmesan Romano and guanciale. I think it's called guanciale.
I don't know those other two, but Parmesan is so disgusting. It smells literally like vomit.
Oops.
Like
Uh,
I wish I was even kidding. It smells genuinely like that's not what you eat. That's what you ate.
Okay, I like the way that is. There we are, guanciale. Let's see, how are we pronouncing it here? Tista patranta. Guanciale. Okay, or guanciale.
Corn. What the hell?
I don't know. But this stuff is an Italian cured meat product prepared from pork cheeks.
Pork cheeks. Okay.
But the two cheeses and the guanciale go into spaghetti alla carbonara. Yum, 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 yum,
Yeah.
yum, 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 yum.
Mage gray there, yeah, maybe it doesn't smell that way to you, but well, maybe it's related to being a super taster. I know that taste and smell are linked in some fucked up ways. Like, you know
Oh
how
boy,
it's
are they
supposed to
ever.
taste different if you plug your nose? I've never
Yes.
actually had that happen. I don't know why, but I suspect that like I'm detecting things in that cheese that other people aren't. I don't know how anyone can yum that up, but then again, I don't know how anyone eats like Limburger or strong provolone. So,
Oh, my Ditko
oh,
used to
also,
love.
real quick, I'm pretty sure it's Mage Grey Wolf. I need to say this too. Let me check real quick. I know that the rules of the Bionic Dance Facebook group say that there will be no warnings given, but if indeed it was you that posted those Shatner memes, I don't want to have to kick you out. So if it was you, well, yeah, it says here, John Grey Wolf. I'm assuming that's you. If it was you, fucking remove those because I said no Shatner memes. So I'm telling you right now, you fucking get rid of that shit or I gotta kick you out, assuming it is indeed you.
Oh, boy, boy.
You know, because I've known you for years. If it's you, I don't want to punt you out because I'm sure that means the end of a friendship. But fucking remove those Shatner memes, okay? Assuming it is you. But I mean, because let's face it, Grey Wolf, I'm sure there's tons of those on the internet. I'm not sure how many of them I know, but it's a reasonable guess that we're talking about you.
I don't know how many gray wolves would there be in, say, Oklahoma.
Where the wind goes sweeping down the plain?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the reservation and all that stuff. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
But or in the Dakotas, there's another one for you. Yeah,
Apparently, Stool likes it when I get feisty. I'm starting
Ooh.
to suspect he might have a wee smidge of a crush.
Hey.
Well, you know, I started to suspect that G-Man had a crush when he wouldn't leave me alone. Like, it wasn't even he was teasing me or anything. It was more a matter of he would not stop trying to get me to interact with him.
Okay, then.
And I started to think, you know, dude boy kind of likes me in a way. I suspect anyway.
Yeah, it's you never know. I mean, he's got his proclivities.
Eh, unfortunately for him, he's a little male for my tastes.
There you go. Oh my. Easy am I not to knowing. Easy am I not to knowing?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm still trying to find whoever the hell that actor was, and I can't. I don't know who it was. Like, I'm going through all of the episodes, episode by episode, just to see if I can find this fucker, and I don't know where he is. I do love that Patton Oswalt is the narrator of the Goldbergs. I love Patton Oswalt. He is so funny. And he's a complete geekatron, which doesn't hurt.
Okay.
Well, I am so not finding this. Oh, who's my little Zandy Poo? I don't know. Do you have conversations with your cat like they your cat meows and you're
Oh,
like, "Yeah, I know." You know, cat meows again. Yeah, but you just gotta, you know, deal with it, don't you? You know,
oh, absolutely.
oh, you
With
want your head scratched.
Sylvia, we will have the conversations, but I'll tell you, the master or I should say, mistress of conversing was Miranda. We would have extended conversations, me at the desk and her at one of the chairs that was nearby. It was like a dining room chair, basically, and to sit there and ow. Yes, honey, I know about that, but if you do it that way, then it's really no good. Meow, 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 meow. And the whole thing like that.
I'm a little confused by what Stool just said. Why on earth are you going to buy British fish and California Highway Patrol officers?
Oh my! And then Eric Estrada just came into my head, and I don't want him there.
Yeah, I don't think Eric Estrada should be coming in anyone's head.
Yeah.
And I am still smelling popcorn. My neighbors must be cooking up a hell of a batch.
Oh my! Oh, that's what else I'm gonna do. I do have this stuff, and I'm happy about that. Before the summer is over, and as long as I've got the food stamps, because I've been getting $180 a month in food stamps lately, because of the plague and everything. So yeah, I wasted some. I bought New York strip steak and 2 half-pound strip steak. So grill one, freeze the other, and yeah, I mean, I might as well get some use out of this grill before I probably have to get rid of it because I really have no place to keep it. And it was only $18, I think, and I've got a good bit of use out of it. But
I really should look up a good recipe for steak, because while I've had steak that was really well prepared at restaurants, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
oh, okay, it's one thing that I've discovered. It's all in the timing. Um, when they say 3 minutes aside, for example, they mean it.
Yeah, I was thinking more about like how to garnish it, or like various condiments, that kind of thing. Like because when I'm done cooking it, it's kind of plain. Like I need salt on it at least.
Okay, I rather like Worcestershire sauce.
Hmm.
That's my
I've never
personal.
had it. I don't know if I'd like it. I know I like barbecue sauce. I think I like A1, but I don't know what Worcestershire sauce is like.
It's got a heck of a taste to it. It could be described as strong.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
not helpful. What's it like? What's it similar to?
well, let's see. It contains anchovies.
Ah, I'll skip it
Yeah,
then.
okay, I'm just curious now because I've got a bottle of it in the defriginator. I want to see what's all in it. Oh,
Ugh.
I am old. Did I mention I'm old?
Yeah, you mention it a lot. I think you kind of want us to think it.
Okay, he's checking there. Okay, here we go. Worcestershire sauce. And what is in this stuff? Ingredients. I have to take my glasses off to read this. Distilled white vinegar, molasses, malt vinegar, sugar, salt, garlic. Uh, let's see. What is that? Tamarind. There we go. Caramel color, spices, anchovies, uh, and then some chemical stuff.
Oh, the guy I thought was Jonathan Winters was actually a very, very, very old Paul Sorvino.
Okay,
You don't know Paul Sorvino, do you?
I don't think I do.
Okay, he was Paul Cicero in Goodfellas.
Not helping.
Oy, okay. He's been in a lot of shit, but I'd have to look it all up. Apparently, he was in. Oh my God, he played Lips Manless and Dick Tracy. There was so much makeup on him, you'd never know it. Uh, let's see. Oh God, that's right. He was Colonel Spears in The Stuff. That's right. Okay. Let's see. What else has he been in? Wow, he was on Next Gen. He played Nikolai Rozhenko? Really? Huh. I'm gonna have to rewatch that episode. I do not remember that. Let's see. He played Henry Kissinger in Nixon. He played one of the Capulets in the Romeo and Juliet movie that I assume is the one with Lenny DiCaprio in it. Wow, he was on an episode of Duckman. I never watched Duckman, but still. Gosh, a lot of this stuff he's in I haven't seen. Well, regardless, it was him. And yeah, he's a big fella. Like, what do we have here? 6'3", it says, and he's not a small man.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, 6'3".
Well, no, I don't mean tall. I mean girth.
Oh, cataposta.
Yeah.
Whatever that meant.
But yeah, Paul Sorvino. Wow, I did not recognize him. Okay, let's see. So Paul Sorvino, the Goldbergs. Let me see if I can pull up a good picture of him from the Goldbergs. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Copy image, paste, and then StreamYard, share screen, application window, clipboard, go. Okay, see dude on the left?
Okay, dude on left.
You see how I could mistake that for Jonathan Winters?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Moo.
So, wow. Change his hair and Paul Sorvino looks like a completely different guy. Weird. Well, anyway, glad I finally figured out what the fuck episode it was. Because that took a while. It was season 2, episode 9. And it doesn't help that the episode description only describes one of the subplots.
Okay.
That's why I had to keep going through them all. Because well, anyway. I wonder what else the main character from this show has been in. Because honestly, I don't recognize him, but the show started yonks ago, so for all I know. Huh. Oh, that's not a show I ever want to watch. Dude, there was a series for Big Hero 6? Now I want to watch that because I loved that movie. Was he also... No, he wasn't in the actual movie. Okay, well... When the hell was this little schmuck born? It doesn't say. It usually says. Huh. Well, whatevs.
It does not say. Then it is poo-poo because it does not say.
Like, even if the actual kid is not as precocious as his character, he's pretty precocious as an actor because he delivers some pretty complicated lines. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Never did see the Emoji Movie. The very idea, the concept seems silly to me, but he was in that too.
The Emoji Movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just saying.
Is am I to this too up to looking to making?
Okay, so he wasn't playing the main character in Big Hero 6. That's why he wasn't in the movie. All right. I do think it was a little on the nose to name the main character of Big Hero 6 Hero. I mean, yeah, the kid was Japanese, but still, that's like I say, a little on the nose.
Okay. So the entire cast of this Emoji Movie is emojis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, hell, they made how many movies out of Legos?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of them.
Well, regardless, it just seems to me that there are a lot of things where you try to make a movie out of it, and I'm just like, why?
Okay, then. And then, of
Wait,
course, there's a little.
what Mage Grey Wolf just said, they were nothing like how they were in the comics. Were there Big Hero 6 comics that I don't know about? Because if it started as a comic, I did not know that. And so, well, the comic I'm looking at is very much in an anime style, that's for damn sure. And yeah, his compatriots don't quite look. Wow. The robot character is definitely not the inflatable blob he was in the movie. Wow. Okay. It's funny how many movies are based on comics, and I didn't know it until after I saw the movie. Like Guardians of the Galaxy. Had no idea when I watched the movie that that was part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Not a fucking clue, right? But I watched it, and then it started to become mildly apparent because a lot of the characters were folks I'd heard about but never watched their movies because I burned out on superhero flicks. But I had no idea. I saw the trailers and I was like, this looks like a pretty rockin' space opera. Obviously, I'm going to watch it. Had no idea it was related to the MCU.
MCU. That sounds almost.
Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that sounds almost like something you would find in the guidance system of a nuclear missile or something.
Well, it is a TLA.
Okay.
3-letter acronym.
Move beef.
I don't know. I made a meme a while back that nobody thought was funny, but it was this crowd of people, and like the text was 3-word chant, 3-word chant. You know,
Jesus. Yeah.
that seems like something you could do as a flash mob. Get a bunch of people with like signs that maybe say complete nonsense or sound cryptically like they could be political, and just have them marching going 3-word chant, 3-word chant, and just like see what people like, how they react. What the frick is this?
Are flash,
What do these people stand for?
are flash mobs still a thing?
Well, during the pandemic, probably not.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
If there was no pandemic, probably. I mean, hell, if you walk around the Prado during the weekend here in Balboa Park, you'll occasionally encounter furries. You'll occasionally encounter cosplayers. There was this one really grouchy ass dude who would dress as Santa and just walk around. And it wasn't even December.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Of course, I do also live in San Diego's neighborhood, and there's a few uninhibited people here. There's like this one dude, you can catch him usually around midday, who sort of like prances around on the sidewalk and occasionally does cartwheels and handstands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, cartwheels on the sidewalk, if you do that enough, doesn't that kind of scrape up the palms of the hand?
Well, it's not like the hands are sliding on the pavement. You're just resting on them as you go over.
Okay, because I was thinking that there would be some sort of friction involved in contact of hand to concrete.
Well, I mean, a little, enough to keep you stable, but it's not like you're going scrape,
Well, yeah. You know what I mean?
He seems to do like 2 cartwheels per block. So.
Okay. You know what I miss is slate sidewalks. Have you ever been?
One? I've encountered brick, but not slate.
Oh, yeah. They were very common in Cleveland when I was growing up. Well, Cleveland's not that far from the Slate Belt, northeast Pennsylvania, where there a lot of slate is quarried. And I'll tell you, those slabs of slate could withstand nuclear attack. It was beautiful. They lasted for well over a century.
Well, if you say so. I've encountered slate walks, and maybe someone built it wrong, but there were a couple of big slabs where I could put a foot on one side, a foot on the other, and do this. So.
Somebody didn't take care. Yeah. No, you want to prepare the bed, definitely.
Sorry, what Harmonica Man said there. How about no more protests as a joke march? There's a movie called PCU, which stands for Portchester University, but it also stands for Politically Correct University, because everyone on campus is an activist. But they take it so far into like SJW territory that the one cool, not actually a frat because frats were banned because, politically correct, the one not frat that's kind of cool on campus and sort of laid back, stages a "we're not gonna protest" in that movie.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So it's a great flick because they take the piss out of SJWs, but they also take the piss out of the people who take the piss out of SJWs. So it's like, it's not so much Karens because it's mostly guys, but in fact, it's entirely guys because they're based on an underground preppy frat. But yeah, they take pot shots at the privileged as well as the outrage culture.
I'm liking it already.
It's a great flick. It really is. And it's actually got a cast of people that at the time weren't exactly famous, but now kind of are. Like Jon Favreau is in it. You'd never recognize him, but Jon Favreau's in it. And Jeremy Piven and a few other folks. George Clinton is in it. Like there's a couple of songs by Parliament Funkadelic in it. Let's see, PCU, because I want to get Jon Favreau's character up here from PCU, because seriously, no one will ever recognize him. Oh, Jake Busey's in it. I forgot about that. Jake Busey. Whoops, no, I want to share an application window, not a screen. Fucking hell. Here, share.
Okay. Oh, there we are.
That really ought to make a noise. There, that is Jon Favreau in 1993.
Okay.
Well, it helps if you know who Jon Favreau is, I guess, because he's like a big old director now. Like he is the force behind The Mandalorian, if you're familiar with that show.
I know of it.
Okay, well, and he was in a bunch of episodes of Friends, but here's him now. Right? And here's him sort of around about the time when he was doing Friends, right? So you compare that to when he was playing Gutter on PCU, and it's like, okay, that's the same guy.
Oh,
right?
my, oh my, okay.
Yeah. And like Jake Busey in PCU is that guy on the left. Right? He's playing a stoner, obviously.
Obviously.
But yeah, that's Jake Busey. Man. Anyway, great flick. Really is.
Oh my, you're gonna love Stool's change of plan, Kate. Fish and chips is too decadent. Gonna buy a tin of Spam. Keep my seat warm.
Lovely Spam, wonderful Spam. Lovely Spam, wonderful Spam. Anyway, yeah.
Bloody Vikings.
Spam. I will eat Spam if I have no other choice, because it's not completely disgusting, but I will not seek it out.
Okay.
if someone said, "Oh yeah, this is spam and eggs," I'd be like, "Oh, well, okay."
I
Okay,
don't
what the hell is a buddy? We don't have that in the United States. I've heard it said, like I think they said it on an episode of Red Dwarf or something, and maybe we have it and call it something else because you guys in your Moon Man version of English, I mean, since the hell when is a fanny not your ass? Since when the hell is pants underwear? I'm sorry, you people can't talk. So what the hell is a buddy?
All right, what I get from the Wiktionary here: noun, buddy, plural buddies, Britain, chiefly Northern England, New Zealand, a sandwich, usually with a hot savory filling in a bread cake. What's a bread cake? The most common are chips, bacon, sausage, and egg. Let's have a bacon buddy.
Okay, this is terrifying what I'm seeing here. It could be good, but it just share a picture, please.
Daddy. Oh, that one. Yes, yes, yes. I was
That
looking.
that looks crazy pants. Now, maybe if those French fries were thinner or if they were hash browns, okay. But no.
This looks like something you'd get at Primanti Brothers restaurants here, or as they call them, Primanti restaurants here in
Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
I don't know what that is. We don't have that.
It's a local chain of restaurants, and they are known for serving up the French fries in the sandwich.
Okay, here's something I want to know. How the hell do you eat that? Whose mouth is that wide? How the hell do you open your mouth enough to eat that?
God, that's like a Dagwood sandwich.
Wow, I haven't thought about Dagwood in ages. If I remember right, it was the episode of Red Dwarf where Lister was talking about the fried egg chili chutney sandwich. Because I think at one point when he says that, he says buddy instead of sandwich.
Okay.
So, also, as much as I am a stickler for language, sometimes I do love saying sandwich, sandwich, and sandwich. There's just something fun about that. It's along the same lines as fuck that sherbet stuff. It's sherbet, and we all know it.
Well, I'm known to mangle the language. Yes, definitely. I mean, that thing over there where you put stuff to keep it cold, that's a defriginator.
Yeah, I used to say frigibrator.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Thing is, though, it in my never humble opinion, those should be occasional use things. Like I would say frigibrator one time out of 15, maybe. And the rest
Okay.
time it was just a refrigerator or a fridge. I think if you say it too many times, it starts to wear thin pretty quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
One thing I wish I could have, and okay, number one, I don't have the space for it. And number two, I'm not sure how much it would cost to run anyway. I wish I could have a chest freezer.
Well, one of those ones that opens like this
Yes.
or like that.
Yeah, with the flip top box, if you will. And then I could buy a half dozen turkeys in November and have them all year. Or other stuff like that where you need to keep it frozen and everything, but you can't get it all the time. So you just get a whole bunch of that shit and you put it in there and, well, I don't know, half dozen turkeys. Yeah, that's not right. How about a dozen? When they're 70 cents a pound.
Sorry, someone said something I needed to respond to on my latest video.
I haven't seen
because there was this discussion about someone said I should be a diplomat, and I think we discussed this earlier. I'm like, yeah, if I was a diplomat, we'd be at war like constantly. But yeah,
I saw the notification. I just have to watch the film.
I have some associations with those freezers you're talking about. childhood memories. Like, there was this convenience store that me and my friend Brooke would go to all the time in the summer to buy like ice cream sandwiches and those Danny Boy popsicles and all of that stuff, you know? And
Mhm.
all of that was not kept the way it's kept today in like, you know, a big cabinet with a glass door that looks like a fridge. No, it was in one of those chest freezers. And it was one of the ones
Yes.
where you slide it rather than open it. You know what I mean? And it had a glass
Oh, yeah, yeah.
so you could see what was in there, and just that smell of all of the ice cream products, even in their packages you could smell them, and you would just like it triggers all of these childhood memories of, like, you know, me and the neighborhood kids riding our bikes around and going to the various stores. Oh, trolling around the neighborhood for cans so we could trade them in for nickels and get candy. You know, I mean, like, just that one mental image of that freezer and that smell brings me right back to like late elementary school or junior or middle school.
Oh, cans. Okay, yeah, because uh, back when I was in elementary school, you collected bottles.
Well, we did that too,
Those
but I
two
mean,
cents. Yeah.
but I
No,
mean,
yeah.
cans were 5 cents, bottles are usually 10. And yeah, we would get like big garbage bags and just go around the neighborhood searching for cans and bottles. And when we'd find them, we'd usually have like 2, 3 bucks. And we'd go to the store and we'd fill up on like nerds, and we'd get bubble gum like bazooka gum and bubblicious and all those, and we'd get like all bottle caps was a big one. You know those little bottle cap candies? Oh my.
Oh, right.
And, you know, and then we'd also get the ice cream sandwiches and the Danny Boy popsicles and all of those. And man, you know, like I look back on all the shit that happened in my childhood, but I also look at some of the good times, and those associations with those freezers was part of the good times.
Yeah, he had one of those chest freezers, not with the slide, but with the lift. It was two section lids where
Oh, wait,
you'd
two
flip up half. Yeah, it had a seam through the middle. You'd flip it up, and it would fold back over on itself.
oh, the door wasn't 2 layers, it was 2 doors.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
Um,
you had a door here and a door here. They were beside each other, and each of those doors had a hinge in the middle to where it flipped up and over.
A hinge in the middle. So that
Yeah.
it was 2 doors and 2 sections for each door, and they
Yes.
were
Yes.
kind of like sliding, not sliding. You know when you open the door to the bathroom on the airplane, and it's sort of like that to one side. It was like those, yes.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm,
okay.
I'm I'm looking to find, and I don't find this anymore. And it seems that maybe it is a construction that has gone out of style. Because okay, that chest freezer that he had was probably manufactured in 1952.
Well,
So
I
you
mean,
know,
I can show you imagery of what I'm used to. Like what I picture when I picture one of those freezers. Swoop. Oh, I
I've got
did
a pretty good
not
idea.
mean to share a fucking window, but okay, whatever. Um, it's
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
I'm trying to find one. I don't see pictures of one that's like what you described, but I'm seeing one I've never seen before, but it looks so sci-fi that I want it. Uh, that.
Oh, isn't that
Oh,
something?
cool
Yes.
looking as that.
Oh, I see a glass top display chest freezer. Yeah.
Yes, how awesome is that? That looks like if you climbed into it, you'd be traveling on some space voyage for hundreds of years. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed.
But I
Ben
don't
Jerry's ice cream
find the
freezer.
doors like you were describing. Let me
I
see.
don't I don't know if they are there to be found anymore outside of a vintage museum or something.
Yeah, but you'd think of all places the internet would have pictures of one. You know? But
Okay, now this is the closest I can come. Um, let me see if we can. Okay, share.
I tried typing in
Okay,
doors and
what
it
we
didn't.
got here is half of what he had, where
Okay.
the door flips up and back. And you could lift the entire door assembly out
Does that do
to,
that though? I'm looking at that one. It looks like one opens up this way, the other opens up that way. Because it looks to me like there's a handle at the far end.
yeah, and that's the way his were.
So they
You could, you
flip up
could
like
reach
this.
back and bring, yes. Mhm.
Oh, because that's not what I was picturing. I was picturing something
Oh,
where it like in the middle and it does this.
okay,
That's what I
okay,
was
okay.
picturing when you described it. I was not picturing two entirely separate doors and the hinges were in the middle. That's not what I pictured. I pictured them being connected.
Oh, okay. And then with what he had, picture two of those side by side connected.
That's a big honkin' freezer. I
Pretty,
mean, it's
yeah.
the same size of this thing.
Well,
Like,
the each of the compartments were a bit smaller than what you see there, but the whole thing was probably 4 feet long, 2 feet deep, and I'm not sure how tall it was.
hmm.
More than 2 feet, but um, yeah. And then all of the ice cream stuff was in there, and it smelled cold.
Okay. Sure.
Picture that, yeah. There
Sure.
was that aroma that it had, and that
Kind of
is a good memory.
indescribable, isn't it?
Yes, almost a synesthesia sort of thing, but that brings back some good memories. The smell, the aroma of cold.
Well, I mean, mix that with an ice cream sandwich and you got that thing that triggers my memories.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh man,
as much as childhood sucked, there were parts of it that were amazing. And I kind of wish I could go back with the knowledge I have now and do it right.
yeah, absolutely. I've had that thought more than once.
Mm.
But of course, I also have the thought of you get to go back and you get to change something. What guarantee do you have that the change is going to end up for the better?
Well, since when does life give you guarantees?
Yeah, there's the thing. I mean, were it the same, then okay, I have to live the same thing over again. Hi, Von Wreck. Yay.
Oh, hey.
You have to live, that shit over again. But it could also be worse.
Yeah, but it could also be better.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some mistakes I've made in my life that if I were to correct them, life would definitely have been better. Like
We were
as a whole, it would have been better.
we were talking about some of that earlier today, weren't we?
Were we? I don't recall.
Okay, I mean, that was tied up around the time you went to the West Coast.
Oh, that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I thought you meant in a more general sense about
Yeah, okay.
yeah. Um yeah, we did talk about it a bit and I do realize that say for example if I had never moved to Seattle because I had like decided not to be with Kylie or something, I have no idea where my life would be. Not a clue.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never would have met most of the friends I have today through the Seattle goth scene. And I would not, like, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't have had seasonal affective disorder for 20 years, so I would have been less depressed. For all I know, I might never have had the seizures because I don't know what caused the bleed in my brain that created the cavernous malformation.
Moo. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know where my life would be. I never would have gone to the Art Institute. I never would have been an Xbox tester. I never would have worked at Lift Tech or Zombie. There are so many things. I don't even know if I would be a YouTuber.
Okay then.
Like,
Hmm.
because that one event, me and Kylie getting together and me moving to Seattle, would change so fucking much.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, you talk about you wouldn't have been a YouTuber, that sort of thing. Had I not got to get, say again?
I don't know if I'd be a YouTuber. I
Yeah.
probably would because I'd still be an animator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, had I not got together with Melody, I mean, as shitty as that 11 years was, um, that is partially responsible for my sitting here in front of this camera. I got into the online stuff and the YouTube stuff, and especially the news groups. You did the news groups and stuff, right?
I don't think I did. I know I went to a lot of bulletin boards, but news groups, I don't think I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was immersed in NNTP, especially alt support depression,
Hmm.
uh, uh, which, yeah, we had a heck of a community going in that group, that channel, if you will. I mean, if you look at it now, it's all spam. I mean, the entirety of NNTP is spam now.
Well, I mean, ever since the Russians bought LiveJournal.
Yes. Oh my! I spent some time on journal. What?
Well, I was going to say, speaking of which, when I was talking to the YouTube people, right, and I got to give them a piece of my mind, one thing I did mention, I can probably say this because I've been saying it for ages, so the NDA probably doesn't apply. But one of the things I mentioned to them was how much I missed certain features that YouTube used to have before Google took it over, right?
Oh, okay.
And a couple of those things were like the 5-star rating system,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Video
Ooh,
responses. I
yeah.
miss those so much. And so, like, I got to tell them that, and hopefully we'll be getting that shit back. I also another thing I've mentioned this in public many times, is that wow, sudden brain cramp. Something to do with comments, I'm sure. Forget it. Never mind. Wow,
So,
that is so weird to be like, here's all the buildup, and then I forget what I was going to say.
so you're under an NDA from
They,
that little
they,
group.
there were a bunch of things they said, look, you can't really talk about what we talk about, but God damn it, these are grievances I've had for ages. So, I mean, if they want to get snarky about it, I can probably point to video of me talking about it long before we ever had that interview. So, I'm allowed to tell people what I find annoying. No, I remember what it was. Yes, it was to do with comments. It was, we get to see how many up thumbs a comment gets. We never see the down thumbs.
Oh, yeah.
Why
Okay,
is
right.
that thumbs down even there for comments if you can't see like all of the stats?
Yeah, it is interesting to know how many don't like what you did.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm hoping that they take what I've said to them to heart, you know? Because it was a lot of what we talked about in that meeting was very important to me. As a longtime YouTuber, it matters.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to believe they cared about my feedback. Like one of the things that I've been kind of vocal about lately, both with YouTube and actual people, is that the rules we're told to follow and the rules we have to actually follow are not the same.
Yeah.
I've had
Yeah.
videos where I could go through the community standards and say, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. And I didn't do that. I didn't do any of these things you say are not advertiser friendly, but I still got that yellow dollar sign. What the fuck?
Yes.
You know, and I definitely aired that grievance. Believe me. It was like the first thing I said to them. And then they were like, yeah, we're talking about comments more than anything else. And I was like, okay, but well, we'll see. And I've got a Columbia bashing her head into the microphone, which can't sound good to you people.
I don't know. I got just a tiny bit.
You see the dislikes on the video itself, but the comments, not so much. Maybe that's what you mean. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it would help me. See, the problem is that when people down thumb something, sometimes it's the message and sometimes it's the presentation. I've been known to down thumb people's comments just because they didn't punctuate or use capital letters or used all capital letters. You know, it's kind of like you want to punch those people a little bit. And since you can't, I'm down thumbing their ass.
Indeed, he does. Okay, God.
You didn't mention asses in the context of thumbs, though.
There you go. Oh, my stool. £3 for a tin of Spam. Lord. They want $2.99 for a tin of Spam here.
Wouldn't that make his Spam a shit ton more expensive? Where's the dollar in comparison to the pound right now?
Oh, man. Last I checked, it was about $1.30. Let me look.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's the only question is which one is worth more. Because if the dollar is above, is the dollar worth more or less than the pound? We don't need the actual numbers. Which one is it? Up or down?
Less.
Okay, so his price for Spam is way worse than ours.
Greater than, yes, it is by about 30%.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. Like sometimes it bothers me how much less valuable the dollar is now. But, you know, it doesn't really affect my ability to buy things, so I don't care that much. But I'm sure there are some people out there who are like major American exceptionalists who are seething, who are grinding their teeth going, no, the dollar must be the most valuable currency there is.
Oh, my. It looks like
people exist. Oh, who's my little kitty face? Yeah, you like your chin scritchies, do you? Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Looks like the dollar has picked up about 4 cents against the pound, though, in the last 3 weeks.
Okay. Now, I have to admit, I'm not sure how much I'd want to live in, say, Japan and have to deal with yen, you know, where they start in the thousands. I'm like, why just add a decimal point, you fuckers? You don't need it to be like 5,000 yen is worth a penny, you know? Or whatever it is.
This is going to sound worse than I mean it to sound, but I don't think I could live in Japan as far as the Japanese. I'm not sure I'd fit into that culture.
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay. I've never met an individual Japanese person who I really necessarily started to get grouchy with them or didn't like them or didn't even necessarily fit in with them. Mind you, most of them were Japanese Americans, but still, a lot of the actual Japanese people I've met have been like unfailingly polite and deferential. And for someone like me, that helps. But I mean, actual Japanese culture, it's so alien it would be hard to fit in. Colombia, ignore your brother. He's not. Oh, Xander, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Colombia, don't attack him. Okay? God, these two. But like as individuals, the Japanese are great. Colombia, stop. Stop. My word.
This is why Kate doesn't have kids.
No, well, actually, I mostly don't have kids because A, they're expensive, and 2, I don't want to clean up poop. But, you know, Colombia, stop. All right, that's it. You're leaving my lap. Ow.
Did she take some of your arm with her?
She did. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, well, what you gonna do?
On my word. Swallow the grapes. Don't inhale them.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, she definitely slashed me a little.
Oops.
I mean, it's not big, but it's deep. Oh well.
Oh man. We've just done a major trade deal with Japan to sell them cheese. Most Japanese are lactose intolerant. Welcome to Brexit Britain. We are run by incompetent asswipes.
I don't know. It sounds to me like the Japanese are the ass wipes. If they're lactose intolerant, they are probably wiping quite a lot if they're eating cheese. I'm just saying.
I don't know if I don't know what I would do were I to become lactose intolerant.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that tolerance is key, though. That's how we all get along. I say we all become tolerant of the cheese, of the lactose, the lactosians.
Yes.
Yeah. No, wait. The lactosianites. Actually, lactosite sounds like something you'd find in a cave, doesn't it? Here's the stalagmites and the stalactites, and there's the lactites.
Yes. Oh man, I mean, so much of the stuff I so dearly love is based on lactose. For Christ's sake, I mean, I can drink a quart of chocolate milk in a sitting. Ice cream, I can't. Well, it's not that I can't live without ice cream, but I dearly love the stuff. Cheese, yum yum, cheese,
Okay.
yum.
You keep talking about losing weight, and what you're describing is how to turn into a blimp.
I know. My tastes are working against me.
It's like your only option at that point is moderation. Eat less of it.
What the hell is that? For Christ's sake.
Well, I think I described it by saying eat less of it.
But
Shit.
I will say that I've been.
It's awkward, but
Oh no! Oh no!
yeah.
I'd offer to kiss it and make it feel better, but you'd probably slug me.
Well, Mage, isn't corn like technically undigestible by humans? I remember hearing that corn is something we actually can't digest. Let's see. Corn is high in cellulose, which is an insoluble fiber that the body cannot digest. However, the body breaks down the other components. So it's the cellulose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just not breaking down the cellulose and everything. That's the whole thing behind corn dating.
Behind what?
Corn dating. You know about corn dating?
No.
You can tell how long ago you had corn in your meal by the amount of time it takes to go through your digestive tract.
Well, can't you tell that about everything?
Well, it's so much easier with corn because the undigested kernels, that come out in the shit. And okay, so it's.
And
I run it for 3 days.
Asking why they're red.
Who? What? Where? When?
On Google, someone said, "Why is the corn in my poop red?"
Okay. You ate red corn.
Does red corn exist? I've seen purple corn.
I believe I've seen red corn. Let me look.
Let's see. Okay. I mean, I've seen that weird mottled, multicolored tortoise shell thing. Different colors of corn.
Okay, I'm looking at red corn.
Wow, that's diverse as fuck. Some of it looks like candy. That can't be real.
Are you okay? You're looking at colors of corn, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, different colors of corn is what I typed in, but yeah. Share screen, application, bada bing, bada bang, bada fuko. Share screen, please.
Oh, they stop. Oh yeah. Okay, those guys.
Am I right? Oh, like
Where did they get the damn blue
died
corn?
or someone either that was died or someone did some wacky ass breeding. Because look at this.
Yeah, I can see where some of the, like the orange kernel, the orange kernels in the middle. I can see where that might come from.
Well, I
Uh,
think we got ourselves some red corn right here, or at least orange.
yeah, you got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and black.
Hmm.
Oh
And
my!
red. I guess this is supposed to be Roy G. Biv. I never understood why indigo and violet got to be separate. They're both shades of purple. It should be like,
Oh
I mean,
yeah. Well, my understanding is that the person who did that wanted 7 colors. That there were originally 6. There was no indigo. Just red,
but
orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. And then somebody said, no, we have to have 7 colors, so let's invent one.
fine. Red, orange, gold, mustard, green, blue, purple. There, 2 colors.
Yay.
Shades of one of the other colors. Did they have to choose purple, fucking indigo and violet? I can come up with more shades of blue and green than I can for purple. Just saying.
Oh, don't mind me. I had a busta. Okay, so I can kill that window. I got so many windows open.
Hold on a second. I should not have unshared so soon because I found a much more interesting set of colored corn here.
Oh man, I want to know where they're getting the blue corn.
Well, actually, that's red, white, and blue is what that is.
That looks like a bowl of candy.
It is. It's candy corn.
Okay.
But you know what? I don't understand the hatred. I like candy corn. I mean, not in excessive amounts, but if I have like a small handful, I like it. I don't know why they get so much hate. Same with circus peanuts. Now, black licorice, on the other hand, is fucking foul. That's like snot directly from the nose of Satan. But candy corn and circus peanuts, not that bad. I don't know. Like, in fact, they edge over onto good on the spectrum. Not very good, but good. Why the hatred?
Oh my. They kind of taste like mildly flavored drywall to me.
Really? It tastes to me like sugar, like mildly flavored sugar.
I used to love cotton candy as a kid. I can't stand it anymore.
Really? I find it in packages about this size in the supermarket, and I just buy it and yum it up.
Oh yeah, I know about those packages. Yeah. I
Yeah.
haven't seen one in a long time.
Oh, they're you can get them in my supermarket, nearby. Although I have to say, these big and chewy nerds are amazing. I love the crap out of them. Like I know I was trying to describe them to you at one point. They're about the size of a bean, right?
Okay,
And
then.
the outside is like a nerd's coating, and the inside is like a little gummy thing. Like, yeah. Here we go.
Soft and chewy, and then you've got the
candy coating.
Shell.
And I also have Xander sniffing at potentially breakable things, so let me distract him.
Yeah.
Good boy. Good
That
boy.
person, yeah.
Who are you? Xander is who you are.
Being a dead cat.
This package does not contain kitty treats, but that's what he's following every time I rustle it. I shouldn't be eating these. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Oh my. Well, let's see. We might be able to do something about that for a little while anyway.
Well, I have leftover from the Indian I got last night, so I can have Indian food. I can have chicken tikka masala, just warm it up in the microwave. I still have one thing of garlic naan left and a buttload of basmati. So,
Oh, yay. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Wait a minute.
it just occurred to me. Those folks that I did the YouTube interview with, where I got to give all that feedback, wonder if they watched any of my videos.
Okay, Stool, you might want to take a little look in your thingy-doos.
Also, I'm noticing like either their machine learning system for their algorithm has gotten a little more tolerant, or they decided to whitelist my channel after the interview. But either way, I'm not seeing the yellow dollar sign so much anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, another thing I suggested, and like this is not merely for YouTube, it should be for like Facebook and Twitter too, is if you ever get into any kind of trouble or if you get the yellow dollar sign you want to protest, I want a dialogue box to explain why you think it's okay. Why, yes, that picture I posted on Facebook has hate speech in it, specifically to debunk it. I'm portraying it as a bad thing. It'd be nice to have that ability to explain your reasoning. But, you never have that. You never get to say anything. It's a pain in the ass. So hopefully that will become a thing too. And I said I shouldn't be eating these. God damn it, they are so tempting. Like I could just yum up this entire package.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Well, I had to order this off Amazon because I couldn't find it locally. So once I'm done, my access is cut off. Unless I'm it's a pain in the ass to order it. So
you know what I really miss? Do you remember triple decker bars?
Nope.
Okay, they were
strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate in one.
They were three kinds of chocolate. On one candy bar, you had a layer of dark chocolate, then a layer of the white chocolate, then a layer of milk chocolate. I believe Hershey's did those. And this was, maybe, let me think, 30 years ago and prior. And hi, honey. Hi, Chip Buddy. It got to the point where I hadn't had one until I actually made some of these. I found some molds.
Gorgeous.
Then I found some chocolate rounds, and I melted the chocolate and I put them in the molds and everything. I had to go through all kinds of shit, but yummy and tasty.
Well, you know what you've reminded me of, and I really wish I could find it again. Sky Bar.
Oh, I remember them.
Yeah, it was like 4 different sections, and in each section of chocolate there was caramel, vanilla, peanut, and fudge. Yeah. I'd probably have to show it to people if they haven't seen it before, but because you'll get the idea a little bit easier if you have a visual of it. But yeah,
I'm trying to remember, were the sections separate?
Well, share what I just posted here. So yes,
okay. Move beef. Yeah, I remember these. Yes,
it is yummy. I also think it's discontinued. So,
of course it would be.
It looks a bit 80s.
That's why it's been discontinued, is because it was popular in the 80s and not so much anymore.
Okay.
And I loved them as a kid. I mean, you remember when we were talking about collecting bottles and cans to get candy?
Yeah.
That and Score Bar, which I can't find anymore. Which is basically like another brand of Heath Bar. So, if you want...
Yeah.
Like it's almost indistinguishable. I'm not sure I could tell one from the other if I had a taste test, like a blind taste test. but I loved the score bar. Just saying. It looked kind of like from the packaging, it looked kind of fancy.
I've got a major lighting problem here. Show me more fine American food, please. I'm now ready.
Okay, here's a package that says a triple-decker bar for 10 cents. God, it's been around for a while, hasn't it?
Share the picture here if you could.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who else can do it?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
Well, they're still around. I found one once, like a couple of months ago. But you can see from the packaging how I would have said this looks fancy, right?
Yeah. You know what I had yesterday that I hadn't had? I hadn't had a payday bar this century until I had one yesterday. You know what a payday bar is, right?
I should. I've seen them. I don't remember.
It's that nougat thing covered with peanuts.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah, I used to get those all the time back when I couldn't have chocolate.
Yeah, and I dearly, dearly, dearly loved them. And for whatever reason, I fell out of the habit. And I got one yesterday. I can't remember how much it cost. It was about the same size as the stuff I used to get for a dime back when I was eating them, on a regular basis. And I'm pretty sure they don't cost a dime anymore.
I'm only here to listen to the food porn.
Yes, of course. Oh, my.
Score isn't gone. I'm looking on the Hershey's site. It's right here. It has a buy now button and everything.
Oh, yay?
Was the Indian not very good?
Bonrick said score is gone. No, it's not. It's right there.
I gotta find over here if they have.
Wait, was the Indian not very good?
What aren't?
The Indian, was it not very good?
It wasn't spicy enough. I don't know if like maybe their scale was backward, and when I asked for an 8, I should have asked for a 2. I don't know, but
is that what you do?
It wasn't spicy enough.
Do you have to ask for numbers?
Well, they give you a scale. How spicy do you want it? And sometimes it's 1 to 5. Sometimes it's 1 to 10. Sometimes it's just mild, spicy, extra spicy, and oh my fucking God. So, but it wasn't spicy enough.
Oh
no,
my! I just
thought it was okay.
For that bar,
things have to basically be hot as fuck.
That bar I could have bought for a dime in 1968 now costs $1.50.
Well, it still knocks me out to see old ads for like McDonald's and Burger King where the burgers are like 30 cents.
Oh man, I remember when you got a fish sandwich for $0.25.
Who the hell eats a fish sandwich?
Say again?
Who the hell eats a fish sandwich?
Oh.
The only fish sandwich I eat is not a sandwich.
Okay, then. And then is there, okay, this one over here wants the lap sits.
It's more of a fish taco, really.
And then there's this kitty. I don't know. Is that going to eat the pussy? She ran away when I said that.
You know what I've never been able to do, and I wish someone would teach me how? Raise one eyebrow. I can't do it. I've tried. It doesn't.
I'm unable. I'm broken. No,
I mean, I don't know if there's a trick to it, or if you have to like if it's one of those things where you have to be born able. Like how some people can't roll their tongue.
Yeah.
Maybe some people can't raise one eyebrow. I've tried. I can't do it.
Yeah, that might be the case. I cannot wink with my left eye.
Really?
No, it has to do with that damaged motor cortex in the brain. And And unfortunately, there's no way to, demonstrate the inability to close my left eye by itself.
You know what I find quite difficult is doing the Vulcan thing with this hand.
Oh, right. Yes, same here.
No, that's hard. This is perfectly natural. This, and it hurts to do it. It really
Are you
does.
right-handed?
No,
You're left-handed, and you can do it with your
left hand.
left. That's weird because I'm right-handed, and I find it easy to do with my left hand.
Maybe it's
What a
just easier
bizarre
to do with your left hand in general. I don't know.
What a bizarre conversation.
You think this conversation's bizarre. I mean, compared to some of the other stuff that all three of us have said to each other, this conversation's bizarre.
Oh, scheiße. Es ist scheißvoll.
Oh, my short-term memory is really shit, so I'm just going to take it as a given that I've said something bad.
Well, okay, but how good is your short-term memory?
I can't remember.
Oh, hey, looks like Vonrick came through with a link.
I can remember all the good stuff from the 80s and the 90s, but I can't remember yesterday.
You know, it might be that I've been trying to do it all wrong. It looks like raising one eyebrow is more like raising your forehead. I've been trying to raise the eyebrow itself, because when I do this, it feels like all the motion is coming from down here and pushing up. But it looks like to raise one eyebrow, you have to go from here and pull.
Do you not have eyebrow muscles?
Apparently not. But this gives me something to practice. Hell, it has videos. I'm assuming those are GIFs, but still, it shows you how. That is badass. I'm going to have to try that. Thank you, Vonrick. It is amazing how much Vonrick comes through on shit all the time. Oh my gosh, between this and emptying out my Amazon wish list, my gosh. Generous fucker, you.
If you do it for 5 minutes every day, like this. It actually counts as exercise.
I can see that.
It'll keep you fit and healthy.
Honey.
Yeah, Mage there. It used to be this with the thumb up rather than that, and it was Jewish.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I remember Nimoy talking about it one day. Where he got the idea to do that. And I think the episode on Vulcan, I think the one where he was having his mating frenzy.
On far.
Yeah, that was the first time you saw that thing.
Oh, I just had a horrible, horrible, horrible idea. If I ever have a kid, I'm naming them Pawn. How many Star Trek nerds would go,
that's tough.
what you did there,
I'm sorry, but when you were doing that whole thing, all I saw was Donald Sutherland.
I know. That sound, oh my God, all I can do is inhale really hard. But yeah, it's kind of like how if I ever discover a supernova, I'm naming it Scotia.
Yes, there you are.
Yeah.
Please stop doing that one.
Never.
Do you save all the bad ones up for Sundays?
No, I save the good ones for Sundays.
Okay.
You know how much worse it can get. You know how much worse it can get. The
thing is, I'm a bit of a Star Trek nerdy fucker. Oh, sorry.
Hmm.
Sorry, Diane. I do forget
Don't
whose
worry
stream
about
I'm
it.
allowed to swear on.
That's worse.
I'm a bit of a sweary boy. But I am a bit of a Star Trekky nerdy person, and I've been totally getting back into Star Trek Online recently, which I absolutely love. I've been
I've never
playing
played it.
been playing it since it was in early beta, so like 12 years or something. On and off. I don't mean every day, because that would be fucking weird. But if you're a bit of a Star Trekky person, it's very, very sexy because it's got the atmosphere, it's got the original music, it's got the original voices. You know, all the original actors, well, not the original actors, but you know, all the actors that we know and love, they all do voice parts in it and what have you. And the stories are kind of cool as well.
In what era is it set?
That's a very good question. I can't remember, to be honest.
Well, TOS, TNG, what?
No. That's a fucking good question. You know, I don't know the answer to that because all the characters from all eras are in it, and you can, you know, have uniforms from whichever era or movie or series, whatever.
Was it Star Trek Universe?
I'm going to try and answer that because the mission that I'm doing now has got, what's he called? Tom.
Paris.
Yeah, Tom Paris. I've just been involved in a mission with Tom Paris, and he's very old now. He's got grey hair.
So probably after Voyager then. Like 75 years after the beginning of Voyager.
Possibly, yeah. I've never thought about that, actually. It's a good question, Kate Farr. Thank you.
Well, let's put it this way. You can probably tell what era it is by the ship designs.
Well, no, because you can have all the ships from all the eras, you see, as your own ship. And sometimes you know, it kind of sounds it, but it's really sexy. Trust me on this one. I know I'm sounding like a geek, but it is quite sexy.
Well, I've played Star Trek Bridge Crew, and that one's interesting for about 5 or 6 playthroughs, and then it starts to get really monotonous.
It's the one thing that's sorely lacking in life, a good, decent Star Trek game. They just never get it right.
They never get it right with Star Wars either. When it comes to the Rebellion, they've gotten it right with like a lot of the Jedi stuff and the Skywalker family spat. But when it comes to the Rebellion and they make a game, they will only make action games, nothing story-based, and I don't know why. And when they do make something story-based, they have to have a Jedi and a Sith in it. And I'm like, no, I want Rebels versus Empire, and that's it. And I want a story, not just shooty.
The good thing about Star Trek Online, and I apologise to Diane's listeners now because I'm getting nerdy, but there's shooty and pew, but there's also a story. So I've gone back into it, having not played it for a couple of years, and so things change and they get new systems and what have you. So you've now got this thing where you can play through episodes from blah, blah, blah. And so I'm on the 4th episode, which I'm now battling with the Iconians. And there's a story to it. If you can be asked to read the dialogue or listen to it, there is a story, and it all follows through very, very nicely. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Sorry, Diane.
Actually, I am curious, though, how much like character interaction is there? Like, do you chat with the NPCs at all?
Yeah. Yeah, you do that, and sometimes, you know, if you've got a choice of answers, if you click the wrong one, it can alter things. And of course, it is quite sexy. I can't lie, it's very sexy. And you've got to remember, it's also an MMO, so there are also hundreds of other thousands of people playing it. Not that I ever interact with the fuckers because they're all weird.
Well, it's hard to find other players in something like, say, Elite Dangerous because it's such a huge universe that it's set in. But what I was going to ask about Star Trek Online is something I've completely spaced on now. Oh, well. But it does look, from what I'm seeing, it does look like there's a lot of crossover as far as timelines are concerned, because I'm definitely seeing
But
Discovery
it,
uniforms
yeah,
as
and
well as
it
TV
sounds like,
uniforms.
it sounds like it wouldn't work because you've got this amalgamation of different timelines and eras and what have you, but it works really fucking nicely.
Well,
And even though it's
I
an
remember what I was
MMO,
going to say, but go on.
go.
Oh, well, I was going to say, because you were talking about how like choices can come back to bite you in the ass later. One of the things I loved about the Mass Effect games was that choices you made in one game would be carried over to the next if you kept your saves. Like there's one choice you have to make near the end of the first game, which character sacrifices themselves for everybody else. And when you play number 2, Mass Effect 2, that character's still dead and the other one's still alive.
That's
And if you
cool.
don't have a save
That's
game,
cool.
you have to choose one of them to be dead when you start the game. So there's continuity from game to game is all I'm saying.
The only problem with Star Trek Online is that it is now a very old game. So it's not graphically going to blow your socks off, but it is still pretty damn cool, I've got to admit. It pleases me, and it's one of those weird ones where it's an MMO with hundreds of... I mean, there used to be, in the old days, it was really very, very popular. But there's still hundreds of thousands of people playing it, but you don't talk to any... Well, I don't anyway. You can just relax and just do your own thing. It's really cool. I spend way too much time at the tailors, sorting out the uniforms.
I
know
started,
that's sad.
well, I mean, I started to get really bored with City of Heroes when I interacted with nobody. It just got to the point where I was like,
gosh,
beat those bad guys, beat those bad guys, beat those bad guys, beat those bad. Oh, look, those guys respawned, beat them. And I saw maybe 2 player characters the whole time, and I was like,
that was a very boring game.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned like designing the uniforms and all that, though. When Cyberpunk 2077 finally comes out, I will spend 1,000,000 freaking years designing my character's face. I guarantee it. Because I'm probably going to have on another monitor some reference art of like an actor sort of type, probably Lauren Lachlan. I don't know, or maybe a singer like Marie Fredriksson, and just have that reference up and then design my character to look like her.
One of the nice things about Star Trek Online is it's not just your character. Obviously, you've got yourself, but you've also got a crew. So, and you can train them and whatever and blah, 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 dress them, design the bodies and all that shit. And so you've got a bridge crew who are operating your vessel, each with their own skills. You've also got an away team, and you choose who's in what and what have you. And it's kind of, I know this makes me sound like a geeky nerd, but it's really fucking enjoyable.
Now, these characters, do you interact with them on any kind of personal level? Do they have personalities?
But my crew, I mean, well, yeah, they talk to you during a mission, but it's not. It's part of the story more, kind of.
Like
thing.
none of them are grumpy pants, and others are happy-go-lucky. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, they've got personalities.
Okay. Well, I mean, because I think that would be so awesome because you get attached to your crew. You know,
absolutely. Jesus, fuck! I love my crew. My Borg bridge officer, who I've had for a very long time. I mean, she's fucking hot. She really is. Oops, I accidentally made her that way. Yeah,
well,
they've all got their little quirks.
I don't know. I've been thinking about when I'm done with my current animation, maybe possibly making my own video game. I mean, because there are gaming engines out there where if you want to, you can program using drag and drop. You know, so if you're not a coder, you can like still make a game. And I was thinking something like Master of Orion 2, one of those like Conquer the Galaxy type games, but with emphasis on diplomacy. where each different alien race, alien species will be randomized at the beginning what they're like. So when you discover them, they'll be completely new, and try to make sure they have memory for past events where they like. If you massed ships on someone's border a couple of years ago, if they have the long memory trait, they might still care. If they have a short memory trait, they might not even remember it. And if they're normal, they may be like, well, that was a long ass time ago and you're different now. And I was thinking, create 3D models that have little nodes on various points so that people can add alien shit on their face, and so when you're having these council meetings, instead of just, click on this option, you'll actually get cutscenes of some alien diplomat going, this is an outrage, sir, an outrage, and get voice actors for that shit. I think it'd be an absolute blast to build that kind of game where it really feels immersive.
If you get bored, I haven't done it for a while, but in Star Trek Online, if you get bored of actually playing, the normal type of thing, there are actually player-created missions because you can create your own missions, and so that's a big thing. The only downside, I don't know, is that you don't earn any XP or anything from it. But there are people who write stories that are more than just necessarily constant pew pew.
Can you like stroll around the universe with no mission and just do stuff, or do you have to have a mission?
Good question.
Well, I'm looking on Steam.
I kind of know what you mean, but I know what you mean, but I mean, you can. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems like, if you just have a mission of boldly go, and it's like, okay, I'm in my ship, let's find
you don't
a
have
planet.
to have them.
Well, I mean, I know what I'm saying is your personal mission is I'm going to boldly go. It's not built into the game. You're just going, okay, I'm going to go in that direction and find a planet no one's been to before, and maybe there'll be an adventure there. Can you do that?
Yeah, a bit of sandboxy. That would be cool. That's what they wanted to do with... Oh, I'm digressing again. But, I mean, you don't... I often find that I don't even do a mission. I'll fire the game up. I'll go to Sol and dock at Earth Space Dock and just dick around, go to the disco and have a dance, or go and play with my tailor or whatever.
Interesting. I wonder if how extensive is the tailoring system?
Oh, it's pretty extensive, yeah. Considering it's a very old game. I mean, you can literally alter any physical aspect of your body or your crew members' bodies. I mean, really, it's very precise. You can alter every single aspect of their body. So you can imagine how many hours I've spent in there.
Can you amputate?
Sorry?
Can you amputate? The one-armed crew member, it's like the red shirt who didn't actually get killed, just maimed a little.
Made it back.
Yeah. But
it is very expensive.
What I'm picturing is, okay, I'm going to make a Star Trek uniform that looks exactly like an X-Wing flight suit.
No. No, it does have to be slightly canon. You've got choices of what you can use, but you can mix and match things. You can choose different styles and what have you. But it is, obviously, it has to be canon. And
it's in my
a
Steam
lot of these things
things
you don't have access to. You'll have to buy them either with real money, unfortunately, which is not actually expensive, or with things that you've earned within the game. But I've got such an extensive collection of clothing in that fucking game.
Well, who knows? If I need a distraction, although I already have a Nintendo Switch and a couple of games I haven't even played yet, if I get bored enough, I'll give it a whirl, I guess. But I mean, if I were in, say, the Star Trek universe, say around TNG era, I'd go into the holodeck, say, computer, run program Star Wars, and never leave.
I'm not sure that it's a good thing for new players anymore. because when I started like 10 years ago, it's all very, very different now. And I bought it again for my Xbox One a few years ago. It came out on console, which is a weird thing, but it actually works. And what I found was the early missions when you start, the earliest parts, they're not going to get you hooked. You probably look at it and think, this is shit. It's when you get a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Involved. And then it does get sexy. There's another one which I was going to download, and it's based on an old-ish game, which was a Voyager game. I can't remember what it's called now. But you can download a whole package which includes that original game, official game, licensed thingy, but it's been modded. So it's now what do you guys call it? Fucking what's the game that nerds play?
That could be anything. Chess.
Like no D&D type thing. So you can download these things, and this is sandbox. You can just go wherever you want, do whatever you want, and somebody could have written a storyline, and you play with each other. That's what she said, and you just whatever. But I've yet to have a look at it.
Von Rick's comment there made me check and see if he meant stuff for me on Amazon, and he apparently did. At least I'm assuming he did. Actually, I don't even know if Von Rick's a he. I'm assuming.
Well, is Von Rick buying you stuff?
That's not the most feminine internet name I can think of, so I'm guessing Von Rick is a dude, but I could be wrong.
You are correct. I do happen to know that, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I looked
I've done it
on
again,
my,
Diane. I'm really sorry. I've barged in and taken over. I do apologize.
2 items are listed as purchased, so I'm assuming that was Von Rick. If you hadn't said anything, Von Rick, I might have been completely surprised because I've stopped checking Amazon lately. So I might have been surprised by it.
Have you been given some goodies?
Yeah, actually, Von Rick and why am I blanking on the other fella? John Sutherland have been sending me all kinds of stuff off my wish list. I'm very grateful, but my gosh, it's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars of stuff. I hope you guys are loaded because, John Sutherland sent me this.
Oh, I can't see. Tell me what it is.
Oh, it's Ghostbusters, the video game remastered for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, that'll be
cool.
It's
got the original cast in it, and from the footage I've seen, some people said Bill Murray phoned his performance in, but what I saw in the footage, he seemed great, so.
Have you not played it yet, then?
Not yet. I'm still in the middle of Zelda Breath of the Wild. So, yeah. Also, I don't know if we've actually said the name of the game we're talking about right now, but the fact that Tornado is desperately curious makes me want to not say the name of it. Just to mess with him.
Yes.
There's nothing worse, I think, sometimes. I mean, okay.
I do like to I do like to mess with people's heads.
Pitiless torture, I suppose, would be worse than this, but suspense is one of the worst things. Like when you're talking to somebody and they're leading up to some big reveal in this thing they're saying, and they keep adding little addendums and rabbit holes before they get to it, where it's like, okay, so the thing is, I was going over to this place, and that place has this thing over there that time that I was telling you about. And then when I got to the thing that's really suspenseful, you remember this other thing. And then I couldn't believe it when this thing happened. I'm like, fucking hell, just say what happened, Like my dad and I got into that where he was trying to tell me something and he just kept getting he kept wandering lost in the cornfield half the time and couldn't reach the conclusion of his statements.
It is fun to mess with people's heads, though.
It is. Yeah,
I kind of
and what
enjoy
Nick
it.
said, as long as I don't get any more big black dongs, I cannot believe still that someone sent me that.
Yeah, that's very racist.
I still say, actually, I don't even know that it's black. I'd have to look. I'm pretty sure it is. I think that the Amazon representative who told me what it was before I opened it told me it was black, but I can't remember. Regardless, like, there was someone that I've known for years who started spouting off like some of the worst like political positions I've ever heard, and was being a real dick to anyone who argued against him. And eventually I was like, this isn't the first time you've done this, and I'm kind of sick of it, and you're being an asshole to my friends, so bye-bye. And he didn't take that very well. And I suspect, because he has sent me stuff off my wish list too, and I suspect he sent me this in the hopes that I would fuck up my channel by opening it live on camera. I do think that sending me that 18-inch marital aid was an attempt at sabotage. It was an ironic fuck you is what it was. It was, here's a dildo, go fuck yourself. That's what that was.
That's an expensive fuck you, though. I would guess.
I don't know how much. How
no,
much?
I don't know.
Does anyone know how much someone charges for an 18-inch black rubber dildo?
I'm so glad I clipped that video there, Kate.
Okay, it's your search history, not mine.
I'm such a good boy, and I'm so well behaved because I never clip these little gems of video. I would have so much power over all of you if I did. You would be my slaves forever.
What on earth are you talking about? You never click on video and that makes us your slaves? I don't get it.
Just ignore me.
Okay.
No, I'll behave now. Sorry.
If this was it was only $18.
Are we talking about the black dildo?
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, $18 is not an expensive fuck you. 100 would be, 60 would be, but 18
of your dollars. I mean, that is an insult, to be honest.
Is it? Maybe it's just really poorly made.
Could be.
Oh,
I mean, and it's Doc Johnson, which is not known for quality.
And I'm assuming anyway, it's not like it has a battery compartment for a vibrator.
Probably
if you
not.
Watched one of my. I did actually pontificate about this subject matter a couple of days ago when I went off on a tangent and started talking about sex toys. You can check it out on my YouTube channel. I thought 80 quid was a lot of money for what I got.
That's what she said.
That's what she said, absolutely. Hey, Kate, I did notice that Diane was not very familiar with the Two Beavers song.
No, she was not.
No, you know what? I think that's one that we can actually get away with without getting a copyright strike.
Possibly.
Okay. A one, a two.
No, I don't know all the lyrics, so shut up, you. Let me look it up.
Do you not think it's hilarious, though? It's one of my favorite things ever. I actually hum it to myself when I'm having a poo.
I hope you mean Winnie.
I'm into TMI land. It is very funny, though.
Wow, hilarious. I've never heard all of the song. I've only heard the chorus, I think.
Oh, you've got to watch the full thing. It's just so sweet. It's adorable.
I do love the other song that Robin... Well, actually, there's like 3 songs that Robin...
Let's Go to the Mall.
Yes, I love Let's Go to the Mall. That's so great. And then there's Sandcastles in the Sand and P.S. I Love You.
Oh, Sandcastles in the Sun was awesome. But unless I'm mistaken, I think I posted a link it into your Twitters where
Mhm.
what's the lady's name? I forget her name who plays Robin.
Oh, I should know this. Kobe Smulders.
Kobe Smulders, yeah.
That's a hell of a
And
name.
she sang "Let's Go to the Mall" at her piano as a lockdown gift. She did it like recently.
Oh, okay. Huh. I'll have to look that up.
I've just said I posted it on your Twitters, but whatever.
And I'll have to look it up on Twitter, won't I?
Yeah. Unfortunately, How I Met Your Mother is one of those incredibly annoying shows where I've actually, it's like Big Bang Theory. I've seen every episode at least 50 times each. And that's not by choice. It's because of how a certain TV channel that we have over here works. And I've seen everything.
Oh, I don't know. They're streaming on Hulu. Well, no, I take that back. Big Bang Theory I have on disc, but How I Met Your Mother is streaming on Hulu, and I've watched it many, many times just in the last year. And one of the reasons why I actually looked this up on an article, and they said that it's healthy to watch the same thing over and over during a lockdown because it's a place of familiarity. It's
Oh,
comfortable. It's
who
like
said this?
being with old friends. It's like a
Who
security
said
blanket.
this?
It was a website I saw
Where have you read this nonsense?
recently. I don't remember where I found it. I'm sorry, I don't. But it
No,
said
I'm
that
actually, my ears have just perked up because this makes a lot of sense to me. This makes sense to me. Yeah.
So that's why I've watched Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother through this year many times. But thankfully, I found the Goldbergs. Yay! That's such an awesome show, and I can't wait to see more of it.
Have you only just discovered the Goldbergs recently?
Yes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd
Really?
seen the thumbnail many times, but I'd never gotten a description of what it was. When I found out it was set in 1980 something, I had to start watching it.
That
And
is
it's
so bizarre because I was watching that a very, very long time ago. So it's kind of weird that you're an American, yet I saw it before you.
well,
Yeah,
I
it's just
haven't
one of those little weird things.
2000, so all of my media consumption has either been on disc or streaming. So
The Goldbergs, I haven't watched it. I'm kind of a little bit out of date. I've not seen it for a while, but it was I was a huge fan of it. I think it's hilarious.
and it's a
really do.
nostalgic like you wouldn't believe.
It's 80s as fuck, isn't it? It's brilliant.
Oh, I love it. I adore it. It's like watching my childhood on screen.
And what's the name of the lady who plays the lead role? I forget her name.
You mean the mom?
Yeah,
I don't.
I forget her name. She was also in How I Knew Your Mother.
Wendy
No, she wasn't. No, she was in that other thing. Terms of Endearment, was it called?
Well, I never saw that.
With
But-
Patrick.
Wait a minute.
Oh
Is
God,
that
this always happens whenever we
seriously
talk
what
about
it looks like
bloody
without the baby
sitcoms.
hair? When was she born? How old is she? 69. Oh, okay. I'm wondering if she's in anything I've seen that isn't this.
Rules of Engagement.
Rules of Engagement. That sounds familiar, but I've never seen it.
You must have seen that, and I'm pretty damn sure we've had this conversation before. Deja vu.
Have we?
Yeah, she's a very good actress. She really is.
Well, so far I have not
She
noticed.
was also in a thing called Reno 9/11. If you ever saw that one.
Heard of it. I've never seen it. There's that Rules of Engagement. Wait a minute. Based on the title, I'm guessing it's not military. It's probably weddings.
If I've got the title correctly, it was a sitcom, basically.
It says two couples and their single friend, all at different stages in their relationships, deal with the complications of dating, commitment, and marriage.
No, that does not sound like something I would watch.
Let's see. Patrick Warburton is in it. That's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
him. Patrick Warburton. Yeah.
David Spade. All right.
David Spade, yeah. That's the one.
that's
Have
the
you not
show.
watched that? If you're into...
Jones, huh? I haven't seen him in ages.
if you're into the
She says her name
thing
is
that we were
Bliss
talking
on the
about,
show. She was in 14 episodes.
yeah. If you're into How I Met Your Mother, then I think you would possibly like this one that we're now talking about. Is it Terms of or Rules of Engagement? I forget.
It says rules.
Yeah. Get into that because it's kind of funny.
Well, let me see if it's streaming then. All right. Rules of Engagement is not streaming on Netflix. Let's see. Rules of Engagement in Prime Video. You have to pay per episode or buy the whole series. Screw that crap. All right, Hulu. Come on, Hulu, don't fail me now. Rules of Engagement. Nope. Watch with the show. Oh, wait, no, that's a movie. Never mind. But I don't see the show. So, no, I have no access to this.
I probably have because I think it's still being shown thrice daily on one of my channels on the television, not by streaming.
Okay.
But it ties in nicely to what you were saying about the familiarity thing, because that was one of the shows along with How I Met Your Mother and Big Bang Theory. These were things that a few years ago now, not now, but these were things that I had to have on all the time. And that's why I've seen 50 times each episode. Had to have it on all the time. I was a mess.
Malcolm in the Middle. Love Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, I love that one. Oh, fuck yeah. And the music is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to
They
sing
Might Be
it,
Giants. Gotta love They Might Be Giants.
Yeah. I'm totally not going to sing that because I will get my ass spanked, but yeah.
You're not the boss.
The only weird...
Oh, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. The only weird thing about that one was, you know, that, and it's the same with the, it reminds me of all those Disney kids shows. You won't understand this because you've not got sprogs. But when you have to watch the Disney TV shows, one thing that you'll learn and find to be very, very creepy is the main star is a child, but all her friends, who are supposed to be children, are in their 30s. They're adults who look like kids. That's fucking creepy.
Well, they do that a lot with other things where it's like, oh yeah, this actress played the mom, this one played the daughter, and they're only 5 years apart, like in real life. That happens all the time.
Malcolm
Also,
in the Middle was
shut
really
up here. My God, intrusive as hell, aren't you?
What is the guy's name from Malcolm in the Middle? What's the father's name? The actor who played him.
Oh yeah, that's Bryan. Fuck, I can't. Cranston. Bryan Cranston.
That's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a good person or a bad person? Did I misread? He's not a rabid Trump supporter, is he?
He seems like a really nice guy, but then it turns out that he's like uber religious.
Oh no!
Yeah,
don't you hate it when that happens?
I do. It's kind of like when I found out Bruce Boxleitner is a rabid right winger. Oh no! Wait, here we go. Bryan Cranston says that Trump is not sane.
Okay. Well, he's
mind
okay
you,
in
it
my books,
also says he feels great despair over it. So I don't know.
Okay, do you think it might be polite to let Diane speak for a few seconds?
Hell no.
Who's Diane? Who is that person?
I'm really sorry. I apologize. I'm bad.
So I can't tell whether Bryan Cranston... Oh, no, it says here, okay, Cranston has long been critical of Trump. So, but I can't find his actual politics. Like, is Bryan Cranston a right-winger?
I could be wrong. I seem to have a little vague memory that he might be a bit of a C word. I could be wrong.
Hmm.
What's the
He's
other guy? What was that show called where they had Home Improvement?
Oh yeah, Tim Allen's a
Do you remember
dick.
Home Improvement? Tim Allen, he's a dick, isn't he?
Yeah,
Is he a dick?
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Nobody likes
Maybe
him.
I'm getting people confused.
Well, it's funny how many actors you find out no one can stand. Like apparently Neil Patrick Harris is not well liked.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is this? Why?
I don't know. I guess he might just be a bit of a dick. I mean, I don't know what he's like off stage or off camera, but I'm told
Oh,
people don't like him very much.
you know what? Don't tell me. No spoilers,
Okay.
because that's a really important thing for me, because the familiarity thing, legend, wait for it. Yeah.
Mm-mm. Well,
Don't
you know,
don't break my don't break my head.
okay. Well, you've heard about the antics of Wesley Snipes on the set of Blade and Blade 3 and all those, where he says, "I'll only come out for my close-ups, otherwise have my body double do it. I'll be in my trailer smoking weed." That was like the whole thing.
Okay.
I mean, Wesley Snipes is a real jerk. Nobody likes him.
I found really, excuse me, really disappointing with Scott Adams.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Dilbert guy who drew the Dilbert comic, or still does, or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, he comes out as a rabid
Oh,
right
that
wing.
guy.
Oh, yeah. He didn't
Yeah.
just drink the Kool-Aid; he ate the cup.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the. Obviously, I'm not American, but I know what you're talking about, and he does seem like a massive C word.
Oh
Hmm.
yes,
Am I
absolutely. Yeah.
incorrect in my? Am I incorrect in my assumption?
No, that's about right.
Now,
Mhm.
what I cannot remember was if he was ever a nice guy. I don't know if anybody knows.
Changed over time because it does happen. You're right.
So that
And
must be very weird.
there are people who have just like they completely jumped the tracks. They used to be this politically, now they're that politically. And the weird part is how many of them are just doing it for money and then end up believing it for realsies.
Yeah.
You know? Hell, it happens on YouTube in the atheism scene. Brett Keane used to be an atheist, and then he thought, I can get a better audience if I'm a theist, and decided to swap completely.
That's
That
how
was his
life works these
motivation, was
days,
100%
Kate.
self-interest with regard to YouTube.
That's totally how life works now. There's a lot of money. It's more profitable to be a C word.
Well, I think Dave Rubin was one of those who flipped
I was just going to
political.
mention him, yeah.
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 And a scary thing, because we know who actually funds Dave Rubin.
I don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Well, he gets money from different places, but one of them is how do you pronounce it? Do you say Prager or Praga?
Prager.
Oh, Dennis Prager.
PragerU.
Oh God.
Yeah. And a really scary thing is that evil fucker, Prager, has now infiltrated our country. And we've now got a mini Dave Rubin.
Do you?
Yeah.
How many?
I'm talking about one in particular. He's a lying asshole. He's not actually a conservative, but he gets paid to pretend to be one and to be provocative.
Is there someone whose name
He's only
now?
20. No, you would not know him now. He's only 26 years old. I'm very sure. I'll give it to you in a minute. He's only 26 years old, so he's a kid. Gay, of course, because that helps the cause. And he turns up regularly on serious, grown-up BBC News type programs. He's been given a platform to do a Reuben to lie his ass off. And he's a criminal, we know this. He's a dirty piece of shit. His name is, well, I can't remember his real name, but the name he uses is Darren Grimes.
Right, I don't know him.
No, you don't. You will never know him because it's a British thing. But he's being
come on,
paid
you've
by the
been
same people that
surprised
pay
in the past.
Reuben.
You've been surprised in the past by how much British shit I know. Come on. You've accused me of not being an American because I used a semicolon properly. Okay, there's a lot of British shit I might know.
You know, that is always a giveaway.
Is it?
Yes, my years of training at MI5 taught me never trust an American who can use a semicolon.
Okay. All right.
I think you're a Russian spy. I know what you're doing.
Здравствуйте, comrade. Anyway. Yeah, so this platform that he's been given, how tall is it? Is it made of wood? Does it have like girders and shit? You're trying to figure out if I'm joking, aren't you?
I'm just not playing with you. I'm just not playing with you because you know that I don't go there.
Yeah, well,
But it is very scary because Reuben in your land, he's basically just a YouTube person and his stupid things he does online. Whereas this little fucker gets prime time fucking TV on BBC One and Sky News, and he's being paid by the same people who pay Reuben, which is PragerU.
Well, I mean, Reuben didn't used to be right wing though. He used to be a Justice Democrat. He used to be on the Young Turks, and then something shifted.
Yeah, he's still. Yeah, but the thing is, he still is not right wing. This is what you've got to understand. He's playing a part. It pays more money to pretend to say these things.
Well, but the thing is, I think he might have started to believe it. That's the problem. You play a role long enough, you start to become the role.
Oh, this is very true. Yeah. Okay. I take your point. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I get you. That's like the people, the absolute arseholes at Fox News. Hannity is the prime example. He doesn't believe the shit he's saying, but he's been doing it for so long that he started to believe his own bullshit. Well, he started a long time ago to believe his own bullshit. So I get what you're saying. Noted.
Well, I have to decide how much longer I'm going to last without eating. It is 1 p.m. here, and I haven't even had breakfast.
Yeah, that is the poo-poo.
All I've had so far is coffee and nerds. And that's probably a recipe for diabetes.
There you are. Well, you can always come over here and have a New York strip steak.
Or I could just have that Indian food that's sitting in my fridge.
I'd go for the Indian food.
Don't get me wrong, like a Philly cheesesteak doesn't sound bad, but it kind of requires effort to go to Philly.
I don't know what strip steak is. What is it? What do those words mean?
It's a small. Let me look for what part of the cow it's from.
I'm sure that doesn't matter that much. What is the sandwich like?
It's not a sandwich. It is a beef steak.
Oh, sorry. Every time someone says steak with a modifier in front of it, I always picture a sandwich.
Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. The strip steak is a cut of beef steaks from the short loin of a cow. It consists of muscle that does little work, making the meat particularly tender, although not as tender as the nearby tenderloin. Okay, so it looks like it's just ahead of the tenderloin.
So is this something that you're going to cook yourself or something that you're going to purchase ready-made?
Oh, I'll cook it myself. Yeah.
Oh, so cool. I'm so into food porn right now. If you do it, could you show pictures, please?
Speaking of pictures. Speaking of pictures.
Okay. Sorry, honey, I didn't see that.
This is what I was picturing from what you had said.
Okay, fine.
Like
Okay.
or something similar to this.
Oh, that looks so nice.
Actually, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
That does look good.
What I'm hoping to end up with is, well, I'll do this one here is pan fried. I will grill the steak over coals, but
How do you
what
grill
we will
something on a
Oh my
Seder?
god, this is
How do you fry something on a Seder? I don't get it.
on a what?
okay.
She said it's pan fried. I'm like, how do you fry it on a Seder?
On a what?
Satyr. S-A-T-Y-R.
That's the goat demon character,
What does that
whatever.
word mean?
S-A-T-Y-R.
What does that word
Look it
mean?
up, dude. Just look it up and do it on image search because it's like the dude with the pan flute and the goat legs, but he's like human from the waist up.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah. Why? What do you call those things?
I'm totally lost right now. I don't do cooking.
Yeah, but what I'm hoping to end up with, it'll have the marks from the grate on which I grill it, but that's what a strip steak looks like.
Oh dear.
But do you not think, and I'm speaking as the boy now, because obviously boys are stupid and we don't get cooking, but the amount of effort put into making that, it's very inefficient, do you not think? Compared to how long it's going to take to eat it.
Well, I think the taste matters more than the length of consumption.
And I take my time eating a steak. Remember now, I have had more steaks this year than I have had in the previous 20, and I've only had 3 steaks this year.
So,
Oh my gosh.
share the photo I just put up there. It's a horrible pun that I've made in my head many times, and I found someone else saying it. It's a Passover Seder.
Mm-hmm. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I've thought that pun many times.
I still don't get it.
You don't get it. You've never seen a Seder?
I still don't get it.
How?
I'm missing something.
Okay, what part is boggling you? Let's try that part.
I just don't get it. Why is this funny?
It's a demon.
It's not funny. This is actually from myth. This is funny because it's a pansexual. But there's a Seder character called Pan.
No, I like that one. That one I can get. Yeah, that's cool.
But I mean, you've seriously never encountered one of these guys? Like it's classic legend literature shit.
Yeah, I just don't understand the connection to steak.
She said it was pan fried.
Pan fried. Pan is the name of a Seder. It's one of those.
Oh.
It's one of those far chains. Okay, you start here and you go really far over there.
Okay.
It's not that
Diane,
far. You said pan
this
fried.
is one of those times where I need to ask you to rewind the stream and start again. Can we do take 2, please? Because I just people will think I'm now stupid.
Well, the thing is, we can. I just need something real quick to make it happen. Okay. Diana's live stream. Take 2. Wait, where's the thing? The clapper's gone. What the hell? It's broken. Oh well, but still, take 2.
Oh. Kate's got the clap.
Yeah. That's exactly what that was. Anyway. Gee,
I've actually got one of those.
Did you have to get another one or fix the one you've got? Or
yeah, I have to. I think I can still fix the one that I just showed you, but I'd have to find the other part first and then get some glue.
That's the thing I don't get. I may have asked this question before, and I don't understand where the making something immovable and repairing something got the same word applied. Oh, and causing something to not procreate. Also got that word applied.
Could you be a little
is
more
this-
specific? What word?
Yeah, how is it?
Is this, hang on.
What
Is this
word?
what it's
Say
like
the word. One
How-
word.
to be high?
how is it
Because
the same
you
word
guys are just
fixed
talking gibberish.
means make immovable, repair,
Yes, we know we
and
heard that part. Say the word.
the word is fix.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense. I mean, if something is fixed and it's unmovable, it's not necessarily that it's movable or unmovable. It's that it's constant. So it's like when you fix a pet and they can't procreate, you've basically said, okay, I'm putting you in stasis, essentially. You know, I've fixed you. You are now in a fixed position. You are, you know, unmovable. Yeah. And I mean, it all ties together.
And then
Diane, was it like this in the 60s? Just
Say
three
again?
people talking absolute gibberish.
Yes.
I don't think this is complete gibberish. And shoe is, but this isn't.
No, this is only partially
No,
gibberish.
that is impressive. I've got to admit that's impressive.
Achoo. Thing is, I've been saying it for years, so it's not like I made it up on the spot.
Oh, I wish I could do that.
I has to find for this over to here is yet from the Amiga Nazis.
Hey, I tell you what, Kate, you teach me how to do that, and I'll teach you how to say that really long Welsh word.
Which one?
What
What in fuck does that mean? What's it mean? It's probably something about like your mother fucked sailors during a full moon with her legs up above her. I don't know. What does it mean?
You're not too far wrong, but anyway, Google it. I'm not your secretary.
Okay, I'm Googling that. I know how to spell it.
No, wait a minute. Yeah, the whole bit is you have to spell it to Google it, and we're talking Welsh here. The Welsh is
You've
the
not got
only
Siri.
language spelling is worse than French.
So, what does it mean?
Like I said, Google it. I'm not your PSA.
Okay, fine. How the frig do you
your
spell it?
homework, Kate.
Let's see. Okay, you spell it XLC2 ampersand. I mean, how the frig do you spell it?
Oh dear.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to spell it either.
I do know how to spell it. I'm trying to find an easy way to do it for you. Here we go. I'm going to show you a link if I can do that. I don't know how to do it, but whatever. Yeah, my computer's been
I
a bit.
don't know what the hell.
Okay, wait a minute. Did
Yeah, there you go. Nerdy's just done it for me. Just look
Holy
at what Nerdy just said. Diane, can you put Nerdy's comment on screen, please, and then we can all say it together.
okay, now wait a minute. We've got we've got Nerdy's version and we've got Von Rick's version. Von Rick sounds looks closer to what you sounded like.
You know, there's not much between them, so go for that one will do. There you go, Kate. Just say it. It rolls off the tongue.
Okay, I will say it now. St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel near a rapid whirlpool, and the Church of St. Cecilio near the Red Cave.
Sounded a bit English to me, that.
Well, I said it though.
Oh, wait a minute.
Lanvir Pulgwin Gil Goger Oquim Drob Urlandis Lul Gogo Gach. I don't know. It's what's up there. Although if I look at it as it's actually spelled by the Welsh, it looks like, let's see, Lian Fair Piggly Wiggly Goggery Chwoodmerod Mudrob Willanti Sil Gogotch is what it looks like.
Yeah, but if you said that the way you pronounced it in Wales,
I get
you've
my ass
actually
beat,
just
I know.
ordered yourself. You've ordered yourself a prostitute.
Have I?
Mm,
Okay.
called Bob.
Called Bob. Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, whatever.
Okay, what is the thing on that thing to the thing over here? Because we gotta look at the thing and just see if it's thinged on the thing.
Oh, hush you. Let's
Okay.
see.
We got that over there, and we got that over there. Okay, let's see what this does.
Simple English Wikipedia has this.
Well, okay, if I put it into Google Translate, all it does is barf it back at me. It
And
understands that it's Welsh, but that's as far as it goes.
right. I don't know. It says something about Lilith Fair, I think. Oh. I should probably check that out. Oh, never mind. It sure would be nice if Facebook would stop trying to remind me to accept friend requests from people I don't know. But anyway. Have we actually run out of shit to say, or are you guys lagged?
Both, I think.
Oh.
Okay, Stool is muted.
Mm-hmm.
Muted himself. Okay, and I guess this whole big word, whatever it is a place name.
Yes. Well, I said it out. It's like the church on the hill near the White Rose of St. Mary's red roof thing. I don't know.
Moo.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Krementia Konstantinoviska. Something about Constantine. I don't know.
Okay, that's somewhere. Where is that? In the Ukraine?
Well, it sounds Russian-y.
Oh, so does Ukrainian.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Why am I all of a sudden tired? I don't want to be tired. It's too early in the day to be tired.
Angstflugs. Okay, V2C, V pasting, and Angstflugsing. Okay. Okay, it's a rural locality in the Baksansky district in Kabardino-Balkar Republic of Russia. And okay, it has the longest place name in Russia without spaces. Okay, I'm liking it.
I'm a very bad boy. I'm a very bad boy because I smoke, and I'm not proud of this. But I get immensely frustrated by the fact that I'm now having to smoke these things that you have to make yourself.
Oh.
Rather than having a little gentleman who puts them in a packet for you. Fucking pain in the ass.
So I don't know. Do you guys do those memes where it's like type in this and then use predictive text to? So I'm gonna do one of those.
No, nobody does those.
Okay. So it says first type in my ass hurts because, then finish it using predictive text. Okay, my ass hurts because of that. What? No, that's not what I hit. Because of that, my ass hurts because of that and that. Okay. Sure.
The problem with those little games is that people with their silly little iPhones think that it's funny. Well, it's not. And also, we don't all have iPhones. But how long do you keep it going? I mean, I could do that all day. I just keep going on and on and on.
I keep going until
How
it
long do you
stops
want the
making
sentence to
sense.
be?
I keep going until it stops making sense. When it stops making sense, I stop. Like, because it went. Let's see. My ass hurts because of that and that, and I don't have a lot to say. My ass hurts because of that and that. I don't have a lot to say. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, say to him. Oh, okay. My ass hurts because of that and that I don't have a lot to say to him. Okay. And he doesn't care for me. All right. That got a lot
I
worse.
find these things to be very, very annoying. I really do. Okay, give me a starter. What shall I type in? I'll do it on my grown-up phone. What shall I start
Okay.
with?
Dude, by the way, this is not a fucking iPhone. All right. Type in I am and then fill in your name and then do a comma and then type in God of and then hit predictive text.
I like how you reminded me to insert a comma,
Well,
as
I
if I
like
don't
grammar,
understand
okay?
grammar.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people don't. Anyway, I got I am Kate, God of all time. Woot! Wonder
I
if it
am
changed
Howard.
by putting goddess.
I am Howard, God of Hope. I'll live with that.
Fair enough. Let's see. Okay. Oh, here we go. I am Kate, goddess of you. All right. Fair enough. I don't know. I enjoy those. It's a nice diversion. The only thing I don't like about it is if I'm like on my PC, I have to do it on the phone and type out whatever the phone did. You know?
You know, I retract my statement from earlier, but this is actually quite amusing if you're bored. Because I am Howard, God of your victims.
Ooh.
Or your cheeseburger. I had an option between victims or cheeseburger. I went with victims.
I would have too. Although usually on these things you're only allowed to press the middle one.
I don't have an iPhone. There is no middle
I
one.
don't have an iPhone either, bitch, but it still works. What do you have?
Oh, you mean the middle choice?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. What did you think I meant?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm finding this too much fun now. I really do love how you said comma. Oh dear.
Okay.
An American teaching me fucking punctuation.
Dude, come on. It's someone on the internet teaching you punctuation.
Lasagna.
Lasagna.
I am Howard, God of your lasagna.
Hmm.
Okay. You know what? We're supposed to be adults. Let's stop doing this.
Why? I'm not an adult. I mean,
silly.
like chronologically, biologically, perhaps, but not up here. You ever been typing something and you decide to change what you've been typing and like in the middle of it?
Ah, yes, many much.
Because someone on Facebook here is, do you think world peace is useful? If so, why? And I was like, I know I'm willing to give it a try, but right after willing, I went, no, I'm willing to give it a chance.
I'm slightly concerned that you're the only person still using Facebook.
I replied to someone else's Facebook post, so I don't think I am.
That kind of freaks me out.
But I don't like to use Twitter because of the character limit. I'd probably use Twitter a lot more if you could type as much as you fucking wanted on one post. One post, not like, oh, this is one of 5. Oh, gee willikers. You know. But
So-
you got the reference where I said I was going to give world peace a chance, right?
Yeah.
Are you prompting me to sing a song in order to get Diana's channel removed?
Well, nobody reacted. I wasn't sure if you got the reference or if you just thought it wasn't funny.
Well, I'm just old. That's all.
I am under complete, strict orders not to sing. This is the rule.
I've never heard you sing, or at least I don't think I have. And I can keep it that way if that's how it must be.
That's how it will always be, because my streams get deleted when I sing. It's true.
Maybe you're singing copyrighted songs. I don't know.
This is what I do. And I can't stop doing it, because when I get excited, I sing songs and I get in trouble.
Well, I can think of worse things to happen to you when you get excited.
Yeah. So as I was saying a couple of days ago, I have now actually found some music that is popular and well known that will not get me in trouble. You can sing to it, you can dance to it, and I can't get in trouble for doing it.
No. Why? What is it? Tell me. Now!
Who's inside chat? Anybody I know? Oh, Amiga Nuts is there, or has he gone?
What's the music?
Do you remember when you don't give the answer and you mess with people's heads?
No. But anyway.
If Amiga Nuts knows the answer and he gets it right, then Diane will put it on screen. His answer, that is.
Okay.
And I make absolutely no secret of this. It's a well-known fact that one of my favourite tunes to dance naked to is ... Fill in the blanks. And I can't get in trouble for doing it. Legally, I can't get in trouble for breaking copyright rules.
It's something by John Philip Sousa. I'm just picturing you with one of those fucked up scepters marching in front of a parade, completely butt-ass naked, dun 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 dun, that.
I don't know what a John Philip Sousa is, but I like the sound of this. Is he one of those?
A lot of that, like patriotic music, and actually, didn't he compose the song that they used for the theme to Monty Python?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know this.
I think it is called the Liberty Bell.
Yes, you're right.
It is, okay.
Oh my gosh, yes. I love it when I learn a new fact.
Everyone in Armenia knows is Stars and Stripes Forever.
Da, 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 da. Be kind to your web.
Yes.
Is that a true fact, or are you winding me up? The Monty Python thing?
No, that's completely true.
I'm trying to remember which military band he directed.
I'm not sure it's that important.
Everything is important. It's Sunday. And by the way,
all right. I'm not sure it's useful then.
No, it is useful, because here in UK land, it's a bank holiday weekend. So tomorrow is like a day off work. Not that anybody's got a job anymore, but so we're officially allowed to be happy today. And bear in mind, it's now 28 p.m. at my time. So
it seems weird to me how often you people celebrate financial institutions.
We do like to have a good bank every now and again.
Hell, I mean, because you'd think once a year you'd have one bank holiday, but no, there's tons of them, and they seem to correspond with actual holidays too. It's bizarre. He looks like he's about to facepalm. Oh, I enjoy playing stupid for this guy.
I'm immune to your idiocy. I really am.
Yeah, if you were, you wouldn't have to say it.
I'm totally immune.
Hmm.
Apparently, I only found this out a couple of days ago. The name of this bank holiday is the Summer Bank Holiday. And at the end of August. And in case you've not been paying attention, it officially turned into winter yesterday. I've actually got a hot water bottle under my legs right now.
It's still August. How is it winter? I mean,
I don't understand that
officially,
question.
it's August. Winter, I think if it starts in like at least November, if not December.
Oh, good Lord, no. Winter starts in September over here.
That's it. Oh, well, here it's still fall or autumn, if you prefer. I always called it fall because I had a friend named Autumn and I didn't want anyone to get confused.
Yeah, it sucks massive donkey balls. It really does.
It says right here that winter doesn't start till December 21st.
Oh, that would be cool.
I mean, if you want to talk about the weather, then okay, maybe winter officially started for you. But legally speaking...
Legally my ass. I don't care about legally. All I care is that it's fucking cold.
It did actually get slightly less warm here, but then we've been having a heat wave for the last week. So... it's always a weird experience. If you turn on the cold tap and for the first 2 or 3 seconds, hot water comes out. You're in a heat wave when that shit goes on.
This is the really weird thing because we have shit weather by default, but we've had heat waves just a couple of weeks ago. I mean, shitting record-breaking heat waves. And now, as always in Britain, click of a finger, bam, winter.
Well, let's see here, because I don't know what the temperature is outside. I know when I woke up this morning, it was frigid. Okay, it's 73 out there. I guess it doesn't reach me in here because it doesn't feel like 73. Well, I wish you could, go backward and see what it was. They don't let you do that. Let's see, because I'm looking at 3 p.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m. I'm looking at forecasts, but I don't see what it was. Ah, well. It's not that important. Wow, I have way the fuck too many tabs open on my phone. There we go. My phone also keeps telling me that I have to update it somehow. There it is. Update postponed. Let's actually install that while I'm busy with you chuckleheads.
Are you on an Android?
Yes. Well, no, I'm on a chair, but my phone's Android.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, this is bad. Painful. Okay, just asking.
Wow, my brain just turned that into something terrible. Yeah, it's Kate on the chair and the chair on the floor and the floor on the ground and the ground down in the valley. Oh. Anyway, it's a drinking song that I learned a long ass time ago. Except it's not actually about chairs. It's about a tree.
It's about symbians.
Bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog, rog down in the valley. Anyway, so yeah. I used to hang out at an Irish pub.
In America. Yeah, that's an oxymoron. That doesn't work. Diane, can I share something, please? Wake up, my dear. Can I share something, please?
Oh, sure, yeah.
And your cat is standing on what looks like a disc player of some sort.
Oh,
It's
that
nothing
is
rude or weird, I promise you.
Sorry, it's what?
That's my stereo amplifier.
Ah.
I run the sound from both computers through the amp.
Yeah.
And then there's this penis.
Von Rick, my favorite Irish drinking song has to be Black Velvet Band. I absolutely adore it. And Whiskey in the Jar, if you play it properly and not the way Thin Lizzy and Metallica did. What in Hades? Oh, okay.
Stay safe, and I'll see you soon.
That is a kid. Okay. So what Stool seems to be saying, I believe, is that he's had the BBC News theme stuck in his head.
Like I said, the BBC News thing is utter sex. And maybe you missed this little piece of viral history. That went totally viral because he's a weatherman for BBC Wales. And he did this thing where he did his weather and then played his drums. And it went fucking viral as fuck. And I can play the BBC News theme without getting spanked by YouTube. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm British. Fucking patriotic, me.
Well, you know, I've tried to play the drums. Mind you, I had about 10 minutes to try it, but I was finding it difficult to coordinate feet and hands because whenever I would do like air drumming and shit, I'd always do the bass drum with one of my hands, you know? And so trying to do the bass drum with a foot all of a sudden just sort of freaked me out. And so I never went back to it. But if I had access to like a drum kit for a couple of days, I might decide I like it. But then again, I'd never use it because even if I joined a band, I'd be like, can I get drums that aren't a giant pain in the ass to move around? You know, does anyone have like a fold out drum kit where you can just go and all of a sudden drum set, you know, and then you can just go like George Jetson and you don't have one anymore? Because that'd be nice. If I had that, a drum kit I could carry around like a briefcase, then I might consider being a drummer.
Okay, so you don't want Neil Peart's
drums are the coolest of things.
Who?
Neil Peart?
Who?
Peart.
Who?
Drummer for Rush.
Oh, no, I guess not. I don't know anything about the dude. I mean, I know a couple of Rush songs. Like I know Roll the Bones quite well, but that's about it.
His drum kit is about the size of Rhode Island.
Okay.
I've tried everything. I've tried keyboards, guitar, drums, and I've got absolutely zero musical talent whatsoever. And no fucking coordination. So,
holy shit, that's a drum kit and a half. I hope these guys have roadies.
Who did you look up?
I looked up Rush drummer because I kept trying to ask you to say the name.
Yeah.
So I could type it in and say so. But wowzers, that is a lot of like percussion gear in one place at one time. Holy shit. Also, I can see why the dude died early.
There you go.
But it's weird because there have been a lot of celebrity deaths recently, and so few of them are due to the plague.
Can I just show you something quickly, Kate, please?
If you
Oh, wait.
must, but if
I
it's your
didn't see
knob,
that
I don't
over
want to see it.
Yeah,
Well,
that's Pert over there with stuff and things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's on the small side actually. I see some stuff where he's got even more going.
But yeah,
can you
still,
can
as
you
long as
actually?
it's not your ass or your willy, I'm willing to let you show me something.
No, it's a bank holiday weekend. I don't do such things. But you were
Okay.
saying about musical instruments. Can you
Yeah.
actually play any of them?
A little bit. I actually got quite good at playing Scotland the Brave on an electric guitar.
Oh, okay. Well, that leads me into nice. That's a nice segue because I've just coincidentally, I've been messing around with things in my little area here, and I stumbled upon something that I bought about 5 years ago, and it was to go along with my latest purchase of the time, which was an electric guitar. I cannot play the electric guitar. I'm fucking hopeless. But I've just literally found this as you were speaking. I don't know how to make it big for you, but this is my thingy-majig.
So, like a mixer and or amp?
No, this is a guitar thingy. It's like a foot pedal, and it does all the effects for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that
And
thing's for. I've seen musicians use it, but I don't know what it's for.
Yeah, what it's for is me to waste money on things that I'm fucking useless at. So
Okay. One of
I
those.
should start one of those eBay thingies where the ladies sell things that they don't want anymore.
Hmm.
I'm trying my best to be sexist.
Yeah, it's not working. Shut up, phone. The hell's wrong with you? I hate it when it plays the notification sound, and I have no idea what the notification was. No. I know what it was. My phone just rebooted, and I still have unlistened to voicemails, and it was telling me about the voicemail. That's what's going on. But yeah, with the guitar, I quit playing the guitar when my fingers started to kill. I was like, ow, you're not doing this
Yeah.
anymore. That hurts like a motherfucker. So, I mean, I know they say no pain, no gain, but I didn't think it was literal.
It's very
Yeah, we
painful.
didn't do it enough. I mean, literally, you have to get the fingers calloused like that, and then
Oh, yeah.
hurt. But
But
it's a real pain in the arse to get there.
it was a bone deep pain. I mean, like I felt it all the way down. And I said, you know what? Not anymore. I'm done with this.
It's a
Wolf
very
beef.
painful thing, and also there's one slight drawback to my cunning plan. Because in order to play a guitar, be it acoustic or electric, you have to be able to tune the thing first.
I can
But
do
if
that.
you're tone deaf, I mean, I know how you do it manually. I can pretty much remember how to do that. But it's very difficult when you're a dickhead and you're tone deaf. So I also bought little fancy devices that you plug your guitar in and you play C, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm fucking hopeless at music.
I got okay.
Unless it's singing songs that will get people banned from YouTube. I'm very good at that.
But yeah, okay, sure. I don't know. Like I got okay on a keyboard, but I never had anyone teach me, so I'd never play anything super complicated. It was like, right hand melody, left hand chords, or maybe it was the other way around. But yeah, no, it was definitely left hand chords because I remember like I played the Top Gun anthem, if you know that one. It was like, God, if I can remember how the fingers da 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 da, like that. And so I knew the chords back in the day. I don't anymore. That was it. That was the only thing I ever really learned to play. That and Star Wars and Axel F. Oh,
Cool.
and what you call it, Heart and Soul. You know,
Heart and Soul.
you know, the one they did in Big, where they were dancing on the light up keyboard.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was a fun film.
Yep. Although when you think about it, some of it's pretty twisted. I mean, you know, the what's her face? She's having sex with like a 12-year-old. I mean, sure, he's in a man's body, but still.
And most things, when you think about them, are very twisted.
I want to see.
If you overanalyze any popular film,
I want to see what happened over the next several hours after the credits rolled. Because, you know, you see the kid, he runs in, he gets home, and hi, Mom, and she's flipping out. Now, this kid is going to be brought to a police station to give a report on his kidnappers because his mom insisted he was being kidnapped. Right. And he wrote her letters showing, like, he was saying, you know, sure, they kidnapped me. But right now it's kind of like camp, you know. And so at some point he goes down to the police station. He has to come up with a lie to cover what actually happened. You know, because if he tells the police officers, oh, yeah, I played with the Zoltar machine, it turned me into an adult, and that's where I've been this whole time, they're not going to believe him, and this kid's getting locked up. I mean, there are implications for what happens at the end of this movie. You know,
if you overthink these things, then you'll end up in a psychiatrist's office because most of the films that we love so much are really fucked up. And the only example that is in my head right now would be Back to the Future. That's kind of fucked up and weird and creepy, but you know, whatever. It's still a good film.
One of my most amusing stand-up routines that I've watched is Jim Jeffries talking about the new Ghostbusters movie, the one with the women in it. And he was like, okay, here's the thing. Quit remaking men's movies. These action-adventure movies, the audience is, or intended audience is primarily young men, young males. But then when you start like changing everything, we don't much care for it. But there are some movies that need to be remade with gender flipping, like Brokeback Mountain. Two women out in the woods, they get bored, so they start having sex, you know, that kind of thing. Or it's like, oh gosh, what was it? 9 to 5, where they, like, these women have a very overbearing boss, so they drug him and kidnap him and tie him up for a week in the garage. You know, let's remake that where it's bunch of men who have an overbearing female CEO.
Are you shitting with me?
They drug her and kidnap her and stick her in a garage for a couple of weeks. Perfect movie, you know?
There's no way that you've ever watched 9 to 5.
When I was very little, when I was way the fuck too little, I watched it.
Oh, God.
It was on like HBO or something. I was over at a friend's house and we all sat down and said, what's on HBO? And we watched 9 to 5.
Maybe it's rose-tinted glasses. I haven't watched it but it was funny, was it not? I think it was.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it since the 80s, but the whole point was if you remake it where you gender flip everybody, it kind of seems a little more sexual abusey in a way. I mean, it's pretty sick and twisted. 3 guys get together and tie up their female boss in a garage. You can't show that movie. You can show it with a reverse, but you can't show it, you know, like, yeah. Yeah, no, Doorknob Head, I wish that were true, but I've gone hiking with other women and we don't get busy out in the woods. Just hasn't happened yet. Although my second...
Whoa. Time out. What have I missed?
Nothing yet. I'm about to tell the actual salacious story.
Whoa.
But the second time I ever had sex was in a fire watchtower, like for forest fires to make sure that they don't happen. Yeah, we found an abandoned one, and yeah. So.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I was getting ready then. Oh.
Ready for what?
I thought the story was going to get more kind of.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you meant when you said you were getting ready. I think we just didn't hear you unzip.
I'm rolling a cigarette. When I get excited, I roll a cigarette.
Okay. I don't know. I could get the vape out and smoke a little weed.
I'll take anything. Listen, I'm the guy who watches people showing their pictures of their food on Twitter. That's how fucking desperate I am.
See, I think that Diana doesn't even want to talk because she's just sitting there like, complete and total silence. You and me have shut up for a minute and she won't say jack.
Yeah, I feel really bad because I think I've broken Diane's stream.
Well,
it's kind of what I do. It's my thing.
I think the best part is that whether it's you or whether it's Diana, the only one who gets to talk to both of you is my dumb butt.
That Porojnie.
What I've noticed is because I do actually watch Diana's Coffee Time on a Sunday because I genuinely do enjoy it. And I'm being serious, I really do. I am very sick, yeah. But I really do enjoy it. I just find it delightful. It's kind of like when, no, that will not mean anything to you. Oh, no, you two are old, aren't you? It's kind of like when you have the radio on. And it's a channel that it's either on in the background or you perk up and listen to a bit or whatever. It's something that's just there. And I do enjoy it. I really do.
I get it.
It's fun. It's fun.
I get it. Now I'm curious, like, how old are you actually?
I'm 13.
Yeah, I just want to know if you're older or younger than me.
Oh, you're still 27 though. Yeah, I'm older than you.
I wish I was 27. You're off by a crazy number of years, multiple decades even.
Yeah. I'm getting deja vu because I think we had this argument before, but whatever.
I'm 44 and a half. I'm 44 and a half. Sorry, I shouldn't have tried to do it in a stupid British accent. Out of curiosity, and I've only asked one other person.
That wasn't a British accent. That was a fucking Dick Van Dyke accent.
Fine, whatever. I said I shouldn't have tried it. That's the whole point. I've been curious about something for a while. You know, when you get folks from the UK and they're talking and they will say me where my makes more sense, like, oh yeah, this is me computer over here. Do they actually picture the letters M-E in their head, or is it just a weird pronunciation of M-Y?
Okay, I like this question. You're very observant with your love of grammar. I appreciate this, and language. Very unusual for an American. I will now give you a serious answer if you want me to.
I really do. I've been curious for a long time.
Okay, well, I'm Northern, okay? So my accent is really fucking shit, but the correct pronunciation of the word you're referring to is me.
Is it?
Me.
Not my?
No, me. So,
Yeah,
as an example,
neither my nor me.
It seems to me like they should have spelled it M-I-H if it's me.
I will now give you an example, okay?
All right.
I am currently wearing my headphones.
I see. Okay. Huh. Now, this
I feel so bad now because I've now shared the secrets. Oh my gosh.
Well, so that pronunciation that you described, does that come from a specific Old English region, or is it just like, has it been bastardized by people then, or how did it become my from me?
She's very precise, isn't she? I do like it when she gives me a good grilling.
Well, I mean, it's not even a
I
grilling.
think
I'm just curious. I mean, if you know the answer, say. If you don't, say you don't. I don't care. I just want to know if you know.
in the same way, obviously, the English language is a fucked up mess of a fuck up. We know this. And we've discussed this before because you took our language. And even though I still hate saying this, you guys still do English properly. We do not. Because then the French came and fucked us all about and whatever. But we also, in the same way that you have different regional accents and what have you, I'm Northern, so me, and I'm overemphasizing it, but me is just how Northern people say the word. So if you wanted to enunciate correctly, you would say my, but I'm Northern, so here's my glasses.
Huh. Interesting. Interesting. That answers the question. So basically, you're definitely picturing MY in your head, even though it sounds like me to my ears. Interesting.
Depends on the context, my dear, because it's like the word cunt. Oh, sorry, Diane. It's the same thing. You can use it in different, So my could mean my, or it could mean me.
Well, I mean, because again, I mentioned Jim Jeffries. He says cunt a lot, and he has a bunch of routines where he talks about the use of it. And I guess anywhere but the U.S., it's basically just like saying dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I use that word on the Twitters, I'll get baninated.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I please forgive me for saying this, and this is a warning, okay, to your viewers. Kate and Diane, you are lovely cunts. That's not an insult. That's a term of endearment.
Now, I've never heard it used as a term of endearment. It's casual, but fair enough. Okay. Thank you. And then thank you.
But Americans don't get that because they think it's a bad word. And it really isn't.
Yeah, well, Upside Down is described it the same way as a term of endearment. Upside Down Sweetie happens to be not your witness, but that's beside the point. And yeah, that whole relates it to Australia.
On the other hand,
same sort of thing.
Well, Jim Jeffries is Australian.
This is why people have difficulties understanding how we idiotic British people use the English language, because the C word, it's a multitaskual word. So yes, Kate and Diane are lovely cunts. That's a compliment. But if I didn't like you, I'd say, bunch of cunts. Same word, different meaning.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we don't have words that context changes their meaning quite a bit. So.
And it's the same with the Australians. I notice you keep mentioning Jim Jeffries, who is hilarious, by the way. Same thing, language. Americans are very, very, what is the word I'm looking for?
Repressed.
I don't know what the word is, but AB01, you've got no nuance whatsoever.
Oh, we do too.
It's in a box on my desk over there.
But I mean, compared to the average American, I've probably consumed way more British media. So.
Yeah, I think we're all very aware of this.
Yeah,
and your grammar is fucking good. For an American, it's fucking impeccable. It really is.
Well, thank you. I do my best.
Although I'm kind of anal about this.
It's taken me a while to get used to saying things like, oh, yeah, that's the one with whom I went to the movies, rather than that's the person I went to the movies with. It's taken a lot of getting used to.
I'm slightly anal about this because I went to a good school. And so I basically had it fucking kicked into my ass that you talk in a certain way. And by the way, I'm now being Northern because I'm now back where I was born. I have to adopt this dialect and this accent to fit in. So,
What did you like? Develop some posh London accent when you went to this good school?
no. It was not a posh school, but no, I'm not even going to go there because you wouldn't understand. But
I might.
I'm incredibly anal about language and pronunciation and grammar and all that shit because it was taught to me to be so.
Well, you've seen me get snarky about Oxford commas.
But fucking Oxford commas, you bitch. Don't get me started on Oxford commas.
Well, for what it's worth, I always use one. And if I haven't, you know it's either a mistake or I'm trying to tell you I've been kidnapped.
I adore the Oxford comma, but no fucker knows how to use the damn things.
What? You list 2 items with commas after each of them, then hit and list the other item.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
It's really not.
Kind of is.
All right. I've never encountered a situation where using an Oxford comma was anything other than what I just described. Is like before the last item, put a comma, after the next to last item, then and final item.
I kind of like your explanation of that because it's very easy in a way that the Americans would understand.
Well, then how is it much more complicated than that? What have I missed?
It's kind of more complicated. It really is. It's not a thing. It's like the Force. It's not something you learn. You've either got it or you haven't.
Okay. Or maybe it's not as complicated as you think.
Or maybe it is, but you think it's not.
Or maybe it's not, and you think it is.
Or maybe no one knows what they're talking about.
Or maybe I know what I'm talking about, and the rest of you guys are just mouth-breathing knuckle draggers.
Oh dear.
But anyway.
When I went to I did not go to a posh school. I don't want you to think that. And I'm not going to lecture you about how the fucking British education system works. No, not going to go there. But I went to a school which was not uncommon, but you had to be clever to go there. We actually had to take a test when we were, if there are any British people inside chat, they'll back me up. But when you were 11 years old, at primary school, I don't know what,
I forget the name,
elementary school, whatever, you had to take a test.
They hand you a Chinese puzzle box and
a written test, and it proved whether you were thick, i.e. stupid, or a clever.
I see.
So I was a clever, so I got.
What is that test called? I used to know.
It was called the 11 plus.
Ah, thank you. Yeah.
So
yeah, and your entire future rested on the results of that test.
Yeah, at the age of 11.
Yeah.
No, sorry, at the age of 10. Incredibly unfair. But
weird question. Are there any options whatsoever in British schooling that don't include wearing a uniform?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to say no, but that's a guess.
Speaking as someone who's compoundophobic, that never would have worked for me.
What word did you just use?
Compoundophobic. It means fear of buttons. I find buttons detestable. They're horrible. They're evil. They're wrong. There's just something about them that offends me.
Are you shitting me? No.
What?
Are you shitting me?
No, it's a real thing.
I know it's a real thing, but I didn't realize that other people had it. Seriously.
Other people than who?
Maybe me. I don't know. Is that a real thing?
Yes. Look it up on Wikipedia. Compoundophobic. K-O-U-M-P-O-U-N-O phobic.
Oh my fucking gosh.
What I don't remember offhand is how many have it.
I don't know.
Not quite as many as are acrophobic, right?
Probably.
Well,
What's his face
you're
had
taking
it?
a piss.
Jobs. Like you know why Steve Jobs wore all those turtlenecks? He couldn't
Diane,
wear-
help me out here.
Yeah.
Is she taking the piss? Is this a real thing?
This is real. This is absolutely real.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Kate, I've been on this planet for so many fucking decades and I did not know this. It's a real thing that other people have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here,
shit.
Diana, share this.
Oh, okay, fine. Tayo garasto. There you
Compoundophobia
are.
is the
Got the
term
reading.
used to describe the phobia of buttons on clothing. This phobia regularly leads to feelings of fear and disgust when sufferers are exposed to buttons either visually or physically. So,
Wow.
it is estimated that less than 1% of the U.S. population suffers this phobia.
Oh my god, this is so
It's
fucking
still a fair
weird.
number, though. That's around 3 million.
Hey, you know what? This has just totally fucking blown my mind. I'm just going to mute myself and go and have a quick wee.
Okay.
This has blown my mind.
Me and Stool have way more in common than you might think, apparently.
Apparently. And the interesting thing is with the compoundophobia,
I can still hear you.
okay, imagine
I'm
what it
preparing
would
myself to
be
do a
like.
wee. Can you give me 5 seconds before you talk about me, please?
If I remember this correctly, I think I do. Imagine what it would be like to be Amish with compoundophobia, because the Amish don't like zippers. They do everything with buttons.
Well, I swear there was a thing, maybe it's the much more extreme Amish where they won't even wear buttons, they tie everything.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I may be wrong about that, and I may be mixing up like Amish and Mennonites or whatever the fuck, but I'm pretty sure there are some that won't even use buttons, too high tech for them.
Okay, we have over here Amish buttons not allowed. Let's see. Okay, plainness is the governor of Amish clothing. Some groups are restricted to black and white, while others allow muted colors. Buttons are frowned upon because of their potential for ostentation, and such things as Velcro and zippers are banned. Instead, clothes are fastened by pins or hook and eye closures. And as you say, tying, that makes a great deal of sense as well. Okay, so I was a little bit
like hook and pin or whatever the fuck it was. It seems to me that could be pretty ostentatious too. Make them out of gold or something bright and shiny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything you could give to ostentation or ostentation. I forget what the noun.
One of the things that happened not too long ago, I went to a gaming store, like D&D type gaming store, and the woman behind the counter was wearing a corset, and it was fastened in the front by these things that I swear you use to close the gate in your yard, to latch the gate. They were these like these, there was a peg and a latch that went over it, and I swear I'm just sitting there going, that belongs on a garden gate right there.
Oh, jeez, man.
And there were like 4 of them going down the. Yeah. I wonder
This
if
is the weirdest conversation ever.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
No,
everyone
kind of
has
is, because-
fun.
Listen, I'm being totally honest and genuine here. I did not know that other people had this.
Well, okay.
I'm free. I'm free. I'm not alone.
So, again, if you will share this, I mean, this is even worse. This is even worse than what I saw, but it's very similar. I'm looking at that one. That belongs on a door.
I know those latches.
Belongs on a door?
I've seen them on windows, and I'm not sure if I've seen them on a door, but I have seen them in use.
Well, that is a corset clasp. You wear that. It's not like hardware.
Oh, my word, my word, my word, my word.
Of course,
I
I've
mean,
also seen imagery of what a corset, like long corset use, will do to your guts, and it's scary.
yeah, huh?
Although, you know what? I bet if you're like at all constipated, it does something about it. Tightening up your corset.
There you go. Oh my word. And then yeah, if you ever want to have some fun, try imagine being a fat chick wearing a waist cincher. I don't know anybody like that.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
again, I don't know what that feels like, but I've certainly seen it. I've been to conventions.
I tell you,
what
with
was, what
like
was that word what was the word that
gorgeous
you just
bucket
used?
high things
Censure.
that you're going,
Oh,
all
uh,
the way up, and errors help you if you get off by one, and you don't discover until you're all the way up here.
Oh, I do. Wait, do I? I swear I have the chat up somewhere, but I don't see it. I popped it out and I must have closed it at some point. But I want to. Can someone who's on the chat already put compoundophobia in there so Stool can see it spelled?
Oh, let me see. And I took it.
Actually, if there are any nice people out there, could you send me a link to this on my Twitters, please? Because I've
Oh,
never heard of this word before.
I think this is it. Does this look right, Kate?
What? Hold on, hold on. I was pulling up the link again. What?
Does that look right? KOUMPOUN.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But I will pull up the Wikipedia page and yeah, send you the thing.
Oh, hi, sure. Yay! I didn't notice you come in because I'm stupid.
Control C, and then
Diane,
copy.
can you click on that doorknob heads thing, please, and put it on screen?
Oh, dara che te parlo da pochi di
Milking Stool. I keep forgetting that your name is Celery Vase. What a fucked up name. Where did that come from?
Vase, my dear, vase.
No, it's Vase.
Yeah, fucking Americans.
No. There,
Well,
I sent it to you.
So that's genuinely a real word.
Yeah, not even kidding.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Mine's totally blown.
I still
Wow.
want to find a term for fear of formal clothing because I think that what I got goes beyond compoundophobia. Because I also can't stand collars or like the vests where with the 3-piece suit and down at the bottom, like after the last button, it goes like where it's split like that. Right? I can't stand that either. I want it to be connected at the bottom.
I'm getting slightly worried now because Kate has just said that word 3 times and it rolled off her tongue.
which word?
So,
That word?
I think he means
the big one.
compoundophobia. The fact is, I've known about that condition for years, and so I've had a lot of practice saying it.
How long have you known about it?
I don't know, like 4 or 5 years, maybe.
I mean, the technical.
That's what I mean.
Or
4 or 5 years,
whatever.
maybe, for the technical term.
Really?
I've known that it was a phobia for a lot longer than that.
Oh, this is fucking freaking me out. I think you're witnessing something special here. Mind blown. Jesus fuck. I thought I was alone.
So you know about the hooker with a degree in psychology, because she will blow your mind.
Okay, then.
Oh, come on. You know you love it. Oh, man, if I'm going to find that picture I'm looking for, I'm going to have to wade through a lot. I post way the fuck too much wank on Facebook. So, yeah. Like, it's funny because I posted a picture. The picture I'm looking for is of the vest split that I'm talking about down at the bottom. And I got so much pushback against that. People go, no, it should always have that little split at the bottom. Always, 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 always. I'm like, really? You guys are about as rabid about it as I am.
I noticed. Listen, I'm not going to let this
Oh,
rest.
Doorknob
This is
Head has a
bizarre.
very, very pertinent question here. Doorknob Head asks, is there a phobia for not having a name for a phobia?
Probably. But I bet you there's no name for it. You know, I mean, that's the kind of taking the piss that people would do. I would do that. I know I would.
I noticed that you can say the word very
Hmm.
easily.
The word. You mean compoundophobia?
Bird.
No, the B word.
B. Bitch? Baby? Boss? What?
Bird?
No, the one that we're referring to now about this condition.
Oh, yeah, I don't like saying it. It's just I've wait a minute. You mean compoundophobia, not the fear it's about, but rather the fear itself?
You've totally lost me.
Let's put it
the,
this way. I do have a difficult time sometimes saying asins, you know, buttons, asins, arsons, whatever you want.
oh God, you've totally broken my head. This is the weirdest thing ever. I'm
See,
totally fucked up.
that. I fucking hate that so much. You have no idea. You see what I'm saying? You see the difference?
Yeah.
I can't actually see what you're sharing because I've got the script running, so you're
Oh.
hidden.
But
I can make. I made you big now.
yeah,
Oh right. Oh, that's bad.
yeah.
Hmm.
So
Hey, what's bad is the paisley. Ow.
Yeah.
with or without the
Yeah.
paisley, not the point. Not the point. But yeah, so that bugs me like you wouldn't believe. I don't know. I think I just like things being even and unbroken. Like one of the reasons I think I hate you know, buttons is that they yeah, I know. You have this line that all of a sudden is broken up by these little points that could totally get caught on something. Like, I think one of the reasons I'm actually much more okay with them on, say, jeans is because they are on a post rather than floppy on thread. And it tends to be flush with the material rather than sticking out of it too much, you know? So
You
it
know,
doesn't really interrupt the
you-
surface.
this is the most bizarre conversation ever.
Yeah?
And I've had bizarre conversations because I actually understand what Katie's talking about here. I get
And
it.
you know, along with buttons, I also don't like saying dungarees.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying, you know, maybe I have an aversion to fecal matter as well.
I guess it's like when people say they're scared of spiders. I don't get that, but you know, it's their thing. We've all got our little weird mental fucking issues.
Well, I'm not
So-
afraid of spiders. I have a healthy respect for them, but yeah, because so many of them have these things that they're called fangs, and
Yeah, but I
all
mean,
of them
most
can
of
kill
us,
you, but they can give you a little bit of an unpleasant time.
unless you're living in Australia, most of us don't have to care about the spiders. And even in Australia, they're not too bad. But when
mean,
somebody says, when somebody says, I am scared of spiders, to me, I think, yeah, whatever, dickhead. But whatever, I'm scared of the B word. So, you know, we've all got our own little thing, haven't we?
we do. We do. I mean, I can kind of get like being creeped out by something that has too many legs, but spiders are very squishable.
Immensely so, yeah.
So I don't know. I still remember I had this like box that someone had given me for my birthday. It had like I think a kitty toy in it for Columbia actually, and we're just sort of standing there chatting. We're actually outside, and I'm holding on to this kitty toy, and someone goes, "Oh hey Kate, you got a hornet on you or something?" I look down, and I just go, "Oh." Okay, thwackety, 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 like, totally calm as a coma, just doing it and going, problem solved. It was like, well, it's sure as fuck not going to sting me. So I did something about it. Everyone around me was weirdly horrified, though, and I was like, what? And they go, well, you could have just removed it. And I was like, yeah, I could have. I mean, I
I'd
don't
like
know.
to lodge a formal. Can I lodge a formal complaint, please, Diane?
That being,
A person in the side chat has just called me a dickhead, and I'm going to get PSD about this now.
oh
Must
my.
be someone afraid of spiders, I'm guessing.
It's Aunt Jo. She picks on me.
Ah,
I've got so many bullies who follow me around. They're jealous.
well, I mean, are they though?
Yeah, they kind of are.
All right, well, okay. I mean, there are some people I make fun of where I'm not jealous of them at all. I just think that they make themselves so easily vulnerable, and well,
Yeah.
like let's put it this way: it's really, really, and I'm sorry if you're still here, but it's really easy to make fun of Tornado.
Yeah, it is. It is. Got to admit, he helps the cause so much.
I mean, at least he's finally decided to own punching the Cobra.
Yes, yes.
Rather than flipping out every time someone says it. That's the easiest way to get people to stop saying something and just go, okay.
Just read what Aunt Jo said, because she is kind of correct. If you can't take it, don't dish it,
Naporozhny.
I tend to only frequent with people who aren't fucking mardy asses. Oh, I did an English-ism. You don't know what that means, do you? No.
Nardy asses? No.
Oh, damn. I'm going to get subtitles. Diane, can we get subtitles next time, please?
Mostly understood through this whole thing, so I don't even want to hear about it.
That would be interesting to find out whether or not there's a service that does subtitles on the fly.
Actually, I'm pretty sure.
I think you can do that in a live YouTube stream. I think that does it for you, does it not?
It must. I mean, surely people who are hard of hearing want to watch live streams while they're live.
Yeah,
I have to look into that. And
I'm looking for memory here, but I'm pretty sure that YouTube, you will have an option for live subtitles.
that would be really much fun. Yes. And
I know what does it. I do know what does it. You've got an option in oh fuck. Is it OBS or is it StreamYards? I don't know. But there's an option somewhere in one of these things that you kids use that will do live subtitles.
Oh, what the?
I can't see that.
I don't know
it's chocolate. It's ramen noodles with chocolate bars broken up into it, like Hershey bars broken up into it. The thing is, I actually tried making my own dessert pasta at one point. I mean, that's apparently a thing. I've never had it made by anyone but me. So I sprinkled like a little sugar on top of not angel hair. What the hell am I thinking? Vermicelli. And it actually worked rather well. I'm thinking next time I try it, I might like take a teaspoon of Tang and pour it on top of my pasta and see what happens.
Can I just forward? Obviously, you idiots are not paying attention to side chat because apparently it's my job. So Aunt Jo has suggested that there should be a little lady, sexist, in the bottom right-hand side of the screen doing subtitles so that people can understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought sign language. Okay.
I'd like that, actually. Can we make that happen?
I know very little, and most of them are the insults. Here's one if you don't already know, you're going to want to know is this.
Not going to laugh. I totally want that to happen. Can we make it happen? I'd like a little lady, bottom right-hand corner, sign languages so that you can understand my English in your America land.
But
I
seriously,
want this to happen.
you want to know what that sign means. Trust me, that's the sign
No,
for
we're totally
cunt.
ignoring you.
It's the sign for cunt. Trust me, you want to know it. Well, I seem to
Okay,
remember.
teach me again.
It's this.
Teach me again.
But-
You're really small. How I can't see your fingers.
Okay, hands up,
I need.
and then
How many
bang.
fingers do I need to use?
I'm not even sure. Just get your hands up there and bam, towards your crotch. That's cunt.
Point straight down, or do you bring the fingers?
It's diagonal. It's basically like shoulders to crotch. So you do sort of a V sort of shape, like where the two lines meet right at your groin. That's yeah. So just
This is like
pointing to where it is, but yeah, okay.
This is like Sesame Street for adults. It's so educational.
Well, I seem to remember there was someone who was doing a routine. It might actually have been the one time I saw Carlin live. I'm not sure, but I want to say it was Robin Williams on something I watched on video, where there was the sign language person doing their like translation for the deaf people, and so that like whoever the comedian was like, okay, shit, fuck, just to see what the sign language person would do, like what the signs are for the swear words.
He was a funny fucker. He really was.
Yeah.
Especially when he did the drunk Scotsman.
Well, one of the things that, again, back to Jim Jeffries, that he was describing were some
again
really
with the Jim Jeffries. Give it a rest.
Horrible signs that, like, okay, apparently in Britain, the sign for Jew is this.
Oh my!
Right? But in the United States, it's this.
Okay, the locks.
Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you, both of those are kind of a little bit on the offensive side, probably. I'm sure there's someone out there who's Jewish going, no.
That's kind of a little bit racist. Is that true? Or have you been listening to a little bit too much Jim Jeffries?
I have not been listening to any Jim Jeffries. I've been watching it.
Ooh, la-di-da.
Like, he's got about 4 routines, like 4 specials on Nerdflix. So I watch him. I've watched all of those.
Yeah, that's kind of racist. What I just saw, I'm not happy with that. But at least it didn't go where I think it was going to go.
Okay. Oh, fuck. It's like 2:30 and I haven't eaten yet today. I think I'm going to make like a baby and head out.
Right. Yeah, we might actually start to bring this, because believe it or not, it's going to start getting dark pretty soon over here. This is what's so fucked up about this time of year. I was shopping for groceries yesterday, and I'm coming out of the Squall Mart, and it's pretty much dark, and it's only 8 p.m.
Anyway, like I said, hungry, gonna go. Bye-bye, have fun. Don't get horribly mangled by any, Zambonis or anything.
Moo! Oh my, yeah, I think we might start to close this pretty soon. What do you got over there? The American Sign Language interpretation of the British sign for Jew is old. Okay. Yes, Andrew does know stuff and things and stuff and thingsel stuff and stuffsel things. What am I talking about?
You're talking arse again, and this is what happens when you've done a really long stream. I think you've been going on for about 2 days now, this stream.
Yes, pretty much.
You do start talking absolute bollocks towards the end.
Well, it's only been 5.5 hours. Jesus Christ.
Oh, is that all?
Is that all? Yeah.
Anywho, the important thing is this has been fun, and I do immensely apologise for barging in and being a dick and talking too much. I'm really sorry. But I really enjoy your streams. These things you do, your coffee things on a Sunday, I really enjoy them.
I have no idea why. There's no accounting for taste, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm just weird.
Well, granted, but no weirder than I, sweetness.
They're
Oh,
they're a little bit of what's the word? I don't know. Peace and sanity, dare I say, in a fucked up world. I kind of enjoy them.
a little bit of peas and carrots, yes.
Yeah, peas and carrots.
That's what I should do. I'm gonna have to make a soup that somehow involves peas that is not split pea soup. I have to come up with something.
Oh. Do you guys have pea and ham soup?
Oh, let me think now. It doesn't sound very popular if it's around at all. It sounds like something I'd love to make. Um, do I take it? It's basically peas, ham, and water.
It's not a thing that you would necessarily make. It's basically a thing you would buy in a tin. And so it's a bit below your kind of level because you're an expert chef.
Oh,
But it's absolutely glorious. Maybe it's a bit British, I don't know, but it's a very wintry, warm, nice thing.
ham and split pea soup recipe. Oh, I've made that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was thinking garden peas, without mashing them up and boiling them for 9.5 hours. But yeah, I love to make split pea soup with a ham bone that still has ham meat on it, and then cut up some more. I will buy a ham solely to cut it up and use it to flavor other foods.
So are you an expert at making soup?
I'm decent at making soup. There's several soups I like to make.
I've no understand. I can't cook. I'm a stupid boy. So anybody who can make things that are tasty, I've got the utmost admiration for because I don't have that particular skill. And there's nothing better than a good soup, especially now that over here it's now decided to become winter all of a sudden. So it's really cold.
Oh
So a
my!
nice,
I thought it would be reasonably warm. I mean, you're being on the Gulf Stream and everything.
no. It's fucking freezing. I mentioned earlier, I've actually got a hot water bottle under my legs right now. It's so cold. But yeah, anybody. Hey, I'm still looking for ladies with nice bosoms to adopt me. I'm talking to side chat now, Dial. So if anybody, because we've got to look after them. Side chat, anybody with nice bosoms who can make soup, I am ready to be adopted. Shout out now.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a
I'll try.
one-time offer.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Definitely.
Oh, Doorknob had said
I,
the
I
bad
was
word.
a
Oh dear.
professional vegetarian for a number of years, and I liked it. Definitely, I kind of fell off the wagon, um, and started getting a little expensive and stuff like that. And
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, you were talking earlier about those, what do you call them, strip steaks?
yeah,
Oh my gosh.
oh, those are expensive.
I don't know what they are, but I want them.
I'll be right back. What we have is Costa Peligi. Okay, enter. You might want to turn away. But here is where we are.
Oh, closer to the camera. Closer.
little food porn going on over here.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And you notice the
And
price here. It's almost $15 for these two
oh
steaks.
my gosh. But you're going to enjoy it, though, aren't you?
Oh
And
yeah.
so
What I'll do is
are those the things that you're gonna
yes,
are you gonna
yeah.
fry them? Is that what you said?
I will
Yeah.
grill them. I'll set up coals in a
Oh my gosh.
in the thing, and then
This
put
is better
the
than Pornhub.
I'll put the steak over the. What I'm going to do is grill one steak and freeze the other one. And I know the frozen one won't taste as good, but I mean to have a whole. This is. Let me see here. This is over 1.5 pounds of meat. I really can't eat 1.5 pounds of steak in one sitting. So I'll have 3/4 pound, and then I'll have 3/4 pound some
Like,
other day.
but you've got 2 pieces in that packet. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So what will you do? Make one,
I'll make one, and then I'll
and
wrap
that
it.
will last you. That one that you've made will last you for how long? Do you think?
Oh my! I'll probably eat most of the steak in one meal, but maybe half the steak in one meal. Because what I'm going to have is the steak. I'll grill a couple of potatoes, grill a couple of ears of
Oh,
corn,
oh.
and I don't know if I'll have much else. If I have anything else, I'll think about what I'll have. But
You know,
yeah, I like to
in the
grill.
old days, you had to dial a telephone number and pay a lot of money to hear such words.
Yeah, we had the 900 numbers over here. Oh, my. Puff balls. I've never had puff balls. Oh yeah, fire roasted baked potato. That's what I'm after. Mm-hmm.
But I've got to ask my original question: Is it not do you not find it to be a tad inefficient to devote so much time into preparing something that's only going to take a short amount of time to eat?
Oh,
I don't get how people can do that.
well, I like the taste and the flavor, and that makes it worth it. And the other thing is, I eat very slowly. And
Okay.
as a matter, I have been complimented on that. Okay, Clarion, shut up now. Uh, yes, we're not talking about food here. And yeah, I mean, if there's a group of 4 people sitting around the dinner table, I will be the last one to finish eating, always.
That's me. Yeah, that is me.
So yeah, it's not as quickly over as one might think. Um,
So when you grill your steak,
mhm.
and listen, I'm wanting food porn here. So when you grill the steak in your pan, do you add anything to it whilst you're grilling it?
What I might do with this one is I might spread some minced garlic over it before I grill it,
Oh,
and
oh
just
my
keep it
gosh.
simple, you know.
Okay, side chat. We're all going round to Diane's house.
Okay. Yeah, it's
to
only
get
$8 a pound. We can get some more stuff. No
to get some
problem.
steak. Oh, it sounds so yummy. And you enjoy cooking it as well, don't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I love cooking. I really
Mhm.
do. I should have been a chef.
I guess
Um,
that's the important thing. I think for most people, maybe, I don't know, that the actual cooking part is not very interesting.
mm,
But if it's something you enjoy doing, then I guess that must make the experience even better because you've made it yourself, you've enjoyed making it, and then you get to eat it as well.
and then getting it right. I mean, every
Getting
time
it
you
right,
cook
yeah.
something is different. Oh God, when I bake bread, even the weather makes a difference in how I do the bread. Because the humidity and the temperature and everything will affect how the bread comes out. So you've really got to know what you're doing while you're kneading and while you're doing everything else. And oh man, oh God, harmonica man, I would love to do a lamb roast. I really would, but unfortunately, lamb is so expensive.
Yeah.
Um, a friend of mine grew up in Athens and would do goat roast for Easter. And yeah, you just put a whole goat on the spit and you just turn it over the fire. And God, I'd love that. But who?
So when do you think you're going to do your party dinner where we can all come over and taste your lovely cooking?
Well, let's see. I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow because I'm going to be running all over tomorrow. No, I have a whole
Tomorrow.
bunch of paperwork to take, and I'm going to be running. I mean, from here to McKeesport to Homestead back here, I'm probably going to do a 50-mile round trip easily.
Oh shit! What,
Well,
just to do paperwork?
not quite
Oh
50
fuck!
miles, but yeah, this is the stuff where I have to recertify every year to keep my housing, and then the other one I have to recertify every year because
Yeah,
the state pays for part of my Medicare.
I kind of caught part of the conversation earlier, and I'm not an expert on your country, but I do know that a certain person is fucking up with your postal system. So whatever you need to do to make your, I don't know what it is, an application or whatever, pay a bit extra to get it certified, priority, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to investigate because I want to make sure it gets there.
Yeah, but you know where I'm coming from because a certain orange person is really fucking with your postal system at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. It's sabotage, pure and simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, I have to see here. Oh my! Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. At uh, Shepherdson Shepherd Song Farm, you can get a whole goat for $580. A whole
That
lamb
was
is 560.
How do we go on this tangent? I don't want to buy a goat. What's happened?
George and his goat roast.
Oh, right. Okay. I actually used to own sheep. Many of them.
Sheeps.
And they're fucking... They're idiots. I hate them.
Now, did you have the flock where one of the sheepses tried to teach the other sheeps to fly?
I hate sheep. I really do because, whoa, you would not believe the stories. But more importantly, when you do, I am going to have to go back to the food porn. So when you do your steak, will you be having tomatoes?
You know, that's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for suggesting. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. I could grill a couple tomatoes as well.
Listen, I'm not a chef, so don't take my... I'm not a professional, so don't sue me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking...
You mentioned the tomatoes. I had bought some tomatoes.
If you have sliced tomatoes, do you think that would work with your meal? Thinly sliced tomatoes.
I can't see why it wouldn't.
Mm.
But you kind of reminded me there, because that's the other thing I want. And I got to go shopping for this. I want to get some stuff for a spaghetti carbonara. But while I'm in that, they call it the strip district here. It's where all the food shops are. I want to look for black pudding, because
You
I've
said that
already.
before. I heard you. Obviously, I was here, and you said the strip district, but I'm guessing we're not talking about the same kind of strip here,
Not the same.
are we?
No, this is a strip of land, which is why it's
Oh,
called the
okay.
strip district. It's
Right. Okay.
near. It's actually part of downtown Pittsburgh, and this
Hmm.
is where the food wholesalers are, and this is where all that good stuff is. There's an Italian grocer down there that I want to go to for
And
Romano.
is that a place that you would usually go to get your ingredients for cooking? Is that like your regular
Yes, I've done it
area?
before. Yeah. For example, I'd get on my bicycle and bike down there, and I'd buy a beef heart.
So
Because that's
is
the only.
this? I'm insanely nosy, and you know this. I love listening about other people's lives and cultures. If no offense, if you know what I mean. But so I'm guessing that this area that you're talking about, is it like full of different kinds and types of food from different cultures, if you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Hmm.
Yeah. So you've got a big mix of things to choose.
Yeah, you've got the Italian shops, you've got the Mediterranean area shops,
And
like
that's
Syrian,
this is all
Lebanese.
this is all close. This is all nearby to you on your bicycle, not too far away.
Um, it used to be close. It's farther away now. But so what I would do now, our buses have bike racks on them. I'd bus halfway there and then bicycle halfway there. Um, but yeah,
This,
it's. I used to be able to do it right from my door.
you see, to me, this, and I'm gonna use stereotypes here, but and I apologise. But for me, as a British outsider, to me, this sounds like a wonderful place of different mixes of cultures and foods and different peoples and what have you. And so, in my mind, I now think New York City. I know it's a stereotype. I apologise, but I haven't got that, and I'm kind of jealous.
Okay. Let's see if I can find some. Okay, there's the strip district. Let's see if I can find some pictures, because it's a whole bunch of fun. It really is. Okay, what? Yeah, it's a whole bunch of good pictures. Now, where do I find the best pictures here? We want to get all the food stores and everything going. Oh my, well, okay. Yeah, oh my. Okay, this is a good start right here. I'm gonna
I know
share.
this is weird. I used to watch porn, but now I enjoy listening to people talking about food.
These are the food shops that you're gonna run into in the strip district over here on the right here. Uh,
Wow.
at the top is Holy's Fish Market, where you could get any fish in the freaking, well, almost any fish in the
So
world.
is this area that you're talking about? Is it all basically food selling places?
This particular district is all food. Yes,
Oh, it looks so
it's a
gorgeous.
small district, but it's all food. Oh my! Is this all Holy's, or is? Well, no, there are other things down here, but there's a lot of Holy's Market. Let me see if I can find a. Okay, Okay, Vista Batranda. And this is why they call it the Strip District, because you notice how it's a strip of land here from the Greyhound bus station all the way up to Lower Lawrenceville.
Okay, yeah.
It's right on the river. It's narrow. I would say half a mile wide. And yeah, that's all that all up and down Smallman is food and more food and a little bit more food and some more
And some
food.
more. Oh, I want to go there.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun to go there, definitely. There are a couple other shops that are down there. There's one place that has all kinds of dried herbs and medicinal plants and things like that. It's just wonderful to walk in there and just smell all the plants that are in there.
It sounds like a place that you could go to and just wander around for an hour or two, maybe.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, this year they didn't have the arts festival, unfortunately. But let's see if we've got okay. Other years, I would go to the arts festival down here by what they call the point, and I would go down on my bicycle. And about midway through the day, I would bicycle up into the Strip District, tie my bike to a pole, and just walk around and enjoy.
That sounds like heaven to me.
Yeah, it's fun. I love that stuff. I mean, there are some people who look at me and say, "You like that stuff?" And I say, "Yeah, of course I do."
I would give anything to be able to do that right now. I really would. The grass is always greener.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to live here in America, believe you me.
Oh no, I would not want to live in America. Oh no.
I don't blame you.
I don't want to live in the UK, for fuck's sake. But there are always little glimpses of niceness in each of our countries, and that looks really exciting to me.
Let me get this out of here. There we go. We can stop the sharing.
So does that place stay open all the time? Is it like 24/7 or
the restaurants where you go in and sit down and eat, they stay open later than the food stores do, like the fish market and everything else. And then eventually everything closes down and there's nothing. You have to come back tomorrow.
What time do you think they close at night?
Well, let's see. Let me get some hours here for Holy's Fish Market. Let's start there.
I'm making this sound like I'm planning a fucking trip, but I'm totally nosy. I love learning about these things.
Okay, now the fish market opens at 8 a.m., closes at 5 p.m.
Oh, that's weird.
Okay, let's try Primati, which is the restaurant. There we go. What am I talking about? I have no freaking idea. Okay. Primanti's restaurant closes at 9 p.m. It opens at 9 and closes at 9.
That's very early. So do you think that you, or have you, none of my business, but have you or would you ever gone down there and just turned off and just wandered around and
oh yeah
and looked at all the food?
Oh yeah. Just go down there, walk up and down the street, and then you think, oh, wait a minute. You know what I really need? I really need some horseradish. So, which of these grocery stores is going to have the best horseradish? Here, I'll go into that one. And, all kinds of good stuff like that. And we're not talking about the grocery stores. We're not talking about those sanitized 1970s grocery stores or anything like. We're talking about the stuff the way they put it to, almost like an open air market.
Yeah.
With no
Yeah,
front wall on the street.
We used to have things like that around here a very long time ago, but obviously it's not allowed these days. So as you used the correct word there, sanitized. Everything is now in cellophane and, boring. You don't get to go and look at the real produce and smell it. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
I mean, even strip district meats, unfortunately, is not exactly like the butchers that I would go to with Babka, where I mean the guy gets a side of beef delivered, and he actually butchers the damn beef. He's not simply a meat cutter, and the kind with the wooden floor and the sawdust on the floor and all that shit. Yeah. Oh, Trasta. I don't know. Someday I'd love to get up to Seattle. I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to do that, but we'll see.
I think we've all got dreams that we want to do, but, let's be realistic. Most of us are never going to achieve those little dreams, are we?
It took me 30 years to go back to Chicago. Because
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with having a little stupid dream, as long as you live in reality.
Move beef. Yeah, I mean, I went out to Illinois to see the total solar eclipse back in 2000.
Yeah, I know you've said. And
on my way out there, I stopped in Chicago for a few days, and it had been literally 30 years. I mean, that was in 2017. The last time I had been there was 1987. And I get to Chicago, and that's why I missed it so much. Yes.
Awesome.
I'd be living there now if I could afford it.
Yeah. I think you've just probably summed up what everybody is thinking right now. I mean, everybody's not a fucking millionaire. If I could do this, if I could afford this, I would do it. None of us can afford to fucking live in this fucked up world. Anyway, Aunt Jerry's taking the piss out of me, and I don't like this. Yes, I've lost my lighter, Aunt Jer, so fuck you.
Well, Chip Buddy has chips in it, right?
Uh-huh. Kind of does what it says on the tin.
But do you ever have crisps on the side?
Oh, have you never had a crisp butty?
I've never had a crisp buddy, no.
Oh my gosh. Oh, a crisp butty is divine. Salt and vinegar flavor crisps. Or what do you call crisps? I forget. Potato chips.
We call
salt and vinegar potato chips on a sandwich.
And then your chips, the Americans call French fries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you dirty, dirty perverts. Speak English.
is a sandwich that includes crisps as one of the fillings. In addition to the crisps, any other common sandwich ingredient may be added. Crisp sandwiches are popular in Britain and Ireland. Okay, so, no, but okay, I don't think I would do that to a Reuben sandwich.
I think what you've got to try to maybe understand is that up until, oh God, I'm doing a history lesson. Shit, sorry. I'll shut up. Never mind.
Oh, holy shit, we're heading for 6 hours. Oh, God. I thought it was looking a little dark out there.
You've almost beat my record. Yay.
Oh, my. It's, wait a minute, 2,300 hours almost where you are?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
Which is early for me, to be honest. You know, I'm just kind of perking up right now. So.
Well.
But I do understand. I understand how these things happen. Because when you start a stream, especially if there's a good conversation going on, it can go on forever.
Oh, yeah.
It really
I remember
can.
when I first came on the record, we used to do 8-hour live streams with, I don't know, had you ever heard of Another Freaking Atheist?
Can I just mute myself for 10 seconds, please?
Doubles.
Okay. Emergency occurring.
Uh-oh.
Not a bad one. Not a bad one, just an old person's one where I have to go to the bathroom very quickly.
Uh-oh. Move, beef. Oh, let's see where this is going here. I'm still doing a whole bunch of recovery of stuff that I had backed up, and then the backup drive went south. And I'm probably going to be at this for another couple of weeks. I mean, the transfer is that slow. 496.2 kilobytes per second on a drive that normally runs at 35 megabytes per second. So, you know, it's that sort of thing, and it does that, and that's where it goes, and all kinds of things. Oh, Daprozhnia. And then, yeah, pretty soon I'm going to have to think about going to sleep. Because as I say, tomorrow I'm going to be running all over town. There he is.
Oh, never get old. Side shot, never get old. It's an absolute fun. Every time you get relaxed, you need to go for a piss.
Move, beef. Is it the second time in an hour that you've gone to do that, or?
I think it might be. Yeah.
Sure, you don't need to get checked up.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not going to talk about that word. I keep getting nagged. Is that an American term that you understand? Nagged? Or is that a British thing? I don't know.
I don't know that one offhand.
Okay. Amiga Nuts will explain it, but because I keep getting nagged by the people that I like on the YouTubes to go and do the thing that boys over a certain age have to do.
Oh, nagged. Oh, yeah. Like henpecked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I won't go see a doctor. I mean, my doctor won't leave me alone. Here, you need this test. You're over 50, you need this test. You're 60, you need this test. You know, screw you, man. Because if you do the test, you're going to find something, and then I'm going to have to pay all kinds of money because of the other tests you want and everything else. And you don't get that I'm poor, do you?
Yeah, and you know the really shit thing about, I mean, your situation as an American absolutely offends, not you personally, you know what I'm saying, but your situation as an American, I find absolutely disgusting and despicable. Your fucking shit pretend healthcare system, it annoys the fuck out of me. And I'm not even American, but it upsets me and it annoys me. We get things for free, quote, but even so, I'm still not going to go to the doctors. Even though I've got it there open for me to do, I'm not going to do it because I don't want people touching my bottom.
Okay. Yeah, here in the U.S., they always say, well, I want to be free to do it if I want to do it. In other words, don't take my money. I don't want to help anybody out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, believe you me, where I'm making the money to be able to afford to live, I'd be very, very happy to pay my taxes and give somebody else a hand.
Yeah, that's one of the most bizarre and weird. There are several things about your country that baffle the rest of us in the world.
Well, you mean the civilized world? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking the piss, obviously. One of them is your healthcare system and how the people who are so opposed to you having a decent healthcare system, the excuses that they give and the nonsense reasons that they give are, they're just so fucking bizarre. And we scratch our heads and think, what the fuck? And that's like one of the two things that the world goes, what the fuck? And the other one, of course, is your bloody gums.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Weird as fuck. It's a very puzzling country that you live in, but you know what? It's not for me to criticize because you can probably find a million things wrong with the country that I live in. We don't have any choice where we're born, do we?
I guess not really. Yeah, I don't remember being able to say, no, I'm staying in here until you go somewhere else to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially Doorknob Head since the Health Maintenance Act that Richard Nixon pushed for his buddy Kaiser. Does the name sound familiar? It should. But I don't know.
Permission to use the C word, please, Diane.
Absolutely.
Nixon was a cunt, and he was, in my opinion, I kind of understand American history, but I think that he was the one who turned your country into the shithole. No, I'll rephrase that. Into the fucked up place that it is.
Well, he didn't do it all by himself, but he certainly helped.
No. He didn't do it by himself, but you know who his media manager was, don't you?
Oh, Jesus. I used to know.
And this was in the just think about this. This was in the 60s, and I just used the term media manager. That wasn't a term in the 60s. Google it, my friend.
Who?
Who
Kubrick?
was the guy? No. Who was the guy who was in charge of Nixon's? Let's just use the word media manager as a modern term.
Okay.
I don't know what the phrase would have been in the 60s, but he was the guy who was in charge of making Nixon say the right things when he was on camera.
Oh, are you talking about Ken Clausen?
Nope. Do you give up? Because you'll never get it.
Okay, I give up.
Unless you want to play. I do like games. Roger Ailes.
Oh, okay,
Now,
okay.
you know who Roger Ailes was, don't you?
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, CEO of Fox News.
Yeah. And he's not single-handedly, but he's one of the architects of fucking your country over by making lies and propaganda mainstream. Fox News Channel.
Okay. Shape the images that helped elect 3 Republican presidents. Oh, don't do that. God. I hate when New York Times won't even let me read their article. Just to get some of the stuff out here. Political consulting. Yeah, right. I thought it was Reagan as well. And
Reagan was a bit of a cunt because he made it easier in your country for propaganda to be allowed on broadcast TV because he got rid of the fairness doctrine, I believe you call it, whereby
equal time
prior
stuff.
to that you had to be fair and balanced on
Yes.
TV.
Yeah, I remember that whole equal time era. Yeah.
But Roger Ailes, I mean, he was an absolute, yeah, he really was. And back in the Nixon days, he was the media advisor, new terminology for Nixon. And in those days, when Nixon was being shown on TV, this would have been on film. This would not be live TV. This was 16mm film to be broadcast later. And Ailes would stand in the background giving signals to Nixon, as in, do not say this, do say this kind of thing. He's a massive, massive C word. Him and Rupert Murdoch have destroyed your country and mine.
Okay, yeah.
Evil fuckers, they really are.
There we are. I am amazed that we've got 6 people still watching this.
Yeah, but to be fair, one of them is Aunt Jer and she's weird. So.
Wait a minute. What was the thing that Nixon enacted that really pushed the demonization of black people? You're not talking about his creation of the DEA, are you?
What's the DEA? What does that
Drug
mean?
Enforcement Agency.
Oh, did he do that? Oh, yeah.
What did he ever?
Yeah. Oh, you're correct. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Damn it.
Okay, so there you go. I'm just a parking place, eh, Von Rick? Oh, Bože môj, Bože môj.
Yeah, we do live in a very fucked up world. And unfortunately, we kind of thought it might be getting better, but it's not. Really fucking isn't.
It wasn't all that good even when it was good.
I don't know. I thought it was getting better, but the last 5 years, yeah, it sucks. It really
Because,
sucks.
remember you had the GOP became alt-right right around the time Obama was elected. This was when they went Tea Party and all that bullshit. And then you still had the stuff going on before that, but this is when it really became apparent.
Yeah. I try not to dwell on this because it depresses me immensely, but this is not going to end well. It really isn't. Mark my words. Write my words down. I'll predict the future. This is going to end really badly. What is happening right now? So many people are being manipulated and groomed, if you like, into believing alt-right nonsense. In your country and mine, look what happens in my country now. I mean, for fuck's sake, the shit that is happening in this country, I would say fair enough. If this was happening in America, yeah, whatever. But for it to be happening in this country, it's just fucking bizarre. Really fucking bizarre. And I keep saying it, and I will never stop saying it. We are now going to experience something that happened in the last century, in the 1930s. My fucking words.
Well, we're already there, yeah. I'm reasonably sure that I am not going to see the end of this.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting thought. I don't know how long this is going to take to come to fruition, but something bad is going to happen. I don't know how it will happen because we don't do wars anymore, do we? As in, the kinds that we had in 1914 and 1939. We don't do that anymore. But there's still this upsurge of right-wing bullshit, far right-wing bullshit that's taking over. I don't know what they're going to do with all this unpent energy. We don't fire nuclear missiles at anybody anymore. We don't do big wars. So I don't know. I've totally cheered this stream up, haven't I?
Oh, yeah.
I bring joy wherever I come. I'd rather be fucking honest than pretend that everything is A-OK, because it's not A-OK. It really isn't.
Oh, well. What I think I'm probably going to end up doing here is if nobody minds, it's getting a little late on this side of the Atlantic. Well, it's even later on your side, honey.
I'm totally fine. Listen, it's early for me, but listen, I'm really sorry for fucking your stream up. I'm very, very sorry. I
No,
keep
got
doing this thing and I just keep going. Blah, 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 blah.
yeah, take a.
I
Got to figure out
apologize. I
the
really
route.
do.
Probably McKeesport to Homestead to back here, and hopefully by then all the papers will be on their way to wherever they have to go, and then I can just hope that I've got all my I's crossed and my T's dotted.
You've got to understand, though, that, you know, there are people out here who give a shit and can't necessarily do anything to help you. You've got to understand that. And so I've got my fingers crossed for you.
We're gonna see
And
what happens.
I do wish you all the best. I really do.
Donkey sure, and I just wish these people wouldn't sabotage the very agencies that are supposed to be doing stuff.
I'm very familiar with what you're going through, trust me, and I know what it's like. I wish I could help, but I can't.
It's okay. It's what are you gonna do? But just get it done.
Yeah, I know. You're like me. You're like
And
me. Yeah, it's okay. Whatever.
moo. Definitely moo. And okay, what I guess as soon as I put that Ken Ham stuff away, I guess what I'm going to end up doing then is just saying I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here, and I love being here for you guys, and I'm just totally appreciative that you like being here.
Try to remember one thing. It works both ways, yeah? What you're doing helps other people as well. I totally enjoy watching you people on a Sunday. It's really fucking nice. I love it.
Moo, definite.
Makes my Sundays really pleasant. But don't try your best. I know this is patronizing and a really fucking idiotic thing to say, but I genuinely do know what it's like when you're scared because your life has now gone really fucking shit. I know what it's like, and it's scary, but, you know, there are people out there who give a shit. And if they can, they will try their best to help you. Just try to remember that. And always talk to people. Don't keep things up here. Always use the mouth. Speak.
Okay, and I see everybody's kind of taken off as well. So I want to thank you, honey, coming
That's
on,
good.
sharing your wisdom and your food porn.
I do love food porn.
Oh my! And okay then.
But you've got to make me one promise. The next thing you create in your kitchen, please show pictures.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe on Tuesday is when I make some foods. Yay!
We love foods.
Enjoy, everybody. Peace, love, Bobby Sherman. I'll probably be on a not standard day this coming week just to test out all my settings now that I've got everything installed on the two systems, and we'll go from there. I don't know when, I don't know if, but we'll give it a shot. And I want to thank everybody, and you guys. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.